Chapter 34-37. Edited by Mike. My place is broken. After a long while, Lin Ling and the ninth god Ai stood at the base of a hill and looked into the distance. There were many tents there, just like an army camp. A flag fluttered in the wind under the starry sky, a large, Duan character emblazoned upon it. The Duan clan was ultimately the #1 clan in the world, on par with the Jianghu clan of the Yan province. Of course, this did not mean that the Jianghu clan was very powerful. It was just that amongst all the clans in the 9 provinces, the Jianghu clan was the closest to the Duan clan. Senior Ninth, are there any experts? Lin Ling turned to the ninth god Ai and asked. The ninth god Ai immediately smiled. The strongest is a late-stage martial ancestor. Perhaps the experts of the Duan clan have not yet arrived, or perhaps they have arrived but are in another place. That's good. Lin Ling was delighted. The Duan clan was no small matter. If a peak martial ancestor was stationed here, they would find it very difficult to approach. Let's go. The two jumped off the hill and began to walk toward the tents. Because there were no experts here, they did not hide their tracks and were quickly spotted. Who are you? Who allowed you to approach? Scram. Furious shouts came from the distance as some people walked out. But Lin Ling's group continued forward as if they had not heard anything. This is the territory of the Duan clan. Everything belongs to the Duan clan. Sirs, it's best if you don't seek death. What's the point of wasting words with them? Since they won't report where they came from, just kill them. The voices of the people who walked out grew colder and colder. The territory of the Duan clan? Lin Ling and the ninth god Ai glanced at each other and laughed. This was the Starry Sky Forest. When had it become the territory of the Duan clan? Sirs, you've seen the members of our Duan clan. So, if you continue to walk forward, it's very likely that you'll die. Cultivation isn't easy. Don't waste a lifetime of hard work because of a moment of impulse. At this moment, an older old man said faintly. Lin Ling's group was less than 100 meters away from these people, but Lin Ling's group stopped. The members of the Duan clan laughed when they saw this. These two people weren't completely stupid. They finally didn't dare to approach them. You can leave now. The old man waved his hand, thinking that Lin Ling and the others had obeyed him. Wait. However, the people around him shouted. These people were younger and had been stationed here for many days. They were bored to death. Seeing that there were 2 idiots coming to play with them, they wanted to play with them. That's right. They can't leave yet. Our Duan clan is a clan of gods. How can they leave so easily? A woman said. The old man frowned. But soon a tall young man walked out. You can leave if you want, but you have to go through here. He spread his legs and pointed at his crotch. The people around were stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. The old man was still frowning, but he soon shook his head helplessly. These little fellows seem to be bored out of their minds. It's been hard on them. They're young, but they have to stay here and endure the boredom. But it's fine. Let them play. He looked at Lin Ling's group and said, Gentlemen, I'm sorry. You could have left easily, but you're too close to the Duan clan's territory. So, you have to crawl through our crotch before you can leave. You should be grateful for our Duan clan's righteousness. He couldn't help but laugh when he reached the end. Since the old man had agreed, the surrounding people laughed even louder. Someone shouted, Perhaps if you come here on your knees, seeing how sincere you are, you won't have to crawl into the crotch of someone's pants. With that, the person walked out and waved at Lin Ling's group. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a spatial fluctuation immediately came. In the next instant, a young man appeared in front of him with a sword hanging over his neck. The man's smile froze and his pupils constricted. Who said we were leaving? The person who appeared was none other than Lin Ling. His expression was cold, and after saying this, he lightly slashed with the tyrant's song. Blood gushed out and a head fell to the ground and rolled around. The eyes were filled with shock as if he had died with everlasting regret. Perhaps they had never imagined that Lin Ling would attack in the Duan clan's territory. This sudden scene caused everyone to fall silent. Their smiles were still on their faces, but they were frozen in place. As for the tall youth, he was also dumbfounded. His spread legs were actually trembling. But at this moment, the ninth god Ai finally attacked. He was even faster, instantly appearing in front of the youth, coldly looking down at him and lightly kicking. Moreover, he kicked between the youth's legs. Crack. The sound of an egg cracking could be heard. It was very ear-piercing. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. The tall youth was stunned, and then he hugged his legs and began to madly jump up and down. My place is broken. My place is broken. My fuck. His cries were extremely miserable. Impudent. The others felt a chill in their hearts. They no longer had their previous arrogance. Instead, they unleashed their strength and surrounded Lin Ling and the ninth god Eye. Their faces were filled with killing intent and anger. These two had actually killed someone from the Duan clan? Sirs, do you know what you're doing? The elder roared. The person who had died was the son of a major figure in the Duan clan, and he didn't know how to explain himself. I'm killing people. Can't you see? Surrounded by these people, Lin Ling showed no fear. Instead, he spoke indifferently. In the past, when Duan Yi came to Qingzhou, he had almost killed everyone without hesitation. So why would Lin Ling hesitate when killing someone from the Duan clan? Everyone, there's no need to waste words with them. Informed the Duan clan. The woman in the crowd glared hatefully at Lin Ling and the ninth god Eye. Everyone immediately nodded. Through their previous actions, they could see that these two were extraordinary. If they really fought, even if they won, they would suffer countless casualties. This was not something they wanted to see. If you have the ability, wait for us for an incense stick's time. The old man said coldly. Wait. Putting aside the fact that Lin Ling was not afraid of them even if he was, would they wait just because they said so? Only idiots would wait. Divine steel of time and space. Lin Ling let out a low roar, and a huge stone tablet came crashing down from the sky, suppressing everything. Rumble. The young man whose balls had been kicked was directly smashed into meat paste. A moment ago he was inexplicably excited and wanted Lin Ling and the ninth god Eye to crawl under his pants. However, his balls had been broken and he had been smashed to death. It was quite tragic. Everyone from the Duan clan was stunned. These two people were so ruthless. Everyone unite and block them. Wait for the Duan clan's experts to arrive. Chapter 34-38. This person was a demigod. However, before she could finish her sentence, a figure had appeared in front of her. His hand reached out like a dragon's claw and grabbed her neck, rendering her speechless. Her eyes were wide open and she could see the person in front of her through the brim of her hat. This person was very young, about the same age as Duan Yi. This made her want to say something. Bang. However, the hand that was grabbing her neck tightened slightly and her head tilted to the side. She could not be more dead. Although this woman was beautiful, she was also vicious and merciless. She was the one who had shouted the loudest, so Lin Ling showed no mercy. Duan Ling, The old man roared furiously and his body trembled in anger. You'd better take care of yourself. However, a voice entered his ears. Then the space around him began to distort. Everything was stretched and shortened. It was an extremely terrifying sight. Under this power, the old man was forcibly distorted to death. Stop. At that moment, a furious roar finally came from the tent. A large number of figures charged out, led by an awe-inspiring man wearing golden armor and riding a fine horse. Duani, a two-talisman god holy knight. Next to him were several late-stage martial progenitors who were around the 7th level of the martial progenitor realm. It was extremely difficult to break through to the martial progenitor realm. Even if one possessed powerful natural treasures, it still depended on luck. Therefore, a 7th-level martial progenitor realm expert was extremely rare even in the 9 provinces. Who are you? Duan Yi rode his fine horse and stared coldly at Lin Ling and Duan Yi. You really don't need to know who we are. Lin Ling looked at Duan Yi and said with a smile. Why did you kill a member of the Duan family? Duan Yi asked again. Because I was bored. After all, I heard that this is the Duan family's territory and no one is allowed to come close. I made a bet with someone and thought that I could enter and leave this place as I pleased. Therefore, I came here to take a stroll. Lin Ling shrugged. In the past, Duan Yi had gone to the Azure province out of boredom and wanted to prove that he was different from others. Therefore, Lin Ling had come here today with the same idea. How dare you? Duan Yi was enraged. As the Duan family of the final world, no one had ever dared to provoke them like this. The reason was because they were bored. That's why he's here, but I'm different. But at this moment, the 9th god Eye also said, I just want to ask you, what is your Duan clan actually waiting for by setting up camp here? And is that place of treasure in the distant Divine Mountain? The moment these words were spoken, the expressions of all the Duan clan members turned solemn. The 9th god Eye nodded, not at all surprised by the Duan clan's attitude. It seems that you aren't willing to speak. However, I will kill you until you speak. He glanced at Lin Ling, who nodded and said, Duan Yi, it's time for us to settle some old scores. After he finished speaking, the tyrannical song sword flew out, and Lin Ling also pounced forward. The tyrannical song sword seemed to have a spirit as it followed Lin Ling. Kill them. Seeing that the two were courting death, Duan Yi immediately roared and pointed forward. The experts behind him charged out one after another. These experts were all at the initial stage of the martial ancestor realm. They also possessed the ultimate desolate body and were all second grade. Brat die. Dark Frost Emperor's force. A palm reached out, its 5 fingers looking like twisted lightning. It was extremely ferocious. 20% of the power of an ancestor. Furthermore, the palm was getting closer and closer to Lin Ling, as if it would crush him in the next moment. Seeing this, many people immediately laughed. These two people were too weak to even withstand a single blow. But at this moment, something strange happened. A sword suddenly shot over and appeared in Lin Ling's hand. Then it slashed toward the sky. Rumble. That sword blocked the palm that twisted like lightning, causing that expert's expression to change. What a powerful boundary essence. Spacetime divine steel. Boom. Lin Ling did not even look at the expert as the corners of his mouth twitched. Above his head, the huge spacetime divine steel smashed down with a majestic aura. Not good. Uneasiness rose in the expert's heart. He wanted to retreat, but he realized that the sword in front of him was closing in. As long as he took a step back, there was a chance that he would be killed. How is this possible? The expert was extremely shocked. The person in front of him was too powerful. His realm essence was rich and he had an additional physical strength. His physical strength was not much weaker than his realm essence. And that was not all. He could still control the steel to smash down. This meant that he was facing 2 experts at the same time. Help me! He roared, but it was too late. The spacetime divine steel smashed down and destroyed everything in its path. What? Blood spurted everywhere. A martial ancestor realm expert was smashed into a meat patty. What? All the experts who had rushed over were shocked. It's him. He's the son of the demon. At this moment, Duan Yi finally realized something. That sword, the spacetime divine steel, everything was too familiar. Son of the demon? The others had obviously heard of this name. After all, the son of the demon was the person who had humiliated their young master Duan Yi. They had also heard that if martial god Wen Tian had not intervened, their young master Duan Yi would have died in the trashy Qingzhou. It's you, it's you. Duan Yi's eyes were as red as blood. He suddenly remembered Lin Ling's words. He had come because he was bored. The last time he went to the Qing province, it was because he was bored. He wanted to let everyone know that he could easily capture the son of the devil. Now Lin Ling was returning the favor. However, what was Lin Ling's background? What was his background? Did Lin Ling have the right to say that? Million Buddha's greeting. At this moment, Lin Ling floated up. The 5-meter-long dragon bow roared, and the light of the Buddha god enveloped the land. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless arrows of the dragon god shot out as if they were going to cleanse the world. Seniors, stop him. Duan Yi knew how terrifying Lin Ling's strength was. Not many early-stage martial progenitors could defeat him. Furthermore, Lin Ling had an even more terrifying move, which was to summon the dragon demons. Bastard. The few late-stage martial progenitors roared furiously. It seemed like they had no choice but to intervene. Their talents were not outstanding. They only possessed the second-grade ultimate desolated body. They had only reached this level by sacrificing their life force. This was a way to forcibly increase their strength by burning their lifespan. However, only one among 100 people could overcome the tribulation of life and death and reach the late-stage martial progenitor realm. Since their talents were not outstanding, they had to rely on their realm origin and progenitor's force. Their progenitor's force had reached 50%. If they attacked, they would surely be able to kill Lin Ling. However, before their attacks could reach Lin Ling, they were immediately distorted. Furthermore, the space around them was distorted as if they were being teleported. Distorted space. The expressions of the experts changed greatly. Are you the 9th God's Eye? In terms of the ability to distort space, the 9th God's Eye was the most famous among the 6 great God's Eyes. Chapter 34-39. I didn't kill you. No one could get close to Lin Ling. Instead, their bodies were constantly being pulled by the distorted space and gradually turned into nothingness. Looking at Lin Ling's side, his 10,000 Buddhas had also killed many people. Everyone, let's work together and kill the demon's son. Duan Yi didn't dare to attack at all. He rode on his horse and roared, but the horse he was riding on was also trembling. That was because a huge black demon had appeared in front of them. It was neither a dragon nor a demon. The combination of its ominous aura and dragon aura was extremely terrifying. Rumble. That huge arm swept out and no one could stop it. Blood rained down. Was Lin Ling. He had used his innate talent fusion transformation. His physical strength had reached the power of 5,000 realms. Who else could do it but him? What is this? The other members of the Duan family had never seen such a monster before. They were so scared that their faces turned pale. On one side was the distorted space and on the other was the huge black demon. How could the Duan family block them? They were all killed one by one. At the same time, in the west, north and other directions of the huge divine mountain, the various major forces were looking east with extremely grave expressions. That's the Duan family's territory. Did someone attack the Duan family? It seems that the 9 states' 10 evils are here too. Should we go and help? There's no need for that. The Duan family has more experts than this. Moreover, this is a sensitive period. The experts of the 9 states are all rushing over. If we act rashly, we will become a thorn in their side. Powerful forces like the Flying Dragon Organization, the New Heavenly Court, and the Divine Escort Mansion didn't make a move easily. Everything was for that treasure. Since they didn't make a move, the Duan family was naturally in a terrible situation. In the end, only one person was left. It was Duan Yi. Run, Windchaser, run quickly. Duan Yi kept urging the divine horse under him. However, the horse's limbs were trembling. It almost knelt down, let alone run. Obviously, it had recognized Lin Ling, so it didn't have the motivation to run. Instead, a huge giant looked down at Duan Yi and said in a deep voice, "Duan Yi, what treasure are you waiting for? That divine mountain is where the treasure is unearthed." I don't. Duan Yi said with a pale face as he shook his head continuously. He had already lost the will to fight because last time, Lin Ling could easily kill him, let alone this time. At this moment he was filled with deep regret. If he had known earlier, he would not have provoked the Son of Devil. The Son of Devil was a complete madman. He dared to slay a deity, dared to kill a devil, how could he not dare to touch him? So what if they were holy knights? In the eyes of the Son of Demon, they were nothing more than ants. If you don't speak, die. Lin Ling's cold voice rang out. Duan Yi did not doubt Lin Ling's killing intent at all. Lin Ling would really kill him without hesitation. If I tell you, will you let me go? Duan Yi raised his head and said. Although the treasure was a secret and could not be revealed, he was not as resolute as the other members of the Duan family when it came to death. They would rather die than say anything. In the end, it was because his status was higher and he didn't want to die here so easily. Of course, if you tell me, I swear that I won't kill you, Lin Ling said indifferently. He used his martial heart to swear a blood oath because he knew that an expert at Duan Yi's level would never reveal the origin of the treasure if he didn't swear a blood oath. Sure enough, Duan Yi was tempted. It's a god's bone, a genuine god's bone. Legend has it that whoever obtains it can become a deity. Duan Yi shouted. When he said this, his heart was beating violently as if he had said a mysterious taboo. God's bone? Lin Ling's expression changed slightly. There were 4 deities in the current world, but obtaining the god's bone would allow one to become the 5th deity. It was no wonder that so many great forces had gathered here. However, Lin Ling was still skeptical about the god's bone. How could such a convenient thing happen in the land of the 9 prefectures? Was the god's bone unearthed on the divine mountain? Lin Ling asked again. According to the records, it was indeed on the divine mountain. Moreover, there isn't just one god's bone in the starry sky world. There are countless of them. However, for now, only the god's bone from the divine mountain has been unearthed. Duan Yi said. The starry sky world was also a god's tomb. Legend had it that during the Great War of the Deities, this was the place where the most deities had fallen. If these gods' bones were unearthed, the world would definitely be thrown into chaos. Countless experts would be born as a result. That's all I know. You should let me go now. Duan Yi said at this moment. Lin Ling began to revert to his original form and walked over step by step. Duan Yi's heart skipped a beat when he saw the cold look on his face. Of course, he felt even more humiliated. He was a god's sacred knight, yet he was afraid of a mortal from the land of the 9 prefectures. If this wasn't humiliating, what was? Lin Ling looked down at Duan Yi and shook his head. God's sacred knight? Get lost. Duan Yi clenched his teeth and galloped away on his horse. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. He had to kill Lin Ling no matter what. After he left, he had to ask the Duan family's 4 talismans to use the god's sacred knight to tear Lin Ling into pieces. Rumble. However, he had only run a few hundred meters when the space around him began to distort. He and his horse began to spin around in the air. Lin Ling, you've gone against the heart of martial arts. Duan Yi immediately jumped in fright and hurriedly roared. I didn't kill you. However, Lin Ling's voice drifted over clearly. He didn't kill you, but that doesn't mean I won't kill you. You might have misunderstood something. Lin Ling and I aren't together and he isn't my boss. We're working together. On the other hand, the ninth God Eye's voice drifted over, causing Duan Yi's eyes to widen. If the ninth God Eye was Lin Ling's subordinate, then if the ninth God Eye killed him, the debt of death would be placed on Lin Ling's head. However, the ninth God Eye was not Lin Ling's subordinate. They were working together. Lin Ling had no right to order him around, so the blood oath was naturally invalid. Lin Ling, you tricked me. Duan Yi roared in unwillingness, but his body began to dissipate bit by bit. Like a leaf caught in a giant whirlpool, he began to disintegrate as the whirlpool spun around him. Most importantly, this was no ordinary whirlpool but a spatial whirlpool. After a long while, the ninth God Eye returned and smiled at Lin Ling. The Duan family, I remember that they also sent experts to kill me. Today I'll take back some interest. Let's go. We can't stay here for long. Lin Ling also smiled. Now that he had gotten his revenge, he felt much better. The two of them disappeared from the ancient world under the starry sky. It didn't take long for the news of Duan Yi's death to spread to the nearby area. However, no one knew who had killed him. On the other hand, a day later, many more experts from the Duan family arrived. These people were no longer of the younger generation. They were all old monsters who had cultivated for tens of thousands of years. The weakest of them was a mid-stage martial ancestor, and a large number of them were late-stage martial ancestors. Such a force, even if placed in the final world, was not an ordinary force. Duan Yi is dead? Who did it? Chapter 3440. All the experts of the 9 prefectures had gathered. We don't know yet because there are too many experts gathered around the sacred mountain. Someone immediately replied. He used the Eye of Heaven and Earth recursion to check, but he couldn't find anything. The ninth God's Eye's ability to distort space had caused the space in the area to be distorted. Young Master Duan, the sacred mountain is still in charge. Yes. The man nodded and set up camp on the spot again. However, it could be seen that his forehead was filled with veins. After the experts of the Duan family arrived, the east of the sacred mountain became quiet. However, the new heavenly court was attacked because the experts of the new heavenly court had not arrived. The disciple of martial god Wen Tian Ningbo Tao was still on his way. The people of the new heavenly court were all killed and robbed of everything they had. This shocked the area around the sacred mountain. Of course, the culprit was also found out. It was the son of the demon from the God-slaying alliance. When the news spread, the experts of the Divine Escort Mansion, Flying Dragon Organization, and Fu Hang Manor were shocked. Especially those who didn't have experts in charge, they were in a panic. However, not long after, the experts of Fu Hang Manor were all killed. This caused the Divine Escort Mansion, Flying Dragon Organization, and other major forces to join hands. However, after a period of time, the experts in charge of these major forces finally arrived. Every one of them was a mid-stage martial ancestor and had a 4th-grade ultimate desolate body. A 4th-grade ultimate desolate body was no small matter. It was much harder to raise one's desolate body by 1 grade than to raise one's cultivation by 1 level. This was because many late-stage martial ancestor experts only had a 3rd-grade or 2nd-grade ultimate desolate body. It was even difficult for them to raise it in their lifetime. Son of the demon, you deserve to die. When the experts of the major forces arrived, they were furious. They almost wanted to search the sacred mountain and find the son of the demon, then kill him and whip his corpse to vent their anger. I heard that the son of the demon is only at the sage realm, but he's so arrogant. Does he think that we don't exist? However, the 9 prefectures 10 Vicious, Immortal Temple, Creation Alliance, Tomb Guardian Tribe, Great Demon Sect, and Land of Eternal Rest are all here. So we can't act rashly. Moreover, I've heard that a new member of the 9 prefectures 10 evils has surfaced because of the divine bone. It's the Tin Ghost clan. What is the Tin Ghost clan? Why haven't I heard of it before? The various forces were all paying attention to the situation of the battle. They were prepared to risk their lives to obtain the godly bone. However, as more and more experts arrived, they also began to feel the pressure. The Tin Ghost clan is the #1 puppet clan in Jianghu. It is said that the clan leader of this clan was a puppet created by God. After the fall of God, this puppet hid in the myriad of worlds and created the Tin Ghost clan. The reason why they came here is because God's bones are the best puppet material. Bastard. The treasure hasn't even been unearthed yet, and the world is already in chaos. The Flying Dragon organization and the others were all furious, and in the following days the Jianghu clan also came. The area around the Divine Mountain seemed quiet, but in reality, countless powerhouses had already gathered. Those below the martial ancestor realm were not qualified to step into this world. Of course, if there was one, it would be Lin Ling. Lin Ling was the only exception. Moreover, his battle prowess was so ferocious that no one dared to underestimate him. The world in the starry sky seems peaceful, but there will be a storm at any time. At the bottom of an ancient mountain, a large number of criminals gathered. The ninth god's eye looked at the sky with excitement. During this period he and Lin Ling had slaughtered the new heavenly court in Fuhang Manor, and they had greatly vented their anger. However, as more experts arrived, they knew that the calm surface of the water was about to be disturbed. Once the godly bone appears, the Jiuzhou will be in chaos. Lin Ling also wished for the world to be in chaos. After all, he had come here for two reasons. First, to find the Mahakasyapa incantation. Second, to disrupt his enemies and obtain the treasure. Although Lin Ling was also very interested in the godly bone, he did not have the confidence to snatch it from the hands of so many experts. However, since he couldn't snatch it, he hoped that it would be taken by a powerful force he knew. We have killed many people from the Duan clan, the New Heavenly Court and Fuhang Manor. They should be the ones who want to kill us the most. Have you found out who is the expert overseeing them? Subsequently, Lin Ling asked again. Although other forces had grudges with Lin Ling, such as the Divine Escort Estate, the treasure was about to be unearthed, so the Divine Escort Estate had no time to deal with him. However, the Duan clan and the New Heavenly Court were different. They wanted to kill Lin Ling at any time. Young Master Ning Haitao has come from the New Heavenly Court. He is the disciple of martial god Wen Tian. He is a level 4 martial ancestor and has a level 4 ultimate desolate body. He is one of the 4 heavenly ears in the universe, the Thunder Heavenly Ear. I heard that he can hear everyone's thoughts. One of the convicts said flatteringly. If Chu Yun and the others were here, they would definitely be shocked. Unknowingly, Lin Ling seemed to have become the leader of the criminals. The Academy's freshman trial was for them to survive for a year, avoid the criminals, and become the leader of the criminals. If this was spread back to the Academy, all the teachers would be frightened. 4 heavenly ears in the universe? It is on the same level as my spacetime god eye, but it can't compare to Senior Ninth. Interesting. Lin Ling couldn't help but laugh. If his spacetime god eye reached the limit, it would also be a level 4 ultimate desolate body. The New Heavenly Court has Duan Wuhan. He is a level 4 divine paladin. So far, no one has seen his ultimate desolate body. The criminal added. So powerful? The ninth god eye couldn't help but be curious. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and nodded. It's not that no one has seen his ultimate desolate body, but that those who have seen it are all dead. It seems that this guy is not to be trifled with. However, many of the 9 provinces' 10 evils are also here. The criminal said again and told him all the information he had gathered. Lin Ling's expression kept changing. The Immortal Temple is also here. I wonder if Senior Sister Yu is here. He couldn't help but feel a little excited. Last time at the Heavenly King Mountain in Yen Province, and Yuer had risked her life to block the 5th Demon Elder for him. Lin Ling had always remembered this. The Creation Alliance is also here. Senior Lu Qin, the 9-lantern fish, I haven't seen him for a long time. Lin Ling smiled again as he thought of an acquaintance. It could be said that the Creation Alliance was Lin Ling's comrade in arms. At least this force was not weak. Moreover, a new member of the 10 evils of the 9 provinces has surfaced. It's the Tin Ghost clan. This clan is an expert in puppetry. 30,000 years ago, when I wasn't a fugitive, I once saw them. They were very powerful. Later they changed their names and disappeared from the myriad worlds. The Tin Ghost race. Hearing this, Lin Ling frowned. Because one of the leaders of the God Slayer Alliance, Majin Tianzi, was also a puppet master. Could it be that they were related? And the Tomb Guardian race. The criminal said again. Meng Lu of the Tomb Guardian race and Lin Ling were brothers. If the Tomb Guardian race knew that Lin Ling was here, they would definitely help Lin Ling. Interesting, it's getting more and more interesting. I've said that learning martial arts in the final world schools is boring. That's not the world of martial arts. This is the real world of martial arts. Chapter 3441. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. The divine treasure had been unearthed. Rumble. While they were waiting, the divine mountain in the distance rumbled as if it was breathing. However, the sound was so loud that it spread throughout the entire starry sky forest. Everyone's conversation was immediately interrupted. Is this divine mountain a toad? Lin Ling looked over. During this period, the divine mountain would rumble every day. However, the frequency of the rumbling had increased over the past few days. Looks like the divine bone is about to be unearthed. Lin Ling licked his lips, anticipating the arrival of the storm. Kunlun. At this moment, a timid voice came from Lin Ling's body. Then a small vine rose up like a child's arm. Haha, you've finally woken up. Lin Ling was delighted because this was little Kunlun's voice. When little Kunlun sensed Lin Ling's laughter, its vine rose even faster. It was also extremely happy. Little Kunlun was equivalent to Lin Ling's armor. Every time he was close to death, it would protect Lin Ling. It was like a brother to Lin Ling. However, little Kunlun's vine suddenly faced the divine mountain, as if it was very interested in it. This shocked Lin Ling. Then he recalled little Kunlun's origin. He had encountered it when the Azure Province God Emperor changed positions. It could be considered one of the few things that Lin Ling could see through. Little Kunlun, have you discovered something? Lin Ling asked hurriedly. However, little Kunlun's vine swayed. It seemed to be just a feeling, but it was not strong. Lin Ling sighed softly and did not ask any more questions. In the following days, Lin Ling and the ninth god's eye waited for the treasure to be unearthed. On this day the earth shook. The distant divine mountain rumbled endlessly, and rumbling sounds filled the sky. The rumbling was even more frequent than usual. The experts near the divine mountain were all delighted. Had the treasure been unearthed? It's finally here. To the east of the divine mountain, a man rode a golden horse and smiled as he looked into the distance. Young Master Duan, we've finally waited. The experts of the Duan clan were also extremely excited. Duan Wuhan, I'm afraid that the divine bone will be accompanied by many treasures, so I don't want the divine bone. However, I want to choose one of the treasures. If you agree, I'll help you. Not far away, a large group of experts had gathered, and the leader was the Flame Emperor. Deal? Duan Wuhan nodded immediately. If it were before, he could rely on the experts of the Duan family to monopolize the treasures, but there were too many powerhouses gathered in the sacred mountain area, so he also needed some helpers. This was because he also knew that the Great Devil Sect, Land of Eternal Rest, Immortal Temple, and other experts were all eyeing him covetously. Goyalo. At this moment, the divine mountain seemed to have come to life. Billowing white smoke spread out from the top of the mountain, enveloping the sky and blocking the starry sky. It's unearthed, strike first and gain the upper hand. Around the ancient sacred mountain, many experts flew up and looked at the sacred mountain with burning eyes. When they saw the white smoke, many people became excited. The divine bone had reached the divine transformation realm in one step. Attack. Without any hesitation, a large number of experts pounced towards the divine mountain, and the fastest among them was actually the Flying Dragon organization. Bastard. On the Duan family's side, many people cursed and then looked at Duan Wuhan. Duan Wuhan frowned and then waved his hand. Duan family attack. Our Yen province will be the vanguard. The Flame Emperor said boldly as he led the experts of the Yen province to the summit of the sacred mountain. He seemed brave, but in truth he also wanted to find a chance to obtain the divine bone. Moreover, even if he didn't succeed, as long as he obtained a treasure, this trip would not have been in vain. These pieces of trash actually don't follow the rules and strike first and gain the upper hand. On the other side, the experts of the Great Devil Sect, Land of Eternal Rest, and Immortal Temple all paled. Without any hesitation, they called for a large number of experts to charge at the sacred mountain. From a distance, the scene was extremely spectacular. There were giants, paladins, warriors of ice and fire, and other experts of heaven and earth surrounding the sacred mountain. The sacred mountain was very large, and at its peak, clouds and mist drifted about. It was as if a god was standing there, and all the living beings around wanted to get close to that god and become a god. Lin Ling, what should we do? At this moment, the ninth god eye was nervously looking at Lin Ling from a certain part of the sacred mountain. Lin Ling frowned. Did their faction have to move out? There was no question that the closer they were to the summit, the greater their chances of obtaining treasures. This was also why so many experts were charging at the sacred mountain. But for some reason Lin Ling felt that things were not so simple. Of course, this was only his guess and he wasn't too sure. Lin Ling, if you don't move out, we'll have come for nothing. The ninth god eye called out once more. Lin Ling was finally about to move out, but at this moment, little Kunlun began to squeak, causing Lin Ling to pale. You can't. He immediately shouted, causing the criminals who were about to charge out to stop in their tracks. Although I don't know why we can't step onto the sacred mountain, little Kunlun is telling me that this is not the time to go up, Lin Ling hurriedly said. The ninth god eye frowned, but in the end he believed Lin Ling's words. At this moment, more and more experts were charging up the sacred mountain. They moved with incredible speed, and as they charged they began to fight with each other, causing quite a few people to fall. Rumble. At the summit of the sacred mountain, even more clouds began to gather, enveloping the earth and giving off an extremely oppressive feeling. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled within the roiling clouds. Suddenly, the roiling clouds began to change and war cries could be heard. The Great War of Gods and Demons. What appeared within the clouds was the Great War of Gods and Demons of the Age of Gods. There were ancient demons whose ends stretched as far as the eye could see, gods whose bodies shone with golden light, and a higher god with 12 wings. They ruled over a part of the world and were the most ancient legends of the 9 provinces. And now, the two sides were engaged in a great battle that caused the heavens to collapse and the earth to rend. Everything seemed to be real. The martial ancestors who were charging towards the sacred mountain were all stunned. Their bodies began to tremble. It was as if they were witnessing the great war of gods and demons with their own eyes. And they were nothing more than insignificant ants. How frightening! Lin Ling watched from afar, his heart turning grave. The strength of these experts could easily shatter the 9 provinces, even shatter the void of the universe. This was the pinnacle of strength in the world. Lin Ling, look at them. The ninth god eye pointed at the experts on the sacred mountain. The experts who had rushed up the divine mountain were all motionless, as if time had frozen on the divine mountain, and those experts also started to slowly wither. The wrinkles on their faces became more and more, their bones became more and more brittle, and the power of the world essence also seemed to dissipate. Crack. A few moments later, an expert collapsed, gradually turning into ashes like a piece of paper being burned by fire. Following that, another expert collapsed. Finally, all the experts collapsed, their bodies withered and gradually shattered. A gust of wind blew past and countless fireworks danced on the sacred mountain. These were the ashes of the experts from before. Chapter 3442. King Blood Skull. Everyone's pupils trembled fiercely, and a thick chill rose in their hearts. How strange. No one dared to move. They were dumbstruck. Their throats rolled, and even swallowing their saliva seemed to be much more difficult. They are all dead. The ninth god eye said, his face pale. The martial ancestor realm. Previously, those who had charged up the sacred mountain were all martial ancestors. There were even late-stage and peak martial ancestors. However, in the blink of an eye, he was reduced to ashes. This was too frightening. Fortunately, they didn't act rashly. Otherwise, they would have been completely wiped out. Even Lin Ling's face turned solemn as he looked at little Kunlun. If it wasn't for little Kunlun's reminder, he would have rushed up the sacred mountain as well. Fortunately, he believed in little Kunlun. Then, he looked at the various factions near the sacred mountain, and a smile appeared on his face. This was because many people from the various forces had died. And that was indeed the case. The faces of those top experts were dark, and their bodies were trembling with anger. Those were martial ancestor-level experts. The birth of a martial progenitor was extremely rare, thus the amount of resources required was uncountable. Now that one of them had died, the factions they belonged to were greatly weakened. At this moment, the godly mountain was still as silent as before. Rolling clouds and mist were still flowing, but no one dared to approach it. They could only wait. These guys aren't impulsive anymore? Lin Ling couldn't help but laugh when he saw the solemn expressions on the experts' faces. Previously, these powerhouses were restless, deeply afraid that if they were a step too slow, something would be snatched away by others. But now none of them dared to move. It was truly hilarious. Time passed quietly, and the clouds above the divine mountain began to disperse. Then the top of the mountain cracked open and huge rocks tumbled. Then a huge skeletal arm stretched out. This arm seemed to have come from another world, exuding a threatening aura. Most importantly, the skeletal arm was red. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Some of the experts inspected the skeleton with their heavenly eyes and discovered that it was most likely a half-martial god realm presence, which was stronger than a peak martial progenitor realm cultivator. What is this? Could that be the divine bone? The various experts muttered to themselves, not daring to act rashly. Rumble. The peak of the divine mountain was like a volcanic crater. More and more cracks appeared. Another blood-red skeleton arm reached out and dug a hole. Then it finally crawled out. It was actually a 100-meter-tall crimson skeletal giant. Under its feet, skeletons crawled out one after another. Some were white and some were green. They were like ants coming out of their holes, making one's scalp tingle. However, after all the skeletons had crawled out, water began to flow out from the top of the mountain and gradually accumulated into a lake. The lake continued to bubble as if something was about to surface. Everyone became nervous as they stared fixedly at the lake. Finally, an ancient boat appeared on the surface of the lake. Several boxes were placed on the boat. They looked simple and unadorned, but they caused everyone to hold their breaths. Although no one knew what was inside the chest, a chest unearthed from the sacred mountain must contain a great treasure. Perhaps the god's bone was among them as well. For a moment, everyone's eyes turned red. There were many martial progenitor realm experts here, but due to their limited talents, they had been stuck at the same cultivation level for over 10,000 years. It would be difficult for them to have a breakthrough in their lifetime. However, if they obtained the god's bone, they would have the talent of a god. It was even possible for them to step into a new realm. It's mine. In the Flying Dragon organization, an old man transformed into a black mist and quickly charged towards the sacred mountain. He was a 17-kill expert, a peak martial progenitor realm expert. Damn, that's Elder Yu. How cunning. Don't let him get the treasure. Look, the clouds on the sacred mountain have dispersed. That means it's fine for us to ascend the sacred mountain. The various forces were starting to get restless. Ah. When the old man sensed everyone's angry roars, he immediately smiled smugly. The one who struck first had the advantage. As long as he obtained those treasure chests, he would have a way to leave the battlefield. Therefore he was not afraid. Following that, he looked at the gigantic crimson skeleton and licked his lips. King Blood Skeleton? It seems to be a demigod existence. However, I'm an assassin and I'm good at delivering a fatal blow. Even a demigod can be killed. A dagger appeared in his hand as he condensed all his strength, causing the dagger to instantly disappear. He had a 4th-grade ultimate desolate body and his progenitor's power had reached 70%. A fatal blow was naturally not to be underestimated. The dagger was completely formless and colorless. It had even disappeared from this world. With such a killer move, even a god would find it difficult to guard against it. At the same time, a dagger appeared above the crimson skeleton's head. With a terrifying killing intent, it slashed down. Although it did not seem powerful, everyone knew that such a killer move was the most terrifying. Bastard. Many people cursed. With a slash of the dagger, the crimson skeleton's head immediately split open, as though it could not withstand a single blow. Ah. The 17-kill assassin laughed smugly as he hurriedly shot towards the ancient lake. This caused everyone's eyes to turn red with envy. Ningbo Tao from the New Heavenly Court and Duan Wuhan from the Duan family roared angrily, "Elder Yu, how dare you!" However, just as the old man was about to reach the ancient lake, an arm suddenly appeared and grabbed the old man. The old man was alarmed as he realized that it was the King Blood Skeleton's attack. The King Blood Skeleton is not dead? At this moment, the huge King Blood Skeleton stared at the old man in its hand. Its empty eye sockets revealed only a trace of coldness. Its head was full of cracks from being injured by the dagger, but it did not seem to feel anything at all. Bang! The skeleton clenched its hand and blood flowed out of its palm. After a miserable cry, the 17-kill assassin was deader than dead. Moreover, the blood that was left on the sacred mountain was actually absorbed by the sacred mountain. Terrifying. The entire area around the sacred mountain fell into a deathly silence. This was because a peak martial progenitor had died just like that. One must know that such a level of cultivation was not to be trifled with in the final world. For a moment, the experts of the various factions did not dare to move. In the distance, Lin Ling and the 9th God Eye laughed. What a majestic King Blood Skeleton. Kill it, the more you kill, the better. Obviously, Lin Ling and the others were extremely happy to see their enemy having a hard time snatching the treasure. What should we do? At this moment, an old woman from the Fuhang Manor said. She was 13 blessings, one of the 13 strongest people in the Fuhang Manor. What can we do? The treasure is right in front of us. If you want it, go get it. Someone from the divine escort mansion sneered. They were all very cunning. No one wanted to be the first to eat the crab. Everyone, how about this? Let's join forces and kill the king blood skeleton first. Then we'll fight for the treasure with our strength. At this moment, a majestic voice floated out. Was Duan Wuhan. Many people immediately looked at him. They were somewhat in awe of this person. Haha, Duan Wuhan, don't tell me you're using us as tools. Chapter 34-43. Fighting the Blood Skull King. However, even though he was seen through, Duan Wuhan was not angry. He said lightly, this Blood Skull King is obviously a monster guarding the treasure. In the current situation, what else can we do except join forces? You know, after the treasure is unearthed, if we don't seize it, it will fly away and disappear in the 9 regions and the myriad worlds. At that time, who can find it? As soon as these words came out, everyone's face became serious. This was indeed the case. Not to mention these divine treasures, even the fleece flower with spiritual energy would disappear if it wasn't tied up with a red rope. I can guarantee that as long as we join forces, the Duan family will also send a large number of experts. Is that okay? Duan Wuhan said again. Hearing this, everyone was finally moved. They were afraid that they would be used by the Duan family, but the Duan family would also send experts. In this way, if they died, many people from the Duan family would also die. Okay, I Ningbo Tao agree. Kill the Blood Skull King first and then compete for the treasure. The Flying Dragon organization also agrees. The Jianghu family also agrees. Around the sacred mountain, everyone had the same goal. In the distance, Lin Ling and the others frowned. Because these big forces had joined forces, it would be difficult for Lin Ling and the others to cause trouble. The Great Devil Sect will join. The Immortal Temple will also join. And the Land of Eternal Rest. Moreover, 3 of the 9 regions' 10 evils had joined. Although they were not on good terms with the forces of the 9 regions, they also knew that if they did not join forces, they would have no hope of getting the treasure. Haha, then let's unite as one. Seeing that all the experts had agreed, Duan Wuhan suddenly smiled heroically. Flame Emperor, you will be the vanguard. In order to prove that he was not selfish, he called on the Duan family and the people of the Yen state to take the lead. Flame Emperor nodded immediately and rushed toward the sacred mountain with a large number of experts. New Heavenly Court, move out. Fuxing Manor, move out. When the other forces saw this, they immediately sent out their experts. Kakaka. Atop the sacred mountain, the Blood Skull King stood motionless like a god. Its empty eye sockets were looking down at the ground. It seemed to know that these experts were about to attack it. Suddenly, a mysterious melody was emitted from its body. It was like an invisible ripple that spread to the vicinity of the sacred mountain. Kakaka. The skeletons on the sacred mountain immediately rushed down in an attempt to block the invading enemies. Rumble. Moreover, there were endless skeletons crawling out from the ground of the divine mountain. It made one's scalp go numb. The Blood Skull King was like a deity that could summon the gods and summon them. Everyone be careful. Many people had seen how powerful those skeletons were, so their expressions were extremely solemn. Bang bang bang. Boom. Boom. The entire starry sky forest shook violently, and the 2 powerful forces clashed madly. Both sides were indomitable existences. When the 2 sides collided, the aura was terrifying. It was simply the peak of the 9 provinces. Far away in the outskirts of the starry sky forest, the students of the academies had also noticed the scene in the distance. Their faces were all pale with fright, and they didn't dare to take a step closer. No. A fierce battle broke out, and many powerful cultivators were killed by the skeletons. There were white and green skeletons. The green skeletons were the most difficult to deal with. They were fast and had spiritual intelligence. Although the white skeletons were slow, their bones were hard and they were not afraid of death. The most important thing was that there were too many of them. Blood had almost dyed the foot of the sacred mountain red. Of course, many of the skeletons had also been destroyed, and the sacred mountain was littered with skeleton fragments. As for Duan Wuhan and the rest, their expressions were solemn. For the treasure, their forces had paid a great price. It could be said that 2/3 of the foot of the mountain had been destroyed. If they couldn't get the treasure, they would suffer a great loss today. Kill. Duan Wuhan shouted coldly. Riding on his golden horse, he finally moved out. Seeing this, Ningbo Tao and the other powerful cultivators also moved out. Their strength was stronger, and they managed to open a bloody path in the army of skeletons. Ka. However, at this moment the Blood Skull King on the mountaintop also moved. A huge blood-bone saber appeared in its hand. It held the saber and slashed at the enemies. Flaming Emperor, help me. Duan Wuhan was the fastest. When he saw the Blood Skull King attacking, he roared. The Flaming Emperor immediately arrived. The two of them joined forces to block the saber. Rumble. The saber was about to split open the void. It was extremely terrifying. Duan Wuhan and the rest immediately spat out blood, but their eyes turned red. The Blood Skull King was really terrifying. I'll help you. At this moment, Ningbo Tao and the other powerful cultivators also arrived. They joined forces to fight against the Blood Skull King. They all had powerful talents and were at the peak of the martial ancestor realm. When they joined forces, they actually blocked the attack of a demigod. Good, that's it. Duan Wuhan immediately smiled excitedly and called on all the powerful cultivators to kill the Blood Skull King. Rumble. Their means were extremely terrifying. When they joined forces, not only were the skeletons on the sacred mountain killed, but they also killed their own people. However, they didn't care about that now. All they cared about was the treasure. However, the Blood Skull King was really powerful. It had blocked so many powerful cultivators and was still alive. On the contrary, many cracks had appeared on its huge skeleton, and the cracks continued to spread. Damn, even the top 10 martial gods of the 9 provinces wouldn't dare to fight against us when we joined forces. This skeleton's bones are so hard. Realizing this, many people felt a chill in their hearts. If they didn't join forces, they could only run away in a one-on-one fight against such an ancient god. The Blood Skull King is about to collapse. Everyone work harder. At this time, Duan Wuhan spoke again. He was also seriously injured and blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. Moreover, even though the top cultivators had joined forces, 1 or 2 of them had died. Fortunately, all the skeletons on the sacred mountain had been destroyed, and only the Blood Skull King was left. In this way, everyone could besiege the Blood Skull King. Looking from afar, the scene was extremely spectacular. The huge Blood Skull King was fighting against the powerful cultivators of the world without fear of death. Lin Ling and the 9th God's Eye were watching the battle from afar. Their expressions were extremely grave. In terms of time, it was only a matter of time before the Blood Skull King fell. And once the Blood Skull King fell, all the treasures would belong to Duan Wuhan and the others. Lin Ling, think of something. The 9th God's Eye couldn't help but become anxious. His goal was to cause trouble, but he didn't know how to do it now. Lin Ling, on the other hand, remained silent as he activated his 10,000 mammoth's demonic eyes and stared at the Blood Skull King. Boom. At this time, the right arm of the Blood Skull King exploded, and bones flew everywhere, killing a large number of people. However, Duan Wuhan and the others were stunned, and then they all laughed. The Blood Skull King was injured. Kill? They raised their morale and attacked with all their might. Boom. With another explosion, the left arm of the Blood Skull King exploded. Boom. Chapter 34-44. Undying Skeleton. The Blood Skull King was only left with its head and body. However, it still didn't fear death. It was as if it was its mission to protect the treasure. Haha, arrogant, let's see how arrogant you can be. Ningbo Tao was also covered in blood, but he couldn't hold back his excitement and laughed loudly. All the experts were breathing heavily, but when they thought of the treasure that was about to be in their hands, they also laughed happily. You only have a head and a body left. What can you do? Now I'll give you a chance. Submit to me. Duan Wuhan walked forward step by step and came to the Blood Skull King's side with his hands behind his back. The Blood Skull King was a demigod existence. If it could submit to Duan Wuhan would have a powerful left and right arm. Crack. However, the Blood Skull King didn't speak. Instead, its skeleton shattered. One of the fragments shot toward Duan Wuhan, but Duan Wuhan dodged it. His cheek was also scratched. This might be the Blood Skull King's reply. Duan Wuhan wiped the blood off his face and tasted it. He couldn't help but laugh coldly. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. As soon as he finished speaking, he lifted his right leg high up in the air, and a terrifying aura erupted from his body. In the sky, an ancient mammoth appeared and lifted its leg high up in the air before stomping down heavily on the Blood Skeleton King. At this moment, an incomparably ferocious wave rolled out, and those who were weak were directly swept off the sacred mountain. Is this Duan Wuhan's talent? Although he was injured before, he didn't use his talent. This is the first time. Can you tell what his talent is? All the experts were shocked. Although Duan Wuhan's realm was not high, his talent was strong and fierce. It was said that he had the bloodline of a god. It was the bloodline of one of the 4 great gods. Boom. This kick was indeed terrifying, and it caused the godly mountain to tremble. The Blood Skeleton King was unable to block it at all. Cracks appeared on the bones of the Blood Skeleton King, and soon after, it exploded. Countless bone fragments scattered on the ground. Dead. The demigod Blood Skull King was dead. Everyone laughed, and they laughed with extreme joy. This was because even though the Blood Skull King was a demigod, it was actually a martial god. This was because its bones were too hard and its defense was too strong. Everyone's laughter resounded throughout the divine mountain, shaking the heavens and earth. Far away, Lin Ling's group was frowning, and the 9th god Eye let out a long sigh. It seemed that he couldn't stop those fellows from seizing the treasure. No, that's not the Blood Skeleton King. It's the Undying Skeleton. Lin Ling's words left the 9th god Eye dumbfounded, not understanding what Lin Ling meant. However, Lin Ling had no time to explain. He hurriedly led the 9th god Eye and the criminals toward the divine mountain. At this moment, everyone on the divine mountain was still laughing. They could not help but feel excited. Some of the more impatient experts even took out wine to drink, as if they were preparing a celebratory feast. Duan Wuhan, with his hands behind his back, glanced at the people of the Duan clan. He found that most of them were dead, but he did not feel any heartache. Because as long as he brought the treasure back to the Duan clan, not only would the Duan clan not blame him, they would even reward him greatly. Exchanging several hundred martial ancestors for a treasure, the Duan clan had clearly profited. Thinking of this, Duan Wuhan's gaze fell on the surroundings. Suddenly he frowned. This was because the skeleton fragments around them were actually tumbling. If one didn't look carefully, they would think that it was the wind that was blowing. However, Duan Wuhan knew that it was not the wind that was blowing. Instead, the skeleton fragments were being summoned and were gathering at this moment. Subconsciously, Duan Wuhan looked in the direction of the bone fragments, and then his face changed. He shouted, "Not good, the Blood Skull King is not dead." As soon as his voice fell, everyone stopped laughing and frowned. The Blood Skull King was not dead? Previously, they had sacrificed so many people to blow up the Blood Skull King. If the Blood Skull King was not dead, would they have to fight the previous battle again? At the thought of this, they shuddered all over. If such a battle were to occur again, they would most likely be completely annihilated. Look, there is a blood-colored bone fragment over there. Suddenly, someone pointed to the front and said. On the ground in front of them, a palm-sized bone fragment of the blood skull was lying on the ground, and the bone fragments around it were rolling toward it. Destroy the blood skull fragment. Everyone immediately reacted and let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they found the blood skull fragment and prevented the Blood Skull King from resurrecting. An old man was closest to the blood skull fragment, so he took the lead and pounced on it, slamming his palm toward the ground. Yes, ancient Grand Wizard. Everyone immediately laughed as if they had solved a mortal enemy. However, before the old man could get close to the blood skull fragment, a sword slashed from afar and cut off the old man's arm, spilling blood all over the ground. Then, a figure stood in front of the blood skull fragment and looked at everyone with a smile. This time, everyone was stunned. What did this guy mean? You cut off my arm. As for the old man whose arm was cut off, he was roaring angrily. You're wrong. I should have cut off your head. However, the newcomer was extremely arrogant. With a wave of his sword, he cut off the old man's head. The old man died unjustly. If he was in his peak condition, he would definitely be able to block that sword. However, he was already exhausted after the battle with the Blood Skull King, so he was easily killed by the newcomer. You know what you are doing. Seeing this, everyone was furious. This person seemed to want to harm me, so I killed him. It's that simple. However, the newcomer was still smiling, as if what had just happened had nothing to do with him. That carefree smile had undoubtedly infuriated everyone. I don't know who you are, but you better get out of my way now, or don't blame me for being impolite. A powerhouse of the new heavenly court said coldly. Oh, what impoliteness. You'd better tell me clearly. Unfortunately, the person who had come was still unhurried, and his tone was even lazy. Anger. The powerhouse was stunned and trembled with anger. Does this guy know what he is doing? Don't be fooled, everyone. He is deliberately stalling for time. At this time, Ningbo Tao seemed to have come to his senses and said coldly, Stalling for time? Everyone looked behind the newcomer, and only then did they realize that the blood-red skull fragment was getting bigger and bigger. Damn it. This guy pretended to be stupid and crazy, so he did it on purpose. Who are you? Why are you ruining our plans? Ningbo Tao looked at the mysterious man with hostility, and the others were also filled with killing intent. Only a fool would dare to offend people from all the major forces at the same time. Hee, I am an old acquaintance of yours. The mysterious man shrugged his shoulders and unhurriedly took off the brim of his hat, revealing a delicate and pretty face. Seeing this face, many people came to their senses and said in a daze, "You are the son of the devil?" At this time they finally understood why the newcomer had stopped them. Chapter 34-45. Stalling for Time. The son of the devil was someone who only wished for the world to be in chaos. He was not afraid of heaven or earth. He was an old enemy of all the major forces, so how could he let them off easily? Now they had finally killed the blood skeleton, but the son of the devil came to make trouble, trying to resurrect the blood skeleton. At this moment, if looks could kill, Lin Ling would have been slashed 1,000 times by the gazes of the experts. However, Lin Ling did not seem to care about their killing intent at all. Instead, he slowly took off his head, revealing his blue and white robe. Why are you so fierce? We are old rivals. Can't we talk nicely when we meet? Sigh. His tone was as if he was talking to a friend. But in fact he was just stalling for time. And this kind of casual tone undoubtedly made the faces of the experts crooked. They were all life and death enemies, so how could they talk nicely? Son of the devil, I know your purpose, but you seem to think too highly of yourself. Do you think you can mess up our plan by yourself? Sigh. At this time, Duan Wuhan, who had been silent, also spoke. This was the first time he saw Lin Ling, but he had to say that Lin Ling was quite bold. In front of such strong experts, he actually dared to show his face. He also slowly looked at the blood skeleton fragments. He knew that it would take some time for the blood skeleton to be resurrected, so he was not in a hurry. On the contrary, he wanted to see what Lin Ling could say. However, no matter what Lin Ling said, he would die here today. I think it shouldn't be difficult to stop you. Sigh. Lin Ling also spoke, still as casual as before. Do you think stalling for time is useful? Even if I give you an incense stick's worth of time, you can't change anything. Duan Wuhan seemed to have seen through Lin Ling and smiled faintly. Hearing this, everyone looked at the blood-red skull fragments and couldn't help but smile. Every single one of them was an ambitious and ruthless character, capable of dominating a region of the 9 prefectures. Previously they had lost their minds because they were afraid of the Blood Skull King. But now they realized that the Blood Skull King needed a certain amount of time to revive. During this period of time, they were confident that they could kill the son of the devil and destroy the blood skull fragments. Therefore they were not in a hurry. Son of Devil Lin Ling. It was an old man wearing a monk's robe. There was a Buddhist light on his body, but if one looked closely, there was a devil within the Buddha. This was an elder from the Immortal Temple. Lin Ling looked at him and asked calmly, "Has your saint arrived?" Son of the devil, the saintess didn't come. Moreover, the Immortal Temple didn't expect you to know the saintess. The saintess won't be with you. Right now she is transforming. As long as she succeeds, she will become the great Buddha saintess of the Immortal Temple. She will also forget about you completely. The old man said calmly. Lin Ling was furious. Enuer had lost her memories after becoming the saintess of the Immortal Temple. Otherwise Enuer would definitely come back. He had always wanted to bring Enuer back, but because he wasn't strong enough, he could only wait. Lin Ling, don't be impulsive. Enuer is in the Immortal Temple. Although she can't come back for the time being, she is constantly becoming stronger. This is also her opportunity. At this time, a faintly discernible voice entered Lin Ling's ears, causing Lin Ling to be stunned for a moment. Then he nodded. Indeed, Enuer would be safer if she stayed in the Immortal Temple. Moreover, she could become stronger. When the Immortal Temple elder saw that Lin Ling had suddenly calmed down, he was immediately displeased. The reason he had said all this before was to make Lin Ling lose his mind. However, he didn't expect Lin Ling to suppress it so well. In the beginning, the Immortal Temple didn't put the name of the Son of Devil in their eyes. However, in the Eternal Forbidden Forest, Lin Ling was stabbed by Enuer, but he was still alive. Then he killed the god, killed the devil, and then went to the Great Battle of the Yan Province and the Great Battle of the Qing Province. The insignificant existence in the past had finally become a famous figure in the 9 regions. All of these made him not dare to underestimate Lin Ling. If he maintained this kind of progress, Lin Ling would become a big problem. In the eyes of the immortal temple elder, a thick killing intent flowed out. Of course it wasn't only him. The experts of the Great Devil sect were the same. The fifth demon elder had died in Lin Ling's hands and was still alive. This had already caused the Great Devil sect to suffer great shame. The most important thing was that every time they wanted to wash away the shame, the son of devil would become stronger, causing them to fail again and again. This kid is really powerful. If he is used to plant goo, it will definitely be a peerless goo. The land of eternal rest was also full of hostility towards Lin Ling. As for the Flying Dragon organization and the Fuxing Manor, there was no need to say much, including the Duan family. For a time, the Divine Mountain was a little quiet, and the oppressive atmosphere filled the air. Apart from King Blood Skull, Lin Ling was also the target of everyone's attention. Now what else do you want to say? Duan Wuhan said indifferently with his hands behind his back. He didn't think that Lin Ling could survive. It was absolutely certain that he would die. He didn't expect that when he seized the god's bone, there would be an unexpected harvest. He could kill the son of devil. If so, martial god Wentian would owe him a big favor. Don't you feel ashamed that so many of you want to kill me? Moreover, in terms of seniority, you should be more famous in the final world so it can be considered as the big bullying the small. Don't you have any shame? At this time Lin Ling said lazily. It seemed to be sarcastic, but he didn't seem to be in a hurry at all. In this case, if it came from someone else's mouth, we would give him a chance. But you, the son of devil, can't do that. You once killed a deity. Duan Wuhan immediately smiled. It seemed that he had put Lin Ling on a high pedestal, but in fact he had also killed the scruples of the powerhouses. It had to be said that he was very cunning. Because if it were someone who valued face here, they would definitely not join forces to kill Lin Ling. Instead they would fight him one-on-one. This was Lin Ling's trap. Thank you. After hearing what you said, I also feel that I am a big shot. Lin Ling immediately returned a smile, but his evaluation of Duan Wuhan had also increased by 1 point. This person was very powerful. On the surface, it seemed that he could easily kill him, but he still chose to use unscrupulous means. Such people were the most difficult to deal with. Then time is up. Lin Ling, I know you want to resurrect the Blood Skull King, but you seem to have thought too highly of yourself. Duan Wuhan looked at the Blood Skull King again and smiled. Unfortunately, even if I give you time, you can't make any big waves. You really disappoint me. He said it nicely, allowing Lin Ling to stall for time. It seemed that he was extremely generous. In fact, he had already calculated the time. I don't believe you can stop us by yourself. Son of Devil Lin Ling, I heard that you are the spokesperson of miracles. Today you can create a miracle for us to see. To die here, to die by our hands, you should be satisfied. The powerhouses of all forces finally revealed their fangs. Chapter 34-46. Who said I'm alone? With their combined strength, Lin Ling couldn't possibly stop them. Even if they fought one-on-one, Lin Ling would have a hard time winning. That's right, it's hard for me to stop you all by myself, but who said I'm alone? Sigh. Just as they were about to attack, Lin Ling smiled. Not only did he not prepare for battle, he even put away the tyrannical song. Everyone was stunned. Ningbo Tao frowned and asked, "What do you mean?" Simple. Simple. Son of Demon Lin Ling, there's still us. Sigh. Just as Ningbo Tao finished speaking, a large number of experts appeared in the sky. They were all criminals. They smashed into the ground like meteors and appeared beside Lin Ling. Although these criminals weren't the strongest, there were many of them. Now, it won't be easy for you to destroy the blood skull fragments. Sigh. While Ningbo Tao and the others were stunned, Lin Ling said indifferently. Duan Wuhan's brows furrowed tightly. Lin Ling had also prepared a trick. However, he immediately laughed and said, "It'll only take an extra incense stick of time. These people are just cannon fodder." Is that so? What if I'm included? At this moment, a large spatial fluctuation appeared. The sky above the Divine Mountain twisted, and an old man in a black robe looked down at the Divine Mountain. The ninth God Eye. Damn it, the ninth God Eye has been with Lin Ling all this time. I actually forgot about him. Damn it, we were tricked. We should have killed Lin Ling from the start. The experts were stunned at first, then their faces darkened with anger. The ninth God Eye was a demigod. It would take a lot of time to kill him, and if the Blood Skull King were to revive at that time, they would be in trouble. Previously they could have easily killed Lin Ling, but because they wanted Lin Ling to regret, they let Lin Ling speak slowly. Now they were the ones who regretted it. Among them, Duan Wuhan was the most regretful, and his eyes were cold. We don't have much time left. Let's kill them immediately. Ningbo Tao knew that there was no time to lose. If he delayed any longer, it would be even more disadvantageous for them. Although the ninth god Ai is a demigod, he can't compare to the Blood Skull King. We've even killed the Blood Skull King, so why should we fear him? The expert from the Flying Dragon organization also shouted angrily. My apologies, but the ninth god Ai isn't the only one joining in the fun. However, at this moment, Lin Ling's indifferent voice floated out again. Stop trying to be mysterious. Could it be that you, the son of the devil, can summon some experts? Duan Wuhan clearly didn't believe him. Sai, why don't you believe me when I tell you the truth? Think about it, what great forces have come to the sacred mountain that hasn't appeared yet? Lin Ling shrugged and spread his hands. It seems that the Creation Alliance hasn't appeared yet. Could it be? All the powerhouses reacted and their hearts trembled. Was the Creation Alliance going to help Lin Ling? However, the more they were worried about something, the more it appeared in the sky. The ferocious nine-lantern demonic fish cut through the clouds and arrived with a large number of experts. The person in the lead had a faint smile on his face. It was nine-lantern fish Lu Chen. Previously, it was also him who had warned Lin Ling about an error in the Immortal Temple. They had already contacted each other a few days ago and had reached an agreement. The Creation Alliance. Everyone looked at nine-lantern fish Lu Chen, fuming with anger. At the beginning they wouldn't have feared the Creation Alliance. After all, they had more experts on their side. However, they had already fought a great battle with the Blood Skull King and suffered countless casualties. Now that the Creation Alliance had come to cause trouble, it would definitely have a huge impact on them. Lin Ling, the son of the devil, it's you. Duan Wuhan was the angriest of them all, roaring at Lin Ling, don't be in such a hurry. The fun isn't over yet. However, Lin Ling was not afraid at all and still spoke slowly. For some unknown reason, everyone's heart skipped a beat when they heard his words. Lin Ling had really surprised them today. Moreover, when they saw Lin Ling's lazy appearance, they couldn't help but feel angry. When they looked at the sky again, ghostly aura billowed and numerous tombs of gods and demons appeared. Everyone didn't need to look to know what kind of force it was. It was the Tomb Guardian clan. The Tomb Guardian clan also gave you face? Duan Wuhan felt incredulous. The Tomb Guardian clan was one of the 9 states' 10 evils. Generally speaking, they didn't have any contact with outsiders. How could they give Lin Ling face? He had always thought that Lin Ling only knew the God-Slayer alliance in the 9 states. Now he realized that he was wrong. Ridiculously wrong. Perhaps I, Lin Ling, am more popular. I didn't ask them for help and they decided to cooperate with me. Also, I forgot to mention that there is another big force here. At this time, Lin Ling seemed to be rubbing salt on the wound and said another sentence. There's more. The hearts of the experts from the Divine Mountain seemed to have fallen into the abyss. This son of the devil was never done. Currently, the experts on Lin Ling's side might not be able to stop the Blood Skull King's resurrection even if they used all their strength. And now there was more. Even though these ancient experts had calm temperaments, they couldn't help but curse at this moment. Ka. In fact, there was indeed another big force in the sky. Looking around, there were divine beasts all over the sky. A huge phoenix was flying over with those divine beasts. This phoenix was very strange. It actually had the azure dragon armor. It looked like a dragon and a phoenix. On top of the phoenix was an expressionless woman. She wore a standard robe and gave off a very serious feeling. Coupled with those emotionless eyes, she looked like a puppet. Shigue clan. Everyone's face was full of disbelief. The Shigue clan had concealed their identity for tens of thousands of years and didn't have any contact with outsiders. Moreover, the son of the devil wasn't from the same era as them. It was impossible for him to know them. But now the Shigue clan had joined Lin Ling's side. Son of the devil, son of the devil. All the experts shouted. The voices of people like the Flying Dragon organization and the Fuxing Manor were the loudest. This was because they knew that things were getting troublesome. With the help of the experts on Lin Ling's side, it would be very difficult for them to destroy the Blood Skull King's fragments in a short period of time. No, not in a short period of time. They were afraid that they couldn't do it anymore. If all of them were here and not injured, they might be able to destroy the Blood Skull King's fragments in a month's time. But with the current people, it was absolutely impossible. Therefore, everyone hated Lin Ling. Lin Ling's strength was not as strong as theirs, but he had stopped them at the critical moment, which was even more terrible than a fatal blow. Most importantly, Lin Ling was very cunning. Although he had so many experts to help him, he had come alone at the beginning, which made everyone careless and let them see him stalling for time. Kill him. Duan Wuhan's heart was full of shame. If it weren't for his confidence, this situation wouldn't have happened. Kill, 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 kill. Chapter 34-47. The martial god had arrived. Please, senior. In the face of Duan Wuhan's fury, Lin Ling just smiled casually. Ha ha ha. In the sky, the ninth god Ai and the other experts laughed and rushed down, erupting with powerful forces to clash with Duan Wuhan's group. The ninth god Ai was also the happiest. After being trapped for so many years, he could finally take revenge today. Therefore he was extremely merciless, killing a large number of Duan family experts. Senior Ninth, your great enemy, Flame Emperor, is over there. At this moment, Lin Ling said something at an inappropriate time. On Duan Wuhan's side, an old man's expression changed greatly, and then he glared hatefully at Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling just spread out his hands and showed an innocent look as if to say, I know you hate me but you can't kill me. Flame Emperor. The ninth god I immediately locked onto Flame Emperor, because Flame Emperor was the one he wanted to kill the most. Son of demon, you and I cannot live under the same sky. Flame Emperor roared, no longer daring to play with the divine mountain, and fled into the distance. The ninth god Ai followed closely. Today he only needed to face Flame Emperor, so he had to kill him. Because the other experts on Duan Wuhan's side would be dealt with by the Creation Alliance. A fierce battle broke out on the divine mountain. Blood spilled on the ground and was absorbed by the divine mountain. You guys work harder, the Blood Skull King is about to revive. While everyone was fighting, Lin Ling's indifferent voice occasionally floated out. This made Duan Wuhan and the others even more furious. Moreover, because they were anxious to destroy the Blood Skull King's fragments, they could not display their strength and were forced to retreat by the experts of the Creation Alliance. Lin Ling stood next to the Blood Skull King, a cold smile on his face. However, he was also surprised by the battle in Martial Ancestor's world. He could not get involved in this kind of battle unless he stepped into the Martial Ancestor realm. Then he stared at the She-Ghost clan and was secretly surprised. The She-Ghost clan had sent out all puppets. They seemed to be inanimate objects, but each puppet had intelligence. It was extremely strange. Moreover, these puppets' fighting strength was extremely tyrannical. Crack, crack. After a full hour, the crisp sound of bones breaking finally rang out. Next to Lin Ling, the gigantic blood skeleton slowly stood up. It was even bigger than before because all the skeletons had been absorbed by the Blood Skeleton King. At this moment he had most likely transformed into the Blood Skull Emperor. A ferocious aura emanated from the Blood Skull Emperor, causing everyone to tremble with fear. The battle on the Divine Mountain came to a complete halt. The huge Blood Skull King stared at Duan Wuhan and the others with its empty eye sockets, making them swallow their saliva with difficulty. They knew that the battle to the death had arrived. The previous Blood Skull King was already so difficult to deal with. How powerful would the resurrected Blood Skull Emperor be? It was simply unimaginable. Their fate seemed to be total annihilation. Ka. The Blood Skull King suddenly disappeared and turned into a bloody light, rushing towards Duan Wuhan and the others. In midair, a huge skeleton fist smashed down. The Blood Skull didn't attack Lin Ling and the others. Instead they took the initiative to attack Duan Wuhan and the others. Rumble. After the resurrection, the Blood Skull King was much more powerful than before. When the hard skeleton fist smashed down, not many people could withstand it. Immediately, half of the experts of the Fuxing Manor were killed. Retreat. Ningbo Tao shouted at the crowd. He was already planning to leave the Divine Mountain. Everyone felt as if their hearts were being cut by a knife. They had sacrificed so much and so many people had died. Were they going to return empty-handed? Wuhan, you can't even do such a small thing. You disappoint me. However, at this moment, an old voice suddenly floated in the air. As soon as this voice came out, everyone felt as if flowers were blooming and withering, as if they were going to die of old age. It was a feeling of loneliness and helplessness. Even though the experts on the Divine Mountain were in the Martial Ancestor realm and had seen countless deaths, they were still affected by this voice. Ancestor. Duan Wuhan was stunned at first, and then he shouted in surprise. Ancestor? The experts of the Flying Dragon organization were also overjoyed. The Duan family was the #1 family in the ultimate world. Behind them was one of the top 10 martial gods in the 9 prefectures. Furthermore, this person was ranked very high among the top 10 martial gods. This was why the Duan family called him the ancestor. This meant that a martial god had arrived. Even the giant Blood Skull King was looking into the distance with its empty eye sockets. The sky in the distance was still a starry world. However, ripples began to appear like the growth rings of a tree, spreading out layer by layer. Heavenly chakra. Some experts mumbled to themselves. They had heard of the Duan family's ancestors' talent. It was said that this was the talent of a god. The life chakra that could control thousands of lives and strengthen one's body, making one indestructible. Endless life chakra bloomed in the sky like a flower blooming continuously. However, it was extremely sacred and the light of treasures soared into the sky. At the center of the life chakra, a white figure walked out. It was as if he was walking in his own garden. Although his pace was not fast, he instantly appeared in front of everyone. This was a man wearing a white robe with a head of flowing white hair. He looked to be in his 40s and was extremely handsome. The white robe fluttered along with the life chakra, giving people the feeling of a god. His indifferent eyes looked at the sacred mountain, like an ancient well without any ripples. It was as if nothing in the world could move him. Duan lineage martial god. One of the top 10 martial gods of the 9 regions. All the experts on the sacred mountain, whether they were friends or foes, held their breaths at this moment. For them, the martial god of the 9 regions brought them too much pressure. And this was the number 1 person below the god level. Ancestor. Duan Wuhan quickly knelt down, not daring to look at the white-haired man. The man nodded. His eyes swept across the sacred mountain and also passed over Lin Ling. Of course, he only glanced at Lin Ling slightly. Most of his attention was still on the Blood Skull King. Obviously, he seemed to know Lin Ling because Lin Ling had once destroyed a god. However, he did not care about Lin Ling. To be able to let him look at Lin Ling was a great blessing. Because other experts, even the 9-lantern fish, were not qualified for him to look at. Blood Skull King. The man let out a cold voice. He stretched out his palm and circles of ripples spread out. Kaka. The Blood Skull King obviously knew that the white-haired man was the real enemy. Although it was very close to the martial god level, it was still a demigod. It seemed to be a difference of a few words, but in fact, the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. As long as it did not become a god, everything was fleeting. Bang. The Blood Skull King stomped on the sacred mountain, causing it to shake violently. Then it rushed into the sky and fought the white-haired man. Time like a painting. Chapter 34-48. Retreat. Looking from a distance, one tall and one short, one big and one small, there seemed to be no suspense in the battle. However, when the huge skeleton emperor's fist collided with the white-haired man's fist, blood spurted out, and the skeleton emperor was smashed back to the sacred mountain. The entire sacred mountain was filled with dust. Duan Wuhan and the others smiled excitedly. The ancestor was really powerful. Picturesque landscape. At this moment, the white-haired man spat out a sentence and punched out again. A miracle had appeared. Hundreds of flowers bloomed around the originally lonely divine mountain. Countless plants grew. This was no longer a barren land. It was simply a world full of life. What a terrifying means. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. However, the blood skeleton emperor was still unafraid of death. As soon as it hit the ground, it immediately rushed to the sky and collided with the white-haired man's fist. Rumble. When the two fists collided, the white-haired man's fist hit the blood skeleton emperor's arm, and cracks immediately appeared on the blood skeleton emperor's arm. Previously, when all the powerhouses joined forces, countless people had died, and they had exhausted all their strength to crack the blood skeleton emperor's arm. But the Duan lineage martial god only needed 2 punches. Lin Ling, retreat immediately. The 10 martial gods of 9 regions are not people we can resist. While Lin Ling was surprised by the strength of the 2 martial gods, the voice of 9 lanterns fish Lu Qin came. Leave. The woman of the Guishi tribe also said coldly. Obviously, they knew that the situation was hopeless. If they were late to escape, it was possible that they would be wiped out. Martial god powerhouses. Lin Ling clenched his fists. In this battle he had grasped the right time, the right place and the right people. He could have killed all his enemies, but who knew that the arrival of the martial god would reverse the situation? In the face of powerful strength, no matter if it was a conspiracy or an overt plot, everything was useless. You want to leave? Ningbo Tao and the others obviously knew what Lin Ling was thinking. Although they could not stop Lin Ling and the others from joining forces as long as they could buy some time, and when the Duan lineage martial god killed the blood skeleton emperor, Lin Ling and the others would die. Ha ha ha. When they thought of this they couldn't help but laugh. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. At this moment Lin Ling must be in great pain. After all, he was supposed to win. Boom. However, just as they were about to attack Lin Ling and the others, a huge skeleton fist smashed down. The experts of the Flying Dragon organization were unable to react in time, and half of them were instantly killed. Rivers of blood flowed, and all of it was absorbed by the divine mountain. Then, in front of Lin Ling, a tall blood skull emperor stood there, as if its head was the sky and its feet were on the ground. Everyone was stunned. The blood skull emperor was actually helping Lin Ling. This was too enviable. Even Lin Ling was a little surprised. He hadn't expected the blood skeleton to have intelligence. Previously he had helped the blood skeleton and now the blood skeleton was helping him, Lin Ling. Crack crack. The blood skeleton's body was full of cracks, but it was like an invincible warrior and it still did not fall. Moreover, it turned to look at Lin Ling, and its empty eye sockets quietly looked at Lin Ling. For some reason Lin Ling felt that it seemed to be saying something. However, Lin Ling did not understand what it was saying. After all, he was not a skeleton. Kunlun. On the contrary, the vine on Lin Ling's left arm seemed to have come alive, and it made a sound, and it kept shouting anxiously at Lin Ling. Lin Ling and Lil Kunlun had a tacit understanding, so Lin Ling understood what Lil Kunlun was saying. His expression kept changing. Let's go, the Blood Skull Emperor can't stop the martial god. If we don't leave now we will all be wiped out. Lin Ling shouted loudly and then he shot into the sky. Ancestor, don't let him escape. How could Duan Wuhan let Lin Ling escape? He also shouted, 60% of our Duan family's people are dead, and it's all Lin Ling's fault. However, the white-haired man stood quietly in the sky and did not move. He said indifferently, don't worry about ants, the divine treasury is our priority now. Obviously, he knew that it would be difficult for him to kill Lin Ling and the others if the Blood Skull Emperor did not die. Even if he could kill them, the Blood Skull Emperor would also kill the Duan family's people, and that was not what he wanted to see. For him, the divine treasury was the most important thing. He would have plenty of opportunities to kill ants like the Creation Alliance in the future. Go! At this moment, Lin Ling shouted again, and the experts of the Great Devil sect became restless. Crack crack crack. However, the Blood Skull Emperor immediately blocked them, and it seemed that if they dared to move they would all kill them. The experts of the Great Devil sect did not dare to move. Let them escape. After all, the divine treasury is in our hands. That's right, haha, our original goal was the divine treasury. As long as we get it, everything else is trivial. There will be plenty of opportunities to kill the demon's son in the future. Then the experts laughed. Although they could not kill the demon's son, they wanted to annoy him. After all, they had won. In the end, the divine treasury belonged to them. Bastard. At this moment, Lin Ling led Nine Lantern Fish, Lu Qin, and the others into the distance. Nine Lantern Fish, Lu Qin, cursed angrily. If the Duan lineage martial god had not come, they would not have run away. Damn it. This was originally a battlefield for martial ancestors, and the Duan lineage martial god had suddenly joined in. How shameless. Not long after, the ninth god's eye caught up with Lin Ling and the others. He had killed the Flame Emperor, and when he found out what had happened, his face turned extremely ugly. Lin Ling did not say a word and led them all the way forward. Finally they arrived at the periphery of the starry sky forest. Lin Ling stopped and looked indifferently into the distance. The divine treasury is not that easy to take. If we don't leave we will all die. After looking for a while, Lin Ling said softly. He was still in shock. Lin Ling, what do you mean? Nine Lantern Fish, Lu Qin, was puzzled. The real divine bone is about to be unearthed. Lin Ling turned to look at him and said word by word. This was what Lil Kunlun had told him, and Lil Kunlun had found out from the Blood Skull Emperor. The Blood Skull Emperor had asked Lin Ling and the others to leave immediately. What? Everyone was immediately shocked. The Blood Skull Emperor was not a divine bone? Such a terrifying existence was not a divine bone? Moreover, the treasure in the lake was not a divine bone. The real divine bone was only unearthed now? This news was earth-shattering. Everyone was even more in awe of the divine realm. The real show has only just begun. All of them will die. No more than 10 people will survive. Lin Ling said again, his eyes cold. The ninth god's eye and the others immediately gasped. They were even more curious about the divine bone that had yet to be unearthed. At this moment, the battle on the divine mountain was still ongoing. The huge Blood Skull Emperor could not stop the martial god at all and had his arms broken. Duan Wuhan and the others kept laughing like victorious generals. Some of them were even more excited. They waved at the Blood Skull Emperor and said, "Little skeleton, aren't you very good at fighting? Come on, come on." They had suffered too much before, so they were venting their grievances at this moment. Ka. Even though the tall Blood Skull Emperor had lost his arms, he still stood tall like a pine tree, guarding the divine mountain like a giant. Chapter 34-49. What a terrifying sea of skeletons. The white-haired man looked at Blood Skull Emperor indifferently, shook his head and said, "You are a figure of the era of the gods, but history has changed and the gods are gone. Now it is our era. I see that you are a proud person, so I will give you a chance. Surrender to me and I will spare your life." Atop the divine mountain, Blood Skull Emperor quietly looked at the sky, not making any sound. However, its empty eye sockets revealed a trace of disdain. The white-haired man immediately nodded. He stretched out his hand and circles of ripples spread out. Then he suddenly clenched his fist and punched down. Time chakra. Layers upon layers of space exploded, and with the fist as the center, it collapsed in all directions. The Blood Skull Emperor was still indifferent. Under the punch, he was smashed into pieces and countless bone fragments sputtered in all directions. Dead. Duan Wuhan and the others smiled. This time the Blood Skull Emperor was finally dead. Go and take all the treasures. After killing the Blood Skull Queen, the white-haired man's expression remained calm. Yes. Everyone was overjoyed. Finally, no one could stop them. They shot to the top of the mountain and then looked at the ancient lake excitedly. On the ancient lake, there was a small boat with a treasure chest on it, giving off a mysterious aura. Divine bone, divinity in one step. Duan Wuhan and the others licked their lips and were about to make a move. But at this moment a sudden change occurred. The entire sacred mountain suddenly shook. Blood gushed out from the ground and flowed towards the ancient lake. Terrifying. His blood was flowing backward. Goyulu. The ancient lake at the peak of the godly mountain quietly turned the color of blood. Ancestor, what's going on? Duan Wuhan and the others quickly looked at the Duan lineage martial god. Uneasiness rose in their hearts. The white-haired man also frowned. Even with his experience, he couldn't tell what was going to happen. Suddenly, he shouted anxiously, "Leave immediately!" Goyulu. At the same time, a skeletal arm quietly stretched out from the bottom of the ancient lake. This skeletal arm was completely black and emitted a blinding luster. This caused many people's pupils to constrict. Could that be the divine bone? Rumble. Finally, a change occurred. The entire divine mountain seemed to be overturned. A large number of strange black plants rushed into the sky. As if they had been covered in dust for countless years, they were frantically growing. These plants were also extremely ferocious. Their branches and leaves were like skeletons and their flowers were like heads. Most importantly, there were so many of these plants that not only did they drown the entire godly mountain, but even the ground near the godly mountain was covered in black skeletal vines. In just a few breaths of time, the ground had already turned into a black ocean, as if countless black skeletons were piled up there. These skeletal vines eventually turned into a black sea that drowned everything. Not good. The white-robed man shouted and stretched out his left hand. A blue light appeared and turned into a vortex. At the same time, he stretched out his right hand and a red light followed. The two rays of light were combined by him. Celestial chakra. An earth-shattering voice floated out from his mouth. He had obviously sensed that something was wrong. As for the powerhouses on Divine Mountain, their faces had already turned pale from fright. In front of him was no longer a divine mountain. It was simply a sea of skeletons. The sea was endless, devouring the heavens and earth. Duan Wuhan, Ningbo Tao and the rest were all trembling. Suddenly they thought of Lin Ling and the rest from before. Lin Ling and the rest were so fast that they actually escaped from this terrifying sea of skeletons. Damn it. At this moment, everyone started cursing out loud. Previously they were still proudly clamoring because they had won this battle. Who knew that they were the real losers? What is a mere sea of skeletons? I will stop him. A powerhouse of the great devil sect roared and summoned a large number of demon beasts to rush forward. However, the black skeletons flooded over and the powerhouse immediately disappeared without a trace. He was directly submerged and could not be stopped. Most likely, his corpse was not left behind. On Divine Mountain, the powerhouses were even more panicked. However, the black plants on the ground grew crazily. Black light soared into the sky and immediately drowned them. Any method was useless. Could it be that the so-called god bone is actually not an inanimate object? The white-haired man floated in the sky and suddenly guessed something in his heart. The god bone had been unearthed. This did not mean that a treasure had been unearthed, but that a certain god from the god's era had been resurrected. Rumble. The endless black skeletons began to flood toward the white-haired man at an extremely fast speed. Celestial chakra. The white-haired man knew that there was no way to escape. He held the horrifying fate wheel in his hand and rushed forward. Looking from afar, the scene was extremely spectacular. Countless black skeletons formed an ocean and rushed toward the man. At the moment of collision, a horrifying force burst out and the forest of stars seemed to be destroyed. In a place far away, Lin Ling and the rest looked at this scene with pale faces. It felt as if a man was fighting against heaven. No matter how powerful a man was, he was nothing but a speck of dust in front of heaven. The martial god of Duan Meridian is so powerful. It seems that he has blocked the Sea of Skeletons. Could it be that the Sea of Skeletons are the skeletons of the fallen gods from the gods' era? What is ahead is simply forbidden. 9 Lanterns Fish and Lu Qin said in horror. Rumble. At this moment, the white-haired man held the celestial chakra in his hand and resisted the Sea of Skeletons. The rotating chakra in his hand emitted a light and blocked the Sea of Skeletons. However, he didn't look surprised at all. Instead, he looked more and more dignified. Looking up, he saw an even larger Sea of Skeletons coming from the horizon. In the Sea of Skeletons, an ancient giant tree formed by skeletons grew up. On the trunk of the tree there were human heads flowing. The branches were thigh bones. There were also heads blooming on the leaves. This tree was simply the most ancient forbidden in the 9 regions. Rumble. A new wave of skeletons came, which made the white-haired man know that he had lost the upper hand. I asked the heavens, where is the chakra? The white-haired man murmured to himself. A tree ring appeared on his chest and he patted his chest with both hands. Boom. Circles of light burst out and pushed back the Sea of Skeletons. However, in just a moment, the Sea of Skeletons came again. However, the white-haired man had disappeared. In the distant sky, he stood there quietly with a gloomy face. Previously he had tried his best to escape. At this moment, he knew that he had come here in vain. He was holding 2 people in each hand. They were Duan Wuhan and Ningbo Tao. Today, all the heroes of the 9 regions were here to seize the divine treasure. However, they were all wiped out. Only the 3 of them were left alive. It had to be said that this was shocking news. Martial ancestor. There were even peak martial ancestor experts. Unfortunately, none of them were left alive. If this news spread to the 9 regions, the entire 9 regions would be in turmoil. Let's go. The white-haired man watched for a moment and finally disappeared. Rumble. Chapter 3450. The mysterious intruder from the cave. In the distance, Lin Ling and the others didn't dare to stay and retreated. Today they hadn't obtained any treasures. But they didn't care because compared to Duan Wuhan's group, Lin Ling's group hadn't been completely wiped out. The treasures of a god were indeed not so easy to obtain. Everyone hurried on with their journey without stopping for a full 3 days. They only rested when the rumbling sounds in the distance became softer. But looking at the distant sky, there was still a tinge of black that made their hearts palpitate. Luckily Lin Ling, if you hadn't reminded us, we would have been completely wiped out today. After resting for a while, Lu Qin of the 9 Lanterns Fish sighed as he looked at Lin Ling. He had an extremely good relationship with Lin Ling. In the past, Lin Ling had saved his wife, White Fox, and after that he had repeatedly helped Lin Ling. But he hadn't expected that in such a short period of time, that Qingzhou Jr. had entered the strongest world of the 9 provinces. Moreover, he was extremely famous. If this had happened a few decades ago, he would never have imagined it. It was little Kunlun who reminded me. Lin Ling still felt some lingering fear, but he still smiled. Don't think so much. In any case, we're still alive, so we've profited. The 9th god Eye laughed heartily. But his words were indeed true. The other factions had been completely wiped out, but they were still alive. This was definitely a great fortune amidst the misfortune. Around them, the woman in the standard robe glanced at Lin Ling and said, I have something to do, so I'll take my leave first. Lin Ling, if you meet Prince Imogen, tell him to return to the Tin Ghost race. I have important matters to discuss with him. This woman was related to Prince Imogen of the God-Slayer Alliance, so she had helped Lin Ling before. Her only regret was that she had come to the Starry Sky Forest for nothing. However, she didn't blame anyone because the calamity from before was obvious to all. Okay. Lin Ling immediately nodded. The woman nodded. She rode on the phoenix and disappeared with a large number of puppets. Lin Ling, it's time for me to leave. As soon as the woman left, Nine Lanternfish Lu Qin stood up and smiled at Lin Ling. Lin Ling also knew that Senior Lu Qin was the leader of the Creation Alliance and had a lot of things to do, so he immediately bowed. The waters of the final world are very deep. There are many divine knights. Lin Ling, don't lose to them. I wish you good luck. A huge nine-lantern-fish appeared in the sky and flew away with the experts of the Creation Alliance. Those experts also waved goodbye to Lin Ling. Obviously, after several encounters, they were already familiar with Lin Ling. Furthermore, they were looking forward to Lin Ling's complete growth and becoming the ultimate ruler of this world. Let's go too. After everyone left, Lin Ling looked at the ninth god eye. The ninth god eye was undoubtedly in a good mood, because more than half of his enemies were dead. He took the criminals and followed Lin Ling into the distance. Following the ninth god eye, Lin Ling felt depressed because he still hadn't found the Mahanata mantra. Not long after, Lin Ling and the ninth god eye temporarily settled down in an ancient cave. After all, there was still a year until the new disciple trial, so Lin Ling couldn't be bothered to run around. All the criminals returned to the periphery of the Starry Sky Forest. Lin Ling used this time to cultivate and raise his cultivation level. At present, he was still a 5th stage saint, and his strongest talent was the 2nd grade Spacetime God Eye. However, his Heavenly Dragon Bone, Great Netherwind Dragon, and Realm-Devouring Beast all had extraordinary potential, surpassing the Spacetime God Eye. It was just that he hadn't encountered a suitable opportunity to raise his talent yet. While he was cultivating, a strange feeling suddenly surged into his mind. Kill, kill, kill. The scene that appeared in his mind was the great war of gods and demons. Countless ancient gods clashed against each other. Fight for the world consciousness. Because of your appearance, the order of this world has been disrupted. The world consciousness does not permit your existence. The world consciousness wants to destroy this world. The great war of gods and demons was extremely intense. Countless gods fell and countless demon gods were defeated. Blood flowed like rivers. Corpses piled up. The 9 provinces and the myriad worlds were destroyed. This war lasted for 10,000 years, and in the end, countless gods and demon gods fell. Only then did the war gradually die out. The destroyed 9 provinces and the myriad worlds should have become a land of death, but for some reason, this world was like bamboo shoots after the rain, and life once more began to spread. All of this contained the most profound order of the world. The great Tao, origin, intent, and even primal chaos. This was the most mysterious existence in the world. Lin Ling quietly watched all of this like a spectator. The intensity of the war made his blood boil. The deathly stillness after the war made him feel depressed. However, the chance of survival that followed made him understand something. Destroying the world was, in fact, creating the world. This seemed to be what the world consciousness wanted to say. The world consciousness, what is this? Lin Ling muttered to himself. At this moment, he did not realize that his soul power was crazily increasing. It gradually reached 12,000 steps. Your comprehension ability is indeed extraordinary. At this moment, a cold and emotionless voice rang in Lin Ling's mind. This made Lin Ling's expression change and he subconsciously opened his eyes. Unknowingly, a man was standing in front of him. This man was tall and sturdy and he wore a black armor. He stood there quietly as if he was an unreasonable great Tao power. When did this person appear in the cave? Senior Ninth did not notice? Lin Ling was shocked. Then he realized that there was a small skeleton half the height of a human standing beside this man. At this moment, this skeleton was quietly looking at Lin Ling. Those empty eye sockets gave Lin Ling a familiar feeling. But at this moment he could not remember where he had seen this small skeleton. Lin Ling did not know whether this person was an enemy or a friend, but even if he was an enemy with his current strength, he could not resist. So he asked, "Senior, those illusions were brought by you." "That's right." The man nodded. His whole person was like a puppet. His voice was very cold, but there was no emotion in it. "However, I did not expect that you would be able to comprehend something in that illusion. However, this can be considered as your opportunity. You saved it, so I should return the favor to you. However, I discovered that you have the auras of several old friends. It seems that the karma between us is not shallow. The man said again. Lin Ling was confused for a moment. Saved it? He could not help but look at the small skeleton. Suddenly, a terrible thought arose in his mind. Could it be that the small skeleton was the blood skeleton emperor? Moreover, it was not dead. Then this person in front of him. Chapter 3451. Steel slaying God Emperor. At that moment, the man seemed to know Lin Ling's thoughts. Hence, he went straight to the point and said, I am Emperor God Jianghu. I have sealed myself for countless years. A while ago the seal was just released. Of course, this is not the most important thing. It is that you have the aura of Sword Demon and that annoying old man. Hence, this is one of the main reasons why I came to see you. Lin Ling suddenly understood. The Sword Demon was obviously referring to his sword hilt. As for the old man, he was probably Xiaoyu's grandfather. Who would have thought that Xiaoyu's grandfather's background was even greater than he had imagined? Apart from that, you also have a very surprising thing, which is the vine on your arm. Meanwhile, the man spoke once more. Little Kunlun. Lin Ling was alarmed. He looked at his left arm and realized that little Kunlun had already woken up. Its vines were swaying as though it was sizing up the man. The man was also looking at the vine. His emotionless eyes changed, revealing a trace of emotion, a complex emotion. Alas. In the end, the man sighed softly and said, It hasn't woken up yet. I'll teach it a divine ability, the extreme imprisoning divine mark. This will greatly increase its strength and allow it to undergo a transformation. Hearing this, Lin Ling was immediately overjoyed. Because little Kunlun was already extremely powerful. If it could transform again, then what kind of limit could its strength reach? In fact, this was originally his. However, the man added another sentence and then pointed at little Kunlun with his right hand. A black light pattern shrouded Mini Kunlun, and Mini Kunlun instantly became dispirited as the vines sank. Lin Ling couldn't help but worry. Don't worry, it's just absorbing the fading memories. After he finished speaking, his eyebrows twitched, and the tyrannical song sword behind Lin Ling floated out. This sword has the power to slay gods. Unfortunately, the missing broken swords have not been gathered. Moreover, I think that it will be very difficult for you to obtain the remaining broken swords. Let me activate the full power of this sword hilt for you. The man quietly looked at the sword hilt as if he was reminiscing. Countless years ago, this sword's name had once shaken the era of deities, but in the end, it ended up in such a state, making him sigh greatly. The man's eyes emitted a black light that enveloped the tyrannical song sword. The tyrannical song sword immediately trembled before it regained its tranquility. I've already activated all the ancestral energy in this sword for you. But how much you can use will depend on you. Remember, the master of this sword is extremely terrifying. Hence, this sword has its own pride and divine heart. If you want to obtain its help, you have to subdue it. If you can make it submit, you will be able to activate all the ancestral energy in it. In addition, the ancestral energy in this devil sword is even more terrifying compared to ordinary ancestral energy. Of course, if you can find the remaining broken swords, you will have the power to kill immortals and destroy gods. Ancestral power. Lin Ling sucked in a cold breath. Progenitor's power, this was the power controlled by the martial ancestors. It was extremely powerful. And this sword hilt had actually activated all of its ancestral power. However, this sword hilt was also a double-edged sword. Wanting to use his ancestral power was also very difficult. Thinking of this, Lin Ling felt a little depressed. He had two powerful techniques. Killing martial ancestors and destroying gods was as easy as flipping his hand. However, these techniques had side effects. One was the sword hilt, and the other was the True Inheritance Dark Sword. If he wanted to activate the True Inheritance Dark Sword to its limit, Lin Ling would have to step into the martial ancestor realm. In the past, Li Xiaoya was already in the martial ancestor realm. With the True Inheritance Dark Sword, he rose to prominence in an era and was known as a genius. The divine weapon you have is also very powerful. Unfortunately, it's an acquired divine weapon. In terms of potential, it can't compare to the Sword Demon's sword. As if he had guessed Lin Ling's thoughts, the man suddenly said. Acquired and innate were only one word apart, but the difference was like heaven and earth. The innate divine weapons were all left behind from the era of gods. Of course, although you have many techniques left behind from the era of gods, There's an aura in your body that even I can't see through. Grasp it well. In the future, you will find that this power might be able to dominate the entire world." The man spoke again, and his expression turned serious at this moment. Lin Ling's expression changed slightly. He suddenly guessed that the power was the Chaos Divine formula. Currently he had opened 5 danshans. If he opened 9 danshans, perhaps something would happen. "Alright, I've said what I should say and returned the favor. Now I have to go." At this moment, the man turned around and left with the little skeleton. "Senior, wait, do you know the Maha Mantra?" Lin Ling hurriedly called out to him. "Maha Mantra?" The man stopped in his tracks and frowned. Then he smiled and said, "Not many people know this mantra. Since you're able to come up with this mantra, someone must have entrusted it to you." "I know this mantra. It's useless to you, but it's useful to some people. It's used to check the will of the world. Since you mentioned it, I'll pass it to you." Then, when the man saw Lin Ling nodding, he smiled again and drew in the air with his right hand. Ancient divine language appeared, and it was extremely dazzling. Then it turned into a piece of black cloth. There were many words on the cloth as if it was a Buddhist mantra. "With your current strength, you can't peek at the Maha Mantra. So, you just need to pass it to someone who needs it." Then the man pushed the cloth to Lin Ling. Lin Ling received it and hurriedly put it away. Then he asked curiously, "Senior, what is the will of the world?" Previously, during the war between the gods, he had also heard this phrase. Now that he heard it again, he felt that the will of the world seemed to be very important. "You don't need to know now. You only need to know that the ancient war between the gods was caused by the will of the world." The man looked at the top of the mountain. It was as if he could see through the mountain top and see the endless starry sky, as if he could see the war between the gods a long, long time ago. "Okay, I'm leaving. Don't let down the potential in your body. You have several great talents. Except for the God Eye's talent that is more average, the other talents have endless potential. Of course, the power in your body is the strongest existence. So, for now you should focus on increasing your strength. Perhaps in the future we will meet again. Besides that, there are more gods in this world than you can imagine. Moreover, you have the aura of a few of them. That means you've met a few of them. Fortunately, all of them are very friendly to you. However, not every god will be friendly to you. You should be more careful next time." "Okay, I should go too." The man looked deeply at Lin Ling, turned around and walked out of the cave. The little skeleton, who was following beside the man, suddenly waved at Lin Ling. This made Lin Ling stunned. He never thought that the blood skeleton emperor who made people's scalps tingle would be so cute. Chapter 3452. The trial was over. In his memories, other than Xiao Yu's grandfather, there weren't many people he couldn't see through. As for Lei Gong, Lin Ling had never met him, so he shouldn't count. Suddenly, Lin Ling recalled a person he had met a long, long time ago. It was a blue-robed youth who also possessed one of the 6 great god eyes of the universe. It was him who had introduced Lin Ling to the martial god barracks of the Azure province. Speaking of people he couldn't see through, perhaps that blue-robed youth was one of them. Although that youth also possessed one of the 6 great god eyes of the universe and his potential was the same as Lin Ling's, who could guarantee that the youth's strongest ability was his eyes. The world of the 9 provinces is filled with boundless mysteries. Even Li Xiaoyao of the past was only a junior in front of these gods. Sigh. Lin Ling could not help but sigh. The arrival of the man from before had undoubtedly opened Lin Ling's eyes. It made him feel that the current situation was just the tip of the iceberg. At this moment, a figure rushed into the cave and stared at Lin Ling in shock. "Lin Ling, what happened?" This person was the 9th god eye. He had been cultivating outside the cave when he sensed a mysterious ripple. What terrified him was that he couldn't move even if he wanted to. After all, he was a peak martial ancestor, a demigod existence. Thus, after everything had returned to normal, he had rushed into the cave to see if Lin Ling was all right. "I'm fine. A god called the Steel-Slaying God Emperor came earlier." Lin Ling chuckled and then told him what had happened. Of course, he concealed many things, only saying that the other party had come to thank him. Chi-chi. The 9th god eye immediately sucked in a cold breath of air. That terrifying existence that had killed countless martial ancestors had actually come. Moreover, he had come to thank Lin Ling? The 9th god eye couldn't help but feel envious. In the current 9 provinces and the myriad worlds, there were very few people who had the fortune to meet a god. Even he, the 9th god eye, had only heard of them and had never seen one. If he knew that not only had Lin Ling seen them, but he had even seen a few of them. He would probably be so shocked that his jaw would drop to the ground. Truly a fellow that makes one's eyes red with envy. I've heard that those who have met gods will have a bit of divine light protecting them. This sort of divine light doesn't seem to be of much help, but at a critical moment, it can change one's fate and reverse one's luck, the ninth god Eye said. This was also why all the martial artists in the world wanted to meet gods. Lin Ling nodded. No wonder that man was able to sense the divine aura on his body. It must be because of this. Don't worry, he has already left the starry sky forest. So, let's think about what to do next. Senior Ninth, I will be in seclusion for a period of time until the end of the trial. Where do you plan to go? Lin Ling asked. The ninth god Eye seemed to be staying by Lin Ling's side, but in reality he was protecting Lin Ling. Now that he heard that Lin Ling was leaving, he smiled. I should also leave. As for where I'll go, I should wander the 9 provinces as I wish. Although I killed the Flame Emperor, I still have many enemies to kill. Very well. If Senior Ninth needs anything from this junior, feel free to come to the final world, Snow City, and find me. Okay, until we meet again. The ninth god Eye smiled and left the cave. Lin Ling sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. He first glanced at little Kunlun and found that it was still sleeping, so he decided not to disturb it. Instead, he began to pay attention to the tyrannical Song Sword. This sword could stimulate the power of ancestors. It had clearly become one of Lin Ling's strongest trump cards. Moreover, the limit of this sword was to slay immortals and gods. This made Lin Ling even more expectant of the remaining broken swords. While he was comprehending the tyrant Song Sword, a mysterious power suddenly came from the sword and enveloped Lin Ling's entire body. After this power entered Lin Ling's body, it immediately rushed to the space-time divine steel, causing the colorful flames to surge. Lin Ling was shocked. He then guessed that this was left behind by that man. He had left behind a divine power to help him stimulate the potential of the space-time divine eye. And this power was sacred and ancient, as if it could do anything. It gave Lin Ling a feeling of defying the heavens and changing his fate. In the depths of his dantian, the space-time divine eye had risen by another level, reaching the ultimate third-grade desolate body. Moreover, during this process, Lin Ling's cultivation had also risen, reaching the 6th stage of the Saint Realm. All 5 of his dantians had reached perfection. In the end, the divine energy disappeared. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Ling opened his eyes, and an excited look appeared on his face. His strength had increased by more than 40%. It had to be known that after the battle not long ago, he deeply felt his own insignificance. But now he was one step closer to the world of gods. Of course, compared to the increase in realm, Lin Ling was the happiest about the improvement of the space-time divine eye. This was because increasing the realm was not difficult, but increasing the ultimate desolate body was a headache. Unfortunately, the dragon bone and the great nether wind dragon required more precious dragon pearls. Otherwise, he could have cultivated the 6th arrow of the great solar calamity bow. In addition, the realm-swallowing beast's talent was also extraordinary, but he had not found a suitable way to improve it. Ka. Lin Ling stood up. An ancient aura spread out from his body. He was like a god or an emperor. With a step, he had the power to awaken tens of thousands of creatures. This was the power of the universe's great Tao. However, it was very weak on Lin Ling's body. Then Lin Ling walked out of the cave. His eyes looked at the dark starry sky, and his mind recalled bits and pieces of the past. The ancient face sect of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, the 7 profound martial house of the Rainforest Holy Land, the Qing province, and so on. Without knowing when, Lin Ling had already spent countless years learning martial arts. Thinking back, all of this had not been easy. And Lin Ling's accumulated martial arts foundation was also vast and boundless. If anyone could obtain Lin Ling's memories, they could instantly become a powerhouse. And this martial arts foundation was precious. It was an indispensable step in comprehending the universe's great Tao. Let's go back. Lin Ling stepped out and once again set foot on his journey. In the ancient starry sky forest, Lin Ling was like a lonely swordsman, moving forward on the lonely earth. Unknowingly, a year had passed. At the outermost periphery of the starry sky forest, an ancient god's transmission array appeared. This god's transmission array was extremely large, occupying several large mountains. This was the god's transmission array from the Snow Wind Academy. Obviously, the 1-year trial for new students had ended. Mission complete. Good, we have a chance to become a student of the Divine Second Hall. Beneath the mountains, the powerhouses of the Snow Wind Academy were overjoyed. This nightmare was finally over. They knew that in this short year they had suffered countless casualties. Especially the great battle in the depths of the Starry Sky Forest. This had simply frightened them to death. Luckily they could leave now. It could be said that besides a powerhouse on the level of the Dean, no one else would be able to touch the great battle in the depths of the Starry Sky Forest. It's over. Chapter 34-53. What a lucky guy. In the past year, each day felt like a year to them. Especially when they thought of the man in their class, Lin Ling, they had mixed feelings. If it wasn't for Lin Ling, they definitely wouldn't have been able to complete the mission. Zhuang Yanming and the rest also thought the same. They silently looked into the distance and sighed as they walked into the teleportation array. Do you think he's still alive? Someone suddenly said in a low voice, causing the surroundings to become very quiet. A few days ago you all saw that there seemed to be a great battle in the depths and he seemed to have entered the depths. With his strength sigh. Yes, I know that many experts have gathered in the depths. They are all looking for the sacred mountain because a friend of my father's was fated to participate in that operation. He even said to me that he would come and find me after the matter was over. But now he has disappeared without a trace. Perhaps he has already fallen. That senior is at the peak of the martial ancestor realm. That means that he should have died in the depths. Chu Yun and the rest's faces dimmed. They all thought that Lin Ling was already dead. After all, the Starry Sky Forest was one of the 7 forbidden lands in the 9 prefectures. It naturally had its terrifying aspects. Even martial ancestor realm experts didn't dare to move freely in this place, let alone Lin Ling who was at the sage stage. Then, the teleportation array bloomed with light and sent everyone back to the Snow Wind Academy. At this moment, the Snow Wind Academy was extremely lively. Because the freshman trial had ended, many of the students in this batch could enter the Shin Second Hall. Especially those who had obtained the Star Origin Stone, entering the Shin Second Hall was a certainty. Many experts of the Snow Wind City stood there quietly, smiling as they watched this scene. The freshman trial had actually attracted many of the big shots of the Snow Wind City. After a series of excited conversations, suddenly, many people looked at the teleportation array. Lin Ling, is he back? Someone said indifferently. Among the current freshmen, Lin Ling was undoubtedly the most eye-catching because before entering the Starry Sky Forest, Lin Ling's arrogance was obvious to all. But now, it seemed that Lin Ling hadn't returned. What's the use of a guy who got in through the back door if he's not dead? At this moment, a young man laughed sinisterly. After he finished speaking, he looked at teacher Zhou Lin. Obviously, he was teacher Zhou Lin's student. Everyone suddenly laughed. Many people still regarded Lin Ling as trash who got in through the back door. Wait, he isn't someone who got in through the back door. Take back your words or don't blame me for being rude. But at this moment another voice surprisingly was Es Zhuang Yanming Zhuang? Zhuang Yanming, don't you? Why are you? However, although I don't know what treasure that fellow used to curry favor with you, the fact that he's dead is an unchangeable fact. That's right. In the new student trial, there's only a slim chance of survival. Only those who are truly fearless can survive, and he obviously isn't one. Other than Zhuang Yanming's group, the rest looked down on Lin Ling. This made Zhuang Yanming and the rest furious because Lin Ling had saved their lives. Moreover, they had witnessed Lin Ling's strength. They were just about to speak. But at this moment, the teleportation device suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Then a young man in a blue and white robe appeared. The young man carried a huge sword on his back and his face was calm. His eyes were different from the others. You wouldn't be shocked even if the sky collapsed. After he appeared, he wasn't as excited as the others. Instead, he had no reaction. It was as if he hadn't returned from the Starry Sky Forest but had just returned from a trip home. He was Lin Ling. How is he still alive? He seemed to be alone in the Starry Sky Forest. Looking at Lin Ling, all the freshmen widened their eyes. One should know that the freshman trial consisted of 100 people. Even so, many of them had died. However, Lin Ling was alone and he was still alive? He must be hiding somewhere. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to pass the trial. An expert said in disbelief. Moreover, he was extremely jealous in his heart. A bunch of ignorant fools. However, Zhuang Yanming and the rest looked at the freshman with disdain. That was because only they knew how Lin Ling had survived in the outer region of the Starry Sky Forest. He had become the leader of the rogues. However, they were also surprised that Lin Ling was still alive. After all, they knew that Lin Ling had entered the depths of the Starry Sky Forest. A catastrophe had happened there and even a martial ancestor had fallen. However, Lin Ling had still come out alive. That was unbelievable. So powerful. Fairy Xan Yen and the rest looked at Lin Ling passionately. That was because Lin Ling appeared to be very calm, which was different from the other freshmen's excitement. From this point of view, it showed the difference between them. Lin Ling had entered the Starry Sky Forest as if he was taking a stroll in his own backyard. His aura is different from ours. Although he hides it well, his experience and vicissitudes of life will still be revealed when he's not paying attention. Chu Yun also spoke up. She was a martial artist of the final world and also the descendant of a duke. Although she had fought many battles since she was a child, she naturally couldn't compare with Lin Ling in terms of life and death battles and great waves. After all, in the final world, due to the supervision of God, no martial artist dared to be too arrogant. It was not as cruel as the land of the 9 states. Earring, among us you are the most similar to Lin Ling. You have that indescribable aura. Chu Yun looked at her and said. Earring was an assassin from the Flying Dragon organization. Naturally, she had experienced more than Chu Yun and the rest. However, Earring shook her head and said, I'm still not as good as him. Although she was an assassin from the Flying Dragon organization, she started from a small existence and gradually became famous in the land of the 9 states. However, Lin Ling was an even more terrifying existence. He also started from a small existence, even smaller than Earring. However, Lin Ling could already hold his own in the land of the 9 states. That was the difference between them. At this moment, Lin Ling did not pay attention to the others. Instead, his eyes fell on an old woman. Then he smiled and nodded. The old woman was delighted. She knew what Lin Ling meant. He must have found the Maha incantation. That meant that Lin Ling had completed the first trial mission that Lei Gong had arranged. This made her very surprised. After all, the other trial takers would need at least 10 years to complete the mission. However, Lin Ling did not even take 2 years. In addition to her, Song Chiri also smiled excitedly. The young master was indeed powerful. He had heard that many martial ancestors had gathered in the Starry Sky Forest. Therefore he had been worried about Lin Ling. However, he did not dare to interfere in the divine trials. Fortunately, the young master had returned safely. Brother Lin Ling. At the same time, Xiao Yu, Do Kanying and the others were also there. They all smiled excitedly. Lin Ling, you're still alive. What a lucky guy. However, at this moment, a cunning and mean voice suddenly sounded. It was teacher Zhou Lin. Chapter 34-54. If you agree to bet, you must accept your loss. However, Lin Ling still ignored the crowd and looked at the sky with emotion. He wasn't lamenting the fact that he had survived a calamity, because he was already used to this kind of life. What he lamented was the difference between Miao Prefecture and the outside world. The order here was better and the killing wasn't so obvious. Lin Ling, I'm talking to you. Can you hear me? When Zhou Lin saw that Lin Ling was ignoring him, he felt even more uncomfortable. In any case, he was a teacher, an emissary of God. However, in front of so many people, Lin Ling actually treated him like a passerby. No, he wasn't even qualified to be a passerby. This was because Lin Ling didn't even look at him. That's enough, Zhou Lin. Stop talking. At this moment, the vice principal spoke up for Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling had completed the freshman trial. In addition, he guessed that Lin Ling's background wasn't small, so he would definitely speak up for Lin Ling. This made Zhou Lin even angrier. He couldn't help but glance at Siluan. When he saw the smile on Siluan's face, the fire of jealousy in his heart continued to burn. Teacher Siluan. He had been pursuing her for many years. Originally, the reason why he had bullied Lin Ling was because he wanted to help teacher Siluan vent her anger and win her favor. But now, Siluan had changed from being Lin Ling's enemy to being on the same side as Lin Ling. This made him swallow the anger in his heart. Of course, he knew that the reason for this was because Lin Ling was constantly rising, and no one could suppress him. Vice Principal, for Lin Ling to pass the freshman training, it can only be said that his luck is not bad. Although I personally believe that luck is also a part of one's strength, but I have a bet with Lin Ling. If he obtains the Astral Origin Stone, I will kneel in front of the Snow Wind Academy for 3 days and 3 nights and vice versa. At this moment, Zhou Lin shouted. His voice attracted everyone's attention. A bet? Only then did everyone realize that before entering the Starry Sky Forest, Teacher Zhou Lin and Lin Ling did indeed have such a bet. However, at that time no one believed that Lin Ling could survive. At this moment, everyone's eyes were on Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling continued to do as he pleased. He didn't care about the crowd, he just stared at the sky. No one knew what he was thinking. This made many people speculate that Lin Ling didn't obtain the astral origin stone. After all, it was already very difficult to survive in the starry sky forest for a year, let alone find the astral origin stone. Mr. Zhou Lin, the fact that Lin Ling made it out alive is already something to be happy about. Why are you bringing up the past? Although she looked down on Lin Ling in the past, Lin Ling was still her student. Moreover, the reason why she looked down on Lin Ling was because she felt that Lin Ling had entered through the back door. However, now that Lin Ling had completed the freshman's trial, so what if he had entered through the back door? Lin Ling definitely had something worth nurturing. Teacher Tsai Luan. Zhou Lin was even more furious. The person he was pursuing was actually speaking up for Lin Ling. She made him look like a villain. He didn't believe that he, the messenger of God, wouldn't be able to trample on a mere junior. A martial artist's word carries weight. Moreover, this bet was held under the watchful eyes of God. Even if I wanted to settle things peacefully, God would definitely not allow it. This is because this is blasphemy against God. Zhou Lin said righteously. Teacher Tsai Luan opened her mouth, but she couldn't refute him. The vice president frowned. Zhou Lin, take a step back in everything. It'll be easier for us to meet in the future. Was she speaking up for Lin Ling again? Zhou Lin was even more furious. He was a messenger of God and a native martial artist of the final world. However, the vice president was actually helping Lin Ling and ignoring him. Vice president, a martial artist should do what they say. How can they go back on their words just because they have completed the freshman's trial? That's right. If the Snow Wind Academy can't even do what they said, then I think the Snow Wind Academy is nothing more than this. A win is a win, a loss is a loss. At this moment, many freshmen shouted in support of Mr. Zhou Lin. Many of them were Mr. Zhou Lin's students. Moreover, they were extremely unhappy with Lin Ling. He was just a piece of trash who got in through the back door. How could he be more dazzling than them? All of you shut up. Seeing that everyone was targeting Lin Ling, Teacher Tsai Luan couldn't help but shout. As for Zhuang Yanming and the others, they naturally spoke up for Lin Ling. After all, they all owed Lin Ling a life. For a moment, at the entrance of the Snow Wind Academy, both sides were arguing. As for the martial artists from Snow Wind City, they were extremely surprised. They never thought that a Lin Ling would cause such a big reaction. And from the looks of it, this Lin Ling seems to be a very ordinary existence. Although this Lin Ling is somewhat powerful, there are more people supporting Teacher Zhou Lin. It seems that he will have to kneel for 3 days and 3 nights. Yes, only Teacher Tsai Luan's students support Lin Ling. What's more, Lin Ling has indeed lost. Willing to bet but not willing to admit defeat, this is indeed shameful. Many people also began to discuss spiritedly. Some impatient martial artists even voiced their support for Teacher Zhou Lin. Teacher Zhou Lin also didn't expect so many people to support him. He couldn't help but smile. His smile was extremely proud. He didn't say anything because justice was in the hearts of people. Vice President, what do you think? Finally, Teacher Zhou Lin looked at the Vice President and said. What he meant was, even if I don't care about this matter, will the others not care? The Vice President's face instantly turned ugly. It seemed that it would be difficult for him to protect Lin Ling. In the end, he fell silent. That Zhou Lin laughed loudly and looked proudly at Zhuang Yanming and the rest. It was as if he was saying that you students want to fight with me, dream on. Lin Ling, what else do you have to say? Finally, he stared at Lin Ling and said arrogantly, if you agree to bet, you must accept defeat. For these 3 days, you will kneel in the Snow Wind Academy. Of course, during these 3 days we will provide food. Ah! Hearing this, all the freshmen laughed loudly as if they had vented their anger. There were even more impulsive students who strode towards Lin Ling, wanting to grab Lin Ling and make him kneel. However, at this moment, a crisp sound rang out as if something had been thrown onto the ground by Lin Ling. This caused everyone to be stunned. What was the meaning of this? They couldn't help but look at Lin Ling and found that Lin Ling was still absent-minded. He didn't even look at Teacher Zhou Lin. Do you think you can get away with just throwing out a few random things? If you agree to bet, you must accept defeat. Even if you invite the gods, you will still have to kneel for 3 days and 3 nights. Teacher Zhou Lin smiled disdainfully and didn't care at all. Instead, he said to his student, Zhu Hushu, you don't have to worry about anything. With me here, you can do whatever you want. Yes, teacher. Yes. The student immediately nodded. He was already in front of Lin Ling and wanted to grab Lin Ling and make him kneel. Wait, wait. Chapter 3455. Prove it. Vice Dean, even now do you still want to speak for Lin Ling? However, this was impossible because no one could change the fact that he had lost the bet. Lin Ling immediately said subconsciously. He thought that the vice principal still wanted to find a way to help Lin Ling, but he thought that this was just a dream. Lin Ling would definitely kneel. I didn't explain for him, but look at what he threw. However, the vice principal frowned and shook his head. Hee. Mr. Zhou Lin smiled disdainfully and looked at the item that Lin Ling had recognized. Who knew that he would be dumbfounded when he saw it? This was because there was a black-blue stone lying on the ground. The surface of the stone shone with the light of the stars, and it was extremely mysterious. If this was not an astral origin stone, then what was it? Teacher Zhou Lin rubbed his eyes and his pupils widened. Everyone was also stunned, and then they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Previously, a lot of people were fighting fiercely, forcing Lin Ling to kneel for 3 days and 3 nights, forming 2 camps. However, they had forgotten that Lin Ling had already obtained the Star Origin Stone. And this was even more impossible. This was because it was already a miracle for a new student to survive for a year in the Starry Sky Forest, not to mention finding the Astral Origin Stone. Most importantly, Lin Ling was alone from the beginning to the end. Moreover, Lin Ling was only at the saint stage. It was said that he was trash who got in through the back door. How could this be? At that moment, Zhou Lin and the others had their mouths agape. It was as if their jaws were about to hit the ground. It turned out that their previous arguments were just clowns dancing. Even if they won, it would be useless, because the Astral Origin Stone was the key to everything. This guy. Teacher Cailuan, Salam Ming, and the others were trembling with excitement. Not only had Lin Ling survived, he had even obtained the Astral Origin Stone. This fellow was truly a freak. It was obvious that they had been worried for nothing. Their gazes fell on Lin Ling, and they discovered that Lin Ling was still the same as before. He did as he pleased, as if he didn't care about anything. It was as if what was happening in front of Lin Ling was child's play. Just what had Lin Ling gone through to have such an indifferent expression? In just a short period of time, Xing Daiming and the others felt that they and Lin Ling were people from 2 different worlds. Of course, if they knew that Lin Ling was facing a god in the Starry Sky Forest, it would be normal for them to not care about such a small matter. Teacher Zhou Lin, I agree with what you said. If you agree to a bet, you have to accept your loss. After all, our Snow Wind Academy is also a divine shrine. How can we go back on our words? At this moment, the Vice Dean said indifferently. Obviously, he was very displeased with Teacher Zhou Lin's previous rebuttal, and now he was returning an eye for an eye. As for Teacher Zhou Lin, he was stunned. All the freshmen were dumbfounded. I have to kneel? Teacher Zhou Lin pointed at himself and said in disbelief. He is a god's messenger, and his body is shrouded in divine light. If he kneels, how can he face others in the future? That's right, and you have to kneel for 3 days. However, the Vice Dean corrected him. Teacher Zhou Lin's legs went soft, and he almost fell to the ground. Wait a minute, this Astral Origin Stone is a little strange, and Lin Ling's survival in the Starry Sky Forest is also a little strange. But at this moment, an indifferent voice suddenly sounded, and a stern-looking young man walked out. This person is Teacher Zhou Lin's student, and he has an outstanding status. He is also the son of the final world city lord, and most importantly, he is the son of a main city lord. His name is Yi Yiming, and he comes from Luoya City. There is also Luoya Academy there, but he came to Snow Wind Academy for other reasons. Because his background is not small, Teacher Zhou Lin took good care of him. Now that Teacher Zhou Lin is in trouble, he will naturally stand up for him. As for the son of the city lord, his background is not small. Even the Vice Dean frowned. Of course, Yi Yiming not only has a delicate status, he is also extremely powerful. He has a 3rd-grade ultimate desolate body, and he is a 1st-level martial ancestor. It can be said that with his strength, none of the new students are his match. Of course, he is not a new student, but a student of the Divine Second Hall. Why do you say that? At this moment, Teacher Cailuan saw Lin Ling's indifferent attitude, and she immediately spoke up for Lin Ling. It's simple, with his strength, it is impossible for him to survive. He must have cheated, and to cheat in the Divine Hall, I have to say he has guts. This is blasphemy against the gods. Yi Yiming walked out and said with a smile. Moreover, he looked at Lin Ling. He did not expect that because of Lin Ling Yi Yiming would have a dazzling moment. One has to know that although he is the son of the city lord, because he is not a member of Snow Wind City, many people often forget about him. And now he can use Lin Ling to be proud for once. Nonsense, this is the freshman trial. How can there be a chance to cheat? Teacher Tsailuan immediately shouted coldly. Hee hee. Yi Yiming laughed. His laughter was light, but his body was filled with the aura of an ambitious person. If I remember correctly, this Lin Ling entered through the back door. May I ask, is this considered cheating? Ask again, if he has the strength, why does he need to enter through the back door? Finally, if he can enter through the back door, why can't he enter through the back door again in the freshman trial? Yi Yiming spoke without stopping, his words powerful and resonating. The surroundings instantly became silent. Many people's eyes flickered. They had to admit that Yi Yiming's words made sense. The vice dean's face turned ugly. Was Yi Yiming deliberately smearing Snow Wind Academy's reputation? Ah, not bad, not bad. This Lin Ling must have entered through the back door again. Perhaps he did not even enter the Starry Sky Forest. Teacher Zhou Lin immediately clamored. He wanted to seize the opportunity to turn defeat into victory. Nonsense. Zhuang Yanming and the rest were the ones who could prove Lin Ling the most. At this moment they were arguing with reason. Unfortunately, their words carried little weight and they were not of much help. If you want to prove it, it's very simple. Fight with me. If he wins, it will prove that he did not enter through the back door. How about it? Yi Yiming sensed that it was about time, so he gradually walked out. The crowd immediately went into an uproar. Yi Yiming was a martial ancestor realm expert, and he had a third-grade ultimate desolate body. As for Lin Ling, he was only at the Sage Realm and he was also a student of the Shinsan Hall. The two of them could not be compared. Even Zhuang Yanming and the rest had a drastic change in expression. Although they knew that Lin Ling was powerful, Yi Yiming was even more powerful than a criminal. However, if Lin Ling did not fight, it meant that Lin Ling had cheated. Whether he entered through the back door or not, it's best to prove it now. Teacher Zhou Lin said at the critical moment. This sentence immediately ignited the crowd's emotions. Entering through the back door. Everyone felt that it was extremely shameful. Furthermore, entering through the back door was one thing, but entering through the back door in the freshman trial was too despicable. Chapter 3456. Smash. However, the angry shouts of the crowd still did not move Lin Ling in the slightest. He still did his own thing. This kind of disregard undoubtedly angered Yi Yiming. He decided to teach Lin Ling a good lesson and let him know why the flowers were so red. Lin Ling, it's time for you to prove yourself. Yi Yiming shouted loudly. There were countless echoes and the clouds in the sky burst open. The voice finally interrupted Lin Ling's sigh. He shook his head and said, We are all warriors of the final world. Why bother? I don't want to hurt you and embarrass you. When he said this, his eyes were calm as if he was looking at a child, staring at Yi Yiming. Many people were startled by this scene. Because compared to the two sides, Lin Ling had the demeanor of a master, mysterious and unfathomable. On the other hand, Yi Yiming was like a clown, irritable and agitated, his mood unstable. The anger in Yi Yiming's heart burned even more, but he quickly laughed. He had guessed Lin Ling's intention because Lin Ling was just putting on an act to make him feel fearful. Ridiculous. Did he think he was an idiot? You only need one word, do you dare or not? Yi Yiming said as he stepped forward. Why do you have to force me to make a move? Seeing this, Lin Ling sighed and had no choice but to nod. With this nod, there was a lot of discussion around. This Lin Ling actually agreed to it. A guy who came in through the back door provoked the strong people of Shinair Hall. Isn't this looking for trouble? Yi Yiming's talent and strength are higher than Lin Ling. Lin Ling is not his opponent at all. This is a battle of abuse. Many warriors were talking about it. They were powerful, so they naturally knew the gap between the two sides. A large number of freshmen also clamored and cheered for Yi Yiming. This made Yi Yiming laugh. He enjoyed this kind of atmosphere. After all, although he was the son of the city lord of Luoya City, he only received attention in Luoya City. In Snow-Blowing City he was too weak. But now he was starting to become the center of attention. Perhaps he could also receive today's news in Luoya City. At that time, just thinking about it made him happy. His father should be happy for him too. With that thought in mind, he unleashed his full strength. His third-grade talent burst forth, and a shadow condensed from blood appeared behind him. Congealed Supreme God blood. This was clearly the bloodline of a deity, capable of dominating the world. And against such a powerful talent, if the final desolate body grade was not high, just their aura alone would be suppressed. They would only be able to use about 60% of their strength. Lin Ling, if you want to go through the back door, then you should have the awareness of going through the back door. Yi Yiming's aura didn't decrease at all. He turned into a bloody light and shot towards Lin Ling. His speed had reached 400 world speed. This speed could definitely dominate the Sage realm. He grabbed out with his big hand, and the clouds in the sky seemed to have turned the color of blood. Ancestral power, it actually contained 10% of ancestral power. At this moment, no one was optimistic about Lin Ling. Everyone was guessing that Lin Ling might be scared to the point of collapsing. The palm was extremely fast and it instantly appeared in front of Lin Ling, wanting to easily grab Lin Ling. However, at the critical moment, Lin Ling's footsteps moved slightly, and he actually avoided the palm. It seemed like a simple step, but there was a mysterious rhythm within it. Moreover, it was so light that even if the sky collapsed he wouldn't be alarmed. Lin Ling seemed to be in the Sage realm, but with his 5 Dantians and God Devil body combined, he wasn't weaker than Yi Yiming. In fact, he was even stronger. As for the final desolate body, Lin Ling's spacetime God Eye was also 3rd grade. It could be said that Yi Yiming's talent didn't affect him at all. The only thing that Lin Ling cared about was Yi Yiming's speed. Before Lin Ling's talent fusion transformation, his full speed was only 300 world speed. However, he wasn't much weaker than Yi Yiming. After all, this 300 world speed was in the past. Now, Lin Ling's cultivation level had increased, and he had already reached the 6th stage of the Sage realm. At this moment, Yi Yiming's claw missed and he was shocked. However, because he wanted to defeat Lin Ling in one strike, he had used too much strength, causing his body to be unbalanced. Senior, I'm just a freshman. You don't have to use so much strength to target me. Be careful not to use too much strength and bend your waist. At this moment, Lin Ling was standing beside Yi Yiming, and he gently pushed out his palm. In his palm, colorful flames burned as his God Devil body merged with his 5 Dantians. It seemed like a gentle push, but in fact it could move mountains and fill seas and blow up a world. Yi Yiming was already unbalanced, and when Lin Ling's terrifying palm hit him, he felt like he was being crushed by a heavy mountain. Boom! He smashed into the ground and the earth instantly cracked open. It was earth-shattering. Everyone was so shocked that their mouths were agape. From their point of view, it seemed like Lin Ling had only pushed him lightly. However, this push was simply too terrifying. Many people could imagine Yi Yiming's miserable state at this moment. A huge human figure appeared on the ground, and the surroundings were full of cracks. Yi Yiming raised his head, and his face was full of blood. This guy kissed the ground. You wanted to see how hard the ground was, right? This was simply a dog-eating action. You damn it. Yi Yiming was boiling with anger, and he was about to stand up. Senior, why are you so careless? I'll help you up. Lin Ling was still standing beside Yi Yiming, and he gently helped him up. However, this time Lin Ling suddenly slipped, and this caused Yi Yiming, who was halfway up, to be smashed into the ground again. Rumble. This smash caused the heavens to collapse and the earth to crack. The nearby streets all exploded and it was terrifying. Yi Yiming once again fell down and many of his teeth fell out. His eyes were full of flames. If looks could kill, he would definitely burn Lin Ling alive. This was because Lin Ling's careless fall seemed simple, but in fact, it contained a terrifying force. It could even destroy the streets, so how could the force be small? Senior, I'm sorry. I was too careless and accidentally caused you to fall like a dog. Lin Ling said apologetically, and he actually went to help Yi Yiming up again. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then their hearts were filled with disdain. Yi Yiming fell so miserably. Wasn't this caused by you? You still have the nerve to speak in a harmless tone. As for Yi Yiming, he struggled to get up. After hearing Lin Ling's words, he was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The strength to get up seemed to have disappeared. However, Lin Ling naturally wouldn't let him lie on the ground again, and he used both hands to help him up. However, halfway through, Lin Ling's feet slipped again. Rumble. Yi Yiming once again smashed into the ground, and it was even more terrifying than before. Snow Wind Academy was shaken by 3 points. This wasn't just helping him up, it was simply grabbing Yi Yiming and smashing him into the ground. No one expected that Lin Ling's seemingly thin body, but his strength was even more terrifying than a beast. Yi Yiming must have been seriously injured by this. Senior, can you stand firm? It's hard for me to help you up like this. Chapter 3457. Accepting Lin Ling as a disciple. Yi Yiming's internal organs were all displaced. Hearing Lin Ling's words, he almost cried. Stand firm? I also want to stand firm. You're the one who smashed me to the ground. Don't worry, I'll definitely help you up this time. Lin Ling spoke again. Hearing this, everyone's heart trembled fiercely. They felt that something ominous was going to happen again. Yi Yiming's feeling was the strongest. If he was smashed again, even a martial ancestor like him would not be able to withstand it. At this moment, he only wanted to wave his hand and stay far away from Lin Ling. Lin Ling, you don't need to help me up. I can get up by myself. Thank you for your kindness. Yi Yiming was about to faint from the smashing. He had completely forgotten his purpose. However, Lin Ling did not pay attention to him at all. He had already helped him up halfway. However, hearing Yi Yiming's words, he finally nodded and said, If I were you, I would keep smiling and put my hands behind my back, revealing the elegance of a martial ancestor. You won't help me up like this? No, falling like this is more graceful. After Lin Ling finished speaking, his feet seemed to slip again. His hands seemed to subconsciously let go again. It seemed to be a gentle release, but it could easily break through 10,000 worlds. Yi Yiming's eyes widened. Falling like this is more graceful? Boom. The third heavy fall, a huge deep hole appeared on the ground. Moreover, it was a human-shaped deep hole. Yi Yiming was directly smashed unconscious. He never thought that although he had a powerful realm essence, he could not resist Lin Ling at all. Although he had outstanding talent, it seemed that he could not affect Lin Ling at all. He, an expert of the Shin'er Hall, was defeated just like that. Moreover, he was smashed alive. Of course, he was not the only one who was shocked. Everyone present opened their mouths wide. This unprecedented battle was simply something they had never seen in their lives. This also meant that Lin Ling's strength surpassed Yi Yiming's by too much. That was why he could defeat him so easily. And this was trash who got in through the back door? Apart from Zhuang Yanming and the others who were mentally prepared, even Teacher Cailuan was so shocked that she covered her mouth. As for Teacher Zhou Lin, he was tongue-tied. Yi Yiming was his proudest disciple. He had thought that defeating Lin Ling would be as easy as flipping a flip. However, in the end, Yi Yiming was smashed unconscious. Moreover, he was shamelessly smashed Lin Ling by Lin Ling. Especially Lin Ling's last sentence. Throwing it like this is more graceful. This sentence kept Zhou Lin's Zhou. Previously, he wanted to resist kneeling to the death, so he grabbed hold of Lin Ling's weakness and attacked. However, he obviously failed. And Fang Yiming. Zhou Lin. Fang's Yiming. Yayum Lu. Xiaoyan. Oh right, I just remembered that senior brother from before wanted to fight with me. Senior brother, please come out and fight. Lin Ling shouted at the pit under his feet. He invited Yi Yiming to come out and fight. Everyone shuddered. Was the previous battle not considered a battle? Yi Yiming was smashed like a dog even if it was not a battle. What if it was a real battle? The result was simply unimaginable. Even the experts of Shin'er Hall were staring at Lin Ling with fear in their eyes. This freshman was too terrifying. Yi Yiming was still lying in the pit. He had heard Lin Ling's words. However, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was determined not to go up. Only a fool would go up. Seeing that the pit was silent, Lin Ling shrugged helplessly and looked at Mr. Zhou Lin. He smiled and said, Mr. Zhou Lin, as the messenger of God, you won't go back on your word, right? Lin Ling did not care if Teacher Zhou Lin would kneel for 3 days. Instead, he walked toward the old woman. To him, the previous incident was just a child's play. If Teacher Zhou Lin had not been so aggressive, Lin Ling would not have cared. His goal was to complete the divine trials. Blah. At this moment, Teacher Zhou Lin's face turned ugly. His legs gave way and he knelt down in front of countless people. Now, he was too embarrassed to go back on his words. He had to kneel for 3 days and 3 nights. It was a great humiliation to him as the messenger of God. Lin Ling is so strong. Seeing Lin Ling leave, Teacher Cailuan was still covering her mouth. She remembered when she had signed up. At that time, she had looked down on Lin Ling and thought that Lin Ling had taken the back door. Now she finally understood what the dean meant. Teacher, in the Starry Sky Forest, Lin Ling defeated countless convicts and even became their leader. Chu Yun suddenly said. Chu Yun suddenly spoke from the side. His words caused Cailuan's heart to tremble once more. She hurriedly searched for Lin Ling, but she discovered that Lin Ling had already disappeared. A guy who took the back door? Teacher Cailuan was shocked. Sounds of discussion rose and fell in succession from the surroundings. This Lin Ling defeated Yi Yiming, who is a martial ancestor. You should know that Yi Yiming is stronger than many martial progenitors. I heard that he is also called the Son of Demon in the 9 prefectures and is a member of the God Slayer Alliance. At first I thought that the God Slayer Alliance was a child's play. Now it seems that the God Slayer Alliance is quite amazing. I wonder who is more powerful between the God Slayer Alliance and the Final World's experts. Without a doubt, after what had happened, Lin Ling had become a student of the Shin Air Hall. There were very few people in the Snow Wind Academy who could pass the freshman trial and become a student of the Shin Air Hall. Most importantly, Lin Ling was the most dazzling among all the students who had become a student of the Shin Air Hall. Not long after, the crowd dispersed one after another. City Governor Tsang, I have some good wine here. Why don't you stay and have a taste? Just as Tsang Chiri was about to catch up with Lin Ling, the vice president's voice sounded. Tsang Chiri did not want to talk to him. However, since the young master had completed the divine trial in the Snow Wind Academy, the vice president might be useful in the future. Therefore he smiled and nodded his head. The two of them immediately walked into the depths of the Snow Wind Academy. Not long after, in a luxurious room, the vice president took out the wine that he had kept for many years and poured a cup for Tsang Chiri. Tsang Chiri took a sip and nodded his head in satisfaction. He looked at the vice president and said, "Vice President, you invited me here for more than just a drink, right?" The vice chief chuckled. "I can see that this Lin Ling's talent is quite impressive. Despite being a genius, he was able to defeat the first-layer martial progenitor realm Yi Yiming. Therefore I would like to recruit him as my disciple." Tsang Chiri spat out the wine in his mouth. "Accept the young master as his disciple? Are you kidding me?" The young master was a trial taker and Lei Gong had taken a fancy to him. How could the vice president of the Snow Wind Academy be qualified to accept him? No. Tsang Chiri immediately shook his head. The vice president was stunned. With his status, he had taken the initiative to accept Lin Ling as his disciple. How could Tsang Chiri reject him? This was not giving him any face at all. Seeing the vice president's pale face, Tsang Chiri thought for a while and said, "I don't have the final say in this matter." "What? You don't have the final say?" Chapter 3458. Talent Upgrade. What? It was Tsang Chiri's turn to be shocked. The young master was his illegitimate son? If senior sister knew about this, she would definitely beat him up. He said seriously, "Vice President, Lin Ling is not my illegitimate son. I am not qualified to be his disciple. Also, don't even think about taking him in as a disciple." His serious tone made the vice president feel that something was amiss. "Also, even you are not qualified." However, Tsang Chiri said again. This time, the vice president's expression changed drastically. The unruly Lin Ling who did not seem to care about anything had such a powerful background? Could he be the son of a martial god? The vice president's breathing slowed down. Hearing this, Tsang Chiri smiled faintly and did not explain. Instead, he continued to drink. After finishing the vice president's wine, he bid farewell and left. As this was a serious matter, he did not explain anything. However, he knew that even the top 10 martial gods were not qualified to take Lin Ling in as a disciple. The vice president was still guessing. Could Lin Ling be the son of a martial god? It was very possible. He had heard that Lin Ling had killed a martial god before. Martial god Qilin was not the strongest among the top 10 martial gods. If Lin Ling dared to kill him, he must have a martial god as a father. While he was thinking, Lin Ling had already returned to the courtyard. "Brother Lin Ling." Xiao Yu was hugged by Lin Ling. She was all smiles. After a year of separation, she missed Lin Ling dearly. Even her little white rabbit and deer were clinging to Lin Ling, which made Lin Ling laugh. Lin Ling looked around and saw Tsang Jian and Do Kening. He immediately realized that they had awakened the ultimate desolate body and had reached the first grade. It seemed that the spiritual marrow in the courtyard had taken effect. However, Lin Ling could also sense that Tsang Jian and Do Kenying's ultimate desolate body had limited potential. For example, Tsang Jian could at most reach the second grade. After Image was slightly better. He had a third-grade ultimate desolate body. In the 9 provinces, such a person would be an existence that stood at the pinnacle of the world. But in the final world, such a person was nothing more than an ordinary existence. It was no wonder that the final world required powerful talents. After exchanging a few words with Xiao Yu and the others, Lin Ling followed the old woman into the room. The old woman looked at Lin Ling expectantly. The excitement in her eyes was even stronger than Lin Ling's. Lin Ling, have you found the Maha Mantra? Found it? Lin Ling immediately nodded and took out the black cloth on his body. As soon as the black cloth appeared, Lin Ling could clearly sense the old woman's body tremble, her face filled with disbelief. Clearly, she didn't think that Lin Ling would be able to complete the trial of God's mission. In other words, among the 10 missions, Lin Ling had completed one of them. This was because the first mission had 3 tasks. He only needed to complete 2 of them. And Lin Ling had been in the final world for less than 3 years. Yet, he had completed one of the missions. This was the fastest among the 10 trial takers. That's great, that's great. The old woman hurriedly checked the black cloth. Finally, she seemed to confirm something before she carefully kept the black cloth. However, Lin Ling sensed that the old woman was not familiar with the Maha Mantra. She was only the guardian of the mission. Only Lin Ling knew that the Maha Mantra was related to the world's will. Perhaps the 4 great gods were all paying attention to the world's will. You have completed the first mission. You can raise any conditions to Lei Gong. The old woman looked at Lin Ling and said. Upon hearing this, Lin Ling licked his lips. Although his current talent was not weak, he had yet to reach his limits. He needed many cultivation treasures. However, he eventually shook his head. Cultivation treasures could be obtained slowly, but if he did not settle this matter properly, he could not cultivate in peace. I want Lei Gong to protect the Qing prefecture for me. Protect my hometown. How about that? Lin Ling stated the conditions in his heart. The old woman fell silent for a moment before nodding. All right, I'll leave first. I'll report your conditions to Lei Gong. However, I'm guessing that these conditions should not be difficult. All right. Lin Ling immediately nodded as he watched the old woman leave. In the following period of time, Lin Ling waited for news from the old woman. He was also waiting for the second mission. And now he had just broken through. It was not suitable for him to raise his cultivation level in the short term. Most importantly, the increase in cultivation level was not the most important thing. What was important was the improvement of his ultimate desolate body. For example, he had several ultimate desolate bodies. Even a martial ancestor like Yi Yiming was not his match. This showed the importance of talent. I'll first raise the space-time divine steel to its limit. Soon Lin Ling made a decision. And he was in the Spirit Pith courtyard. The speed of raising his talent was much faster than other places. The Starry Sky Forest Celestial Emperor Zhang Gang gave me some power, allowing my space-time divine steel to reach the 3rd grade. Now, with the power of the Spirit Pith, it will probably only take a few months for the space-time divine steel to reach the 4th grade. However, the space-time divine steel can still stimulate its potential and barely reach the 5th grade. However, this stimulation depends on luck. Furthermore, the Spirit Pith's assistance is obvious at the beginning. However, it will gradually weaken. Especially for those with high ultimate desolate bodies, the assistance will be even weaker. It looks like when the space-time divine steel reaches the 4th grade, I'll need another method. During this period of time, Lin Ling's talent was improving in all aspects. Among them, the space-time divine steel's improvement was the most obvious. As for the Sky Dragon's bones, the Supreme Nether Wind Dragon and the Realm-Swallowing Beast, they were still at the 1st grade ultimate desolate body. Among them, the Realm-Swallowing Beast was in existence with a desolate body. This also meant that the greater the potential, the harder it was to raise it. If not, Savage Sword and Company would not have been able to raise their talent so quickly. This was because their ultimate desolate bodies were not comparable to Lin Ling's. Unknowingly, 3 months had passed. However, the old woman had yet to return. On the contrary, Lin Ling's space-time divine steel was only a step away from the 4th grade ultimate desolate body. As for the other ultimate desolate bodies, they had also improved and were approaching the 2nd grade. This was also because Lin Ling had the Spirit Pith. If he did not have it, the improvement would be even slower. If this carries on, I'm afraid the space-time divine steel will need even more time to reach its limit. Lin Ling could not help but ponder. Suddenly his eyes lit up. He suddenly thought of a divine technique that he had luckily obtained in his previous life. This cultivation technique was called the Dark North Divine Technique. It was a cultivation technique that aided in the improvement of the ultimate desolate body. By cultivating this cultivation technique, one could borrow all the external energy to reach the ultimate desolate body. However, this cultivation technique was only suitable for people who had reached the ultimate desolate body's limit. For example, Savage Sword and Company. For example, Lin Ling's space-time divine steel. It had no effect on talents with limitless potential like the Sky Dragon's bones. Savage Sword, old do come out. Lin Ling hurriedly left the room. Young master. My lord. When Savage Sword and company heard the voice, they hurriedly appeared in the courtyard. They looked curiously at Lin Ling. I'll impart to you a cultivation technique that can stimulate your talent to the limit. Chapter 3459. Dark North Godly Technique. Push it to the limit? Hearing this, Remnant Sword and Do Afterimage were shocked. They had just raised their talents. It was clearly very difficult for them to reach the limit. But their young master had a cultivation technique that could push them to the limit? If such a cultivation technique were to spread to the 9 provinces, it would probably cause a bloodbath. This cultivation technique is not suitable for everyone. It's only suitable for those who are about to reach the limit of their talents. Come. Lin Ling was not surprised by their surprise. Following that, his soul power surged out and covered Remnant Sword and Do Afterimage, imparting the Dark North Godly Technique to them. As for Remnant Sword and Do Afterimage, their expressions kept changing. Finally they looked up with shock in their eyes. Dark North Godly Technique. Through the attacks of others, the energy would surge towards the ultimate desolate body and push it to the limit. There was such a wonderful cultivation technique in this world. At this moment, even a knowledgeable old monster like Do Afterimage could not help but sigh at his own narrow-mindedness. Alright, next I'll help you push it to the limit. Seeing that the two of them were enlightened, Lin Ling nodded and said, Brother, I want it too. Xiao Yu was extremely curious and wanted to stimulate her talent. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. With his eyesight he still could not see through Xiao Yu's talent. How could he stimulate the Dark North Godly Technique? Furthermore, Xiao Yu was the granddaughter of treasure god Nan Wufingyu. How could her talent be weak? Lin Ling explained to Xiao Yu, making her obediently stand by the side. Following that, Lin Ling began attacking Remnant Sword and Do Afterimage. Bang! Bang! He controlled his strength well. It was just enough to stimulate the Dark North Godly Technique without harming Remnant Sword and Do Afterimage. Under the constant attacks, Remnant Sword was the first to show signs of a breakthrough. His entire being was stirred up. However, even though Lin Ling controlled it well, the constant attacks still caused Remnant Sword to suffer some injuries. Furthermore, he did not have Lin Ling's insane recovery ability. Hence, Lin Ling could only let him rest. Young master, come and hit me. When it was Do Afterimage's turn, he was lying on the ground with his limbs spread out like a masochist. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. He raised his foot and stomped down. Ah, this is great, this is great. Young master, torture me. Do Afterimage immediately let out a satisfied sound, causing Xiao Yu and Remnant Sword to laugh. It was all because of Afterimage. This old man was too wretched. As for Lin Ling, after continuously stomping on the ground, he noticed that Do Afterimage's talent had improved. However, Do Afterimage was also slightly injured. In the end he retracted his foot. All of you attack me. Next, Lin Ling ordered Savage Sword and the others to attack. Broken Sword didn't dare to attack anymore. In his heart, Lin Ling was his master. How could a slave attack his master? Make your move. You don't have to hold back. Lin Ling knew what they were thinking and said with a smile. My lord, I'm sorry for the offense. Broken Sword didn't dare to disobey Lin Ling's orders and quickly attacked. He had restrained himself in the beginning, causing Lin Ling to feel that his strength was not enough. Therefore he made the Broken Sword release even more power. In the end, Broken Sword released all his power. However, what made Lin Ling speechless was that even though Broken Sword released all his power, he couldn't activate the Dark North Divine Skill. Instead, Broken Sword and Do Afterimage worked together to activate the Dark North Divine Skill. However, it would take a long time for the mysterious power to activate the Time and Space Divine Steel to its limit. In the end, it was because Broken Sword and the others were too weak. Lin Ling couldn't help but look at the city governor's mansion. There were many experts there, so they should be able to meet his requirements. Then Lin Ling brought Xiao Yu and the others to the city governor's mansion. He found Song Qiri and told him his purpose. What? You want us to beat you up? When Song Qiri heard the news, he was almost scared to death. To him, Lin Ling was a trial taker who could meet Lei Gong directly. How could he, a lowly holy paladin, touch Lin Ling? He couldn't even touch a single hair of his. If senior sister knew, she would kill him on the spot. No, young master, don't play with me. Song Qiri kept waving his hands and saying. Brother Tsang, don't worry. When you attack me, I will activate the divine skill to take a beating. I will be fine. Moreover, don't underestimate my physical strength. Lin Ling tried to persuade him. No, you can kill me. Anyway, I won't beat you up. Tsang Chiri kept shaking his head like a rattle drum. Lin Ling was speechless. He looked at the guards around him. They were all martial ancestors, so they should be able to activate the Dark North divine skill. Plop. When the guards saw Lin Ling looking at them, their legs turned to jelly. Young master, please spare our lives. Even the city governor didn't dare to beat Lin Ling. How could they have the guts to do so? If they dared to touch a hair on Lin Ling's head today, it was possible that the city lord would kill them tomorrow. Why don't you beat us up? An old man at the middle stage martial ancestor realm said while crying. What? Lin Ling was tongue-tied. He was here to ask for a beating, not to beat someone up. Young master, if you want to be beaten, you can go to Intentionless City. At this time, Tsang Chiri reminded him, Intentionless City has many martial arts clubs. Some experts who are not qualified to enter the academy can cultivate in the martial arts clubs to improve their strength. Young master, you can go there and challenge them. Intentionless City was only 2 ancient cities away from Snow City, so it was not far away. Martial arts clubs? Lin Ling could not help but be surprised. Yes, in the final world there are very few sections. Because of the existence of the academy, sects are not qualified to exist. Therefore, some ancestors who founded sects in the 9 continents can only open martial arts clubs here. However, young master, don't underestimate these martial arts clubs. Many of them are very powerful. Tsang Chiri explained. Sounds good. Lin Ling nodded with a smile. In Snow City, ordinary people did not dare to provoke him. Apparently, he could not activate the space-time steel. It was not a bad idea to go to other cities. Seeing Lin Ling nodding, Tsang Chiri shouted, Young master, are you sure you want to go to Intentionless City? Men, inform the army to send young master there. Remember, if you meet someone who doesn't know his place, kill him without mercy. Wait. Lin Ling hurriedly stopped him. If the army followed him, he would not be able to cultivate. He was going there to be beaten, not to beat people. Then he told Tsang Chiri the reason, but Tsang Chiri was very worried. Don't worry. Although many people want to kill me, the world is so big. If I suddenly leave, they may not know. Lin Ling could not help but comfort him. Most importantly, he knew that after the trip to the Starry Sky Forest, his enemies were greatly weakened. It would be difficult for them to gather experts to kill him in a short period of time. That's the only way. Tsang Chiri nodded. But in fact, he still had to protect Lin Ling secretly. Lin Ling did not know this. After he asked about the whereabouts of Intentionless City, he immediately left Snow City. Chapter 3460. I'm here to challenge the dojo. Xiaoyu and company had stayed in Snow City for a year. Now that they were out, they were naturally overjoyed. This also caused Lin Ling to take 3 days to reach Intentionless City. The city was extremely ancient. It was built with green bricks and glazed tiles. It was beautiful and indeed looked like a city in God's world. There were many people in the city. At a rough glance, there were hundreds of thousands of people. This did not include those that Lin Ling did not see. It was probably a huge city with millions of people. Most importantly, this was only a sub-city. After accompanying Xiaoyu and company for an entire morning and seeing the city's unique features, Lin Ling brought Remnant Sword and company to a dojo in the afternoon. The dojo was called Soaring Feather Dojo. Although it was called a dojo, it was actually an ancient sect. Remnant Sword spent an entire morning investigating. This sect was an immortal sect in Yu State. It had countless disciples and was extremely powerful. However, when an immortal sect came to God's world, they could not establish a sect. They could only name it as a dojo. As for the sect master, he had been here for 50,000 years. It was said that he was once a disciple of the academy. However, his potential was limited, so he could only open a dojo. Not long after, an ancient building made of white jade appeared in front of them. As they could not establish a sect, the dojo was not big. However, there were many people entering and exiting. Furthermore, most of them were young people. Clearly, most of these young people were experts who had been eliminated from the academy. Of course, there were also experts from the academy who came to the dojo to increase their strength. After looking carefully for a moment, Lin Ling brought Xiaoyu and company into the dojo. The dojo was ancient in style. There were many dragon and tiger statues. Furthermore, there was a mysterious Tao emanating from it. As the wind blew, it seemed to bring order to the universe. As the leaves fell, they brought with them the traces of the 9 states. This dojo was indeed extraordinary. Young friend, are you here to learn martial arts? Our Soaring Feather Dojo is most suitable for you. If you encounter any problems with the ultimate desolate body, or problems with the power of ranks, or even bottlenecks in realms, we can help you solve them. At this moment, a man in a loose Taoist robe walked over with a smile. He thought that Lin Ling was here to learn martial arts. You can even learn the power of grades? Hearing this, Lin Ling couldn't help but be surprised. If such a dojo was placed in the 9 prefectures, martial artists would definitely fight to enter it. Of course, our sect master, Taoist Feiyu, is a late-stage martial ancestor expert. He has been practicing martial arts for 60,000 years. He has given lectures on how to defy the heavens and change one's fate. There is nothing that he doesn't know. Furthermore, our Taoist Feiyu has been to the underworld before. That man introduced proudly. You only need to pay 1 billion royal crystals and then you can discuss martial arts here. The man jabbered on endlessly, praising the Featherflight Martial Arts School to the skies. Lin Ling and Xiao Yu looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. Although Lin Ling came to challenge the dojo, he didn't like to casually provoke people, so he smiled and said, "Senior, I'm sorry, but I'm not here to sign up." However, just as he finished speaking, the man's expression changed and became fierce. "You didn't sign up? Do you know where this is? Get lost, get lost." Obviously, he had been so friendly previously because he thought that Lin Ling was here to sign up. Since he wasn't here to learn martial arts, there was no need to be polite to such a person. He could just kick him out. Get lost? Lin Ling immediately frowned. He had wanted to explain his intentions and discuss whether it was appropriate. However, who would have thought that this man would ask him to get lost? Furthermore, after the man had turned around and left, he immediately sent someone to chase Lin Ling away. However, after taking a few steps, Lin Ling's voice came from behind him. "I'm indeed not here to sign up. I'm here to challenge the dojo." Challenge the dojo. As soon as this word was spoken, the entire dojo seemed to fall silent. The man turned around and looked at Lin Ling. His face was filled with shock. Stage? Challenge the dojo? He laughed loudly and his laughter was filled with mockery. Challenges were not uncommon in Intentionless City. As there were many dojos competing for powerful cultivators, naturally, challenges were inevitable. And their Soaring Feather Dojo had been around for many years, so it was not uncommon for them to encounter such situations. However, every person who came to challenge the dojo had their legs broken and thrown out. If not for the strict order in the world of gods, they would have long killed the challengers. Now, a few sages were here to challenge the dojo? Were they trying to make them laugh their heads off? "Junior brother Lu, I'll leave the challenge to you." The man smiled contemptuously and turned to leave. He completely ignored Lin Ling and company. "Challenge? You sure have guts. Let me tell you, if we were in the 9 states, I would have wiped out your entire family. Now, I won't kill you, but I will definitely cripple your legs." The expert named Junior Brother Lu rushed out of the Grand Hall. He had the strength of a peak sage stage expert and a second-grade ultimate desolate body. He grabbed at Lin Ling with his large hand. The power of his cultivation level was extremely powerful. And there were a large number of experts in the Grand Hall. They first smiled, then looked at the ancient Zen word and began cultivating again. They did not even have the thought of taking another look at Lin Ling. This was because they knew that such a kid would definitely be crippled and thrown out of the dojo. However, to cripple Lin Ling at the sage stage? That seemed like wishful thinking. Lin Ling shook his head. He looked at Junior Brother Lu and punched out. Rumble. There was an explosion as the void exploded. A figure flew backwards along the ground, smashing through countless stone sculptures before finally crashing into the dojo. Wah! A mouthful of blood spewed out. It was Junior Brother Lu. He pointed at Lin Ling and wanted to say something, but he fainted immediately. "If we were in the 9 states, you would have died if you dared to attack me." At the same time, a few figures walked into the Grand Hall from outside. As for the experts in the Grand Hall, they were all dumbfounded. They were really here to challenge the dojo and they were sages. Instantly, the Grand Hall fell silent. Everyone seemed to be in a dream because a sage stage expert had come to challenge the dojo. This was too unbelievable for them. Moreover, this was also a humiliation to the Flying Feather Martial Hall. "Kid, what are you trying to do?" Those experts who were surrounding the Zen word all let out low voices. They were quiet and motionless like immovable wisdom kings. However, their auras were like high mountains and flowing water, with a touch of Tao. After they spoke, the entire grand hall became oppressive. However, Lin Ling smiled and walked forward. He came to the front of those experts and stared at the Zen word on the ground. He could see that this word seemed simple, but in fact, it was mixed with the order of martial arts. When a martial artist visualized the Zen word, it could greatly increase their strength. Presumably, this mysterious word was left behind by the experts of the Flying Feather Martial Hall. Bang! Lin Ling raised his foot and stomped down hard. The ground cracked, and the seemingly ordinary word was immediately trampled into pieces. I said, "I'm here to challenge the dojo." This stomp caused the grand hall to become even more silent. While everyone was still in shock, Lin Ling once again stated his purpose for coming here. Boom. Chapter 3461. It shouldn't be difficult to beat you up. As for the people surrounding the Zen character, they remained seated, but their bodies were trembling. They stared at the broken ground, their hearts bleeding. That was because the seemingly simple word was priceless. Do you know what you're doing? Yes. At the same time, all the powerhouses raised their heads and looked at Lin Ling coldly. Everyone knew that the arrogant young man was in trouble. Boom. Boom. However, just as this thought appeared in their minds, multicolored flames erupted. Within the flames, figures flew out one after another, smashing into the hard walls. Then they powerlessly slid down. Cracks appeared on the walls as well. If the attacker had not shown mercy, the entire Soaring Feather Martial Arts Hall would have been destroyed by that attack. Those who flew out were the same powerhouses from before, and none of them were left. Everyone knew that there were early-stage martial progenitors among the experts. Everyone swallowed their saliva with difficulty and looked at the center of the hall. There, a man in a blue robe stood upright like a pine tree. At the same time, his calm voice drifted into everyone's ears like the wind. Do you not understand the word, challenge? Or did I not make it clear enough? Yes. Everyone was so angry that their teeth were itching, as if they had been severely humiliated. However, Lin Ling's strength was so strong that they could not do anything. Bastard. This guy is lawless. Does he think that there is no one in the Feiyu Martial Club? If someone like him was in Jianghu, he would have been killed long ago. Those who humiliate others will be humiliated by others. They spoke one after another. They did not expect that Lin Ling did not want to challenge the Feiyu Martial Club so brazenly. He wanted to negotiate with the Feiyu Martial Club, but the Feiyu Martial Club saw that he was not there to learn martial arts and immediately chased him away. This was obviously not directed at Lin Ling, but at the rules of the Feiyu Martial Club. However, since the other party followed the rules of the Feiyu Martial Club, Lin Ling would naturally obey them and openly challenge them. Teacher. Suddenly, everyone glanced in the same direction and saw a few figures slowly walking into the hall through a door. The one leading them was an intermediate martial progenitor realm expert, Taoist Heavenly Feather. This was clearly an elder of the Soaring Feather Martial Dojo, and his strength was not weak at all. That person looked to be in his 40s. He was tall and sturdy, and had a majestic aura that could crush one's soul. He carried a sword on his back and wore a green robe. His steps were not fast, but they seemed to carry the rhythm of heaven and earth within them. Seeing this, everyone saluted. Lin Ling looked over as well. He had finally seen an expert. He had long known that for the Feiyu Martial Arts House to be located in Intentionless City, they must be quite capable. However, other than the teachers here, the others were very ordinary and couldn't be compared to the Wind Snow Academy. Although his cultivation level was about the same as Zhuang Yanming and the rest, his talent was still slightly weaker. Some of them were even existences with desolate bodies. It was no wonder they could not enter the school. Kid, where are your elders? Taoist Heavenly Feather looked calmly at Lin Ling. His face was calm as usual. It was obvious that he was used to this. I don't have any elders. I'm alone. You can send your experts to challenge me. Lin Ling said calmly. You should know that the price of failing to challenge the dojo is very high. Although you won't die, you might be crippled. Taoist Heavenly Feather said again. Although his tone was calm, it was filled with a fierce aura. It was obvious that even if Lin Ling gave up on challenging the dojo, he would not let Lin Ling leave in peace. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes flashed coldly. However, he did not mind and smiled. Seeing Lin Ling smile, Taoist Heavenly Feather said again, It seems like you don't know how many experts we have in the Soaring Feather Martial Arts House. Men, according to the rules of the dojo, challenge him. With a loud shout, even more powerhouses walked out of the door. These people were all disciples of the dojo. Their strength was between the peak of the Sage realm and the rank 1 Martial Ancestor realm. Their talents were also more powerful than the previous challengers. They all possessed the ultimate second-grade Desolate body. Of course, although their talents were not weak, their potential was average. Perhaps they would reach their limit after 1 or 2 grades. Senior brother Shin is here. That's great. He's back. That's senior brother Hao Nan, the #1 genius in Yujo 3,000 years ago. Haha, the experts of the Soaring Feather Martial Arts House are back. This kid is dead meat. Looking at those experts, everyone became happy. Lin Ling smiled and said calmly, "These people are barely enough to satisfy me." He was here to stimulate his talent. The stronger his opponents were, the more advantageous it would be for him. Furthermore, their strength could not exceed Lin Ling's tolerance. Therefore, the people in front of him were just right. Ah! At the thought of this, Lin Ling could not help but laugh heartily. As his laughter echoed, the hall fell silent. Everyone was tongue-tied. They thought that Lin Ling would be afraid with the return of their senior brother. Even if he was not afraid, it would be as if he was facing a great enemy. Who knew that Lin Ling was even happier than them? Taoist Heavenly Feather's face darkened. However, due to seniority, he could not make a move. He could only watch as his disciple taught Lin Ling a lesson. "You are here to challenge us? Sage Realm?" The senior brothers who walked in looked at Lin Ling indifferently. "I've already said this 3 times. Lin Ling looked at that person. That person's strength was barely enough for Lin Ling's eyes. He nodded and said, "To put it nicely, I'm here to challenge you. To put it bluntly, I'm here to beat you up. Since you dare to open a martial arts house here, you have to accept the challenges of others. If you can't even defeat the challengers, you'd better go home and plant sweet potatoes." His words were fearless, frivolous, and arrogant. Those senior brothers who had just walked in were also enraged at this moment. "Beat us up? A Sage Realm cultivator dares to beat us up? It's you, son of the demon." Furthermore, someone recognized Lin Ling, son of the demon? "What's that? I think I've heard of him. He seems to be very famous in the 9 prefectures." "Fuck, do you think that just because you're strong in the 9 prefectures, you can do whatever you want in the final world?" Many people immediately reacted. "I see." The man named Senior Brother Haonan walked out. "I've been away for 3 days, but I'm looking at you in a different light. Son of the demon Lin Ling, I know you are from the God Destruction Alliance. Your strength is not bad, but this is the final world. Your bit of strength is nothing in the final world." Clearly, he wanted to be the first to challenge Lin Ling. He had heard of Lin Ling. It was said that his talent was extremely strange and varied. However, he did not care because he had a second-grade ultimate desolate body. In front of a powerful ultimate desolate body, everything was futile. "My strength is not as powerful as the rumors say, but it shouldn't be difficult to beat you up." Lin Ling also took a step forward as his aura emanated. He knew that it was difficult to activate the Dark North Divine Technique alone. Therefore, he had to incite the anger of these people. And in fact, the anger of the crowd was like adding oil to a fire. "It shouldn't be difficult to beat you up?" Chapter 3462. His anger was pushed to the limit. Inferno Fiend Body. Senior Brother Haonan had never suffered such humiliation before. His aura was like a raging inferno as it surged out. Raging sand and raging flames erupted at this moment. One of the 100 great bloodlines, the Inferno God Body. Speaking of which, the Inferno God Body was of the same lineage as the Inferno God Lin Ling cultivated in the past. Endless raging winds howled, sweeping up waves of sand that protected Senior Brother Haonan. Most importantly, it was the fiery sand. A palm rushed out from the raging winds, suppressing Lin Ling. This immediately caused the hall to erupt into cheers. A second-grade ultimate desolate body could dominate any place in the 9 prefectures. One of the 100 great bloodlines? No wonder you can't even enter the academy. Not only are you old, but your talent and potential are limited. Such a bloodline can only dominate the 9 prefectures. The final world is not suitable for you. Lin Ling's eyes flashed as he said nonchalantly. In the past, one of the 100 great bloodlines was a very rare talent for him. But now, one of the 100 great bloodlines could hardly catch his eye. All the experts he encountered were enveloped in divine light, as though they were the descendants of true gods. The void burned before it was shattered by the fiery sand. A palm struck Lin Ling, causing a terrifying fiery sand storm to sweep out. However, the martial arts dojo immediately activated a powerful array to block the impact, but the Flying Feather martial arts dojo also swayed a little. How powerful! Everyone swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He can't even withstand a single blow? Senior brother Haonan stood in front of Lin Ling. He was surprised that his attack had succeeded, but in front of him, a temperature that was even hotter than his flames emanated. I should be the one saying that to you. Looking up, Lin Ling was standing there with colorful flames burning around him. It was the spacetime fire. Furthermore, it was a fourth-grade spacetime fire. This was not something senior brother Haonan could withstand. Even if he stood there and allowed Lin Ling to hit him, he would not be able to do anything to him. And at this moment, a palm reached out from the void and grabbed senior brother Haonan's neck before smashing him to the ground. Rumble. A force even more terrifying than before erupted. Previously, when senior brother Haonan attacked, the Flying Feather Martial School was slightly shaken, but now it was 30% shaken. The colorful flames were like fireflies as they scattered in all directions. After they scattered, people saw a figure sitting there drinking wine. The person sitting there was senior brother Haonan. At this moment he was in a very sorry state. His hair was a mess, his face was covered in blood, and who knew how many teeth he had lost. His face was filled with fear. Obviously, Lin Ling was holding back. Otherwise he would have died a long time ago. Sigh, is your Flying Feather Martial School a gathering place of trash? This guy who can only make a chair is actually your senior brother? Are you blind or am I blind? While everyone was still in shock, Lin Ling's disdainful voice drifted over. His words were incomparably arrogant, as if he was trampling on everyone's self-esteem. It was undeniable that Lin Ling's strength was indeed strong, but he shouldn't be too arrogant. You should be the teacher of the Flying Feather Martial School, right? No wonder you're so bad. I came here to discuss some things with you out of goodwill, but you told me to scram. Now, don't you think it's a sad thing to tell someone who's so much stronger than you to scram? And now, even your senior brother has been defeated. Don't you feel ashamed? Or are you born with thick skin? Sigh. Ignoring the angry disciples, Lin Ling looked at the teacher again. He spoke slowly as if he was talking about something very normal. Taoist Heavenly Feather was stunned and almost wanted to kill Lin Ling. That was because Lin Ling was mocking him after mocking his disciples. This was too much. If not for the fact that he had scruples about the world order and the rules of the martial school, he would have attacked long ago. The son of the devil, the son of the devil. This was simply a great devil. What happened? Taoist Heavenly Feather obviously couldn't do anything. However, the savior of the Flying Feather Martial School had finally appeared. This person was the strongest disciple of the Flying Feather Martial School. He came from the Fuhang Manor and was a genius that was heavily nurtured by the forces of the 9 states. Under countless gazes, a handsome young man walked in from the main door with a few beautiful ladies in his arms. However, the scene in the main hall shocked him. Senior brother Lin Jingyu. When the surrounding people saw him, they quickly shouted and told him everything that had happened. As for the handsome young man, he was smiling at first, but his face gradually darkened. Challenge? And beat up all his junior brothers until they didn't dare to speak? Most importantly, this person was the son of the devil. He was a genius nurtured by the Fuhang Manor, so he naturally knew who the son of the devil was. And this was exactly what he wanted, because he knew how much the Fuhang Manor wanted to kill Lin Ling. Although this was the final world and there were deities here, so he didn't dare to act recklessly, but it shouldn't be a problem to cripple Lin Ling. Son of the devil. Lin Jingyu raised his head and smiled at Lin Ling. However, his smile was somewhat cold. Senior brother Jingyu, stomp him to death. Cheers immediately came from the surroundings. The strongest disciple of the Flying Feather Martial School was about to fight. One had to know that when the experts of the Flying Feather Martial School were not around, senior brother Lin Jingyu would guide them on behalf of their teacher. In other words, Lin Jingyu could be considered half a teacher. How could the son of the devil be a match for a teacher-level person teaching the son of the devil a lesson? Lin Ling also looked at Lin Jingyu. His 10,000 demonic eyes instantly saw through his strength. Second-level martial ancestor realm, third-grade ultimate desolate body. The strength was not bad. Lin Jingyu originally wanted to tell Lin Ling about the 9 states and the Fuhang Manor, but Lin Ling was faster than him. You are the strongest disciple of the Flying Feather Martial School? How disappointing, hugging a beauty in each hand. Are you trying to prove how popular you are? On the path of martial arts, you have not even seen through the inner demon of lust. I really don't understand how you came to the final world. Let me remind you, you can go into seclusion in the universal void for 1,000 years. When you come out, everything will be meaningless in your heart. You will know that lust is nothing. What? Lin Jingyu was stunned. The surrounding people were also stunned. This was because Lin Ling was giving Lin Jingyu pointers. As the #1 genius of the Flying Feather Martial School, Lin Jingyu was usually the one giving pointers to others. Regardless of how calm Lin Jingyu's temperament was, he could not hold himself back after hearing those words. Enough. He roared furiously. I don't care why you are here and I don't care what kind of background you have, but everyone has a reverse scale. You challenged the school the moment you arrived, defeated my junior brothers and even sat on their bodies to drink. How can I tolerate this? You humiliated my seniors as soon as you arrived, causing them to be unable to vent their anger. How can I tolerate this? You scolded me as soon as you arrived in front of my lover. How can I tolerate this? Even if you are the son of the devil whose name resounds throughout the 9 states, I still have to teach you a lesson today. Everyone has their own pride. Chapter 3463. Frivolous and unruly. The entire hall seemed to have become illusionary, gorgeous and colorful. Birth of all creations returned to origin. In the hall, everyone's heart calmed down. Other than them, everything returned to its initial state. The lush grass quietly returned to its initial state. The gorgeous flowers quietly returned to their budding state. It was extremely magical. Free and unfettered God. The teacher smiled. He knew that this was the bloodline of a free and unfettered God from the era of gods. This free and unfettered God was recorded in the classics as being invincible. He could save the world and borrow people from the underworld. He could be said to be an omnipotent existence. And this free and unfettered God had traveled all over the world. It was said that he had even left this world. From the perspective of mortals like them, the free and unfettered God was the divine doctor among the gods. However, he did not only heal mortals but gods as well. What a strange talent. It gives me the feeling that there is soul power, but it is also enveloped by the light of gods. Everything about me seems to be sealed, returning to its initial state. Especially the realm-devouring beast talent, it feels like it is in a deep slumber. Lin Ling was still sitting on senior brother Haonan's lap, drinking wine casually. However, he was a little surprised. This was because the powerful talents he had seen were mostly offensive. However, this person's talent was more about influencing the opponent. Looking at the white world in front of him again, Lin Ling could only vaguely see a little of it, but not everything. This also meant that although Lin Jingyu's ultimate desolate body was only a 3rd-grade one, its potential was not weak. Unfortunately, its attack power is a little weak. After a moment of investigation, Lin Ling shook his head. Although his realm-devouring beast talent was sealed, he had more than one powerful talent. Hiding in the white clouds? Lin Ling was ready to make his move. His soul power spread out, fusing with his talents and quietly transforming. However, because the realm-devouring beast was sealed, he fused with the double dragon talent. His speed instantly approached 500 world speed. Without the realm-devouring beast talent, his speed was slower than usual. However, finding Lin Jingyu was obviously not difficult. Lin Ling grabbed out with his hand, and it was as if he was looking for a wisp of duckweed in the boundless world. Even if the Grand Tao was boundless, it seemed to be unable to escape Lin Ling's eyes. His speed was too fast. His soul power was too strong. As long as he could find a trace, he would be able to catch Lin Jingyu in this strange world. At this moment, Lin Jingyu was invisible. He had turned into a white cloud in this world. However, an arm appeared out of nowhere as if it wanted to break his world. What? Lin Jingyu was shocked. Impossible. How could this be? He was a 2nd-layer martial progenitor. Furthermore, he was no ordinary martial progenitor. He was comparable to the top geniuses of the academy. However, the son of the devil actually found him. Bang! The palm reached out as if it had grasped an invisible great Tao. But at that moment Lin Ling appeared. His arm was grabbed by Lin Ling. This caused his expression to change tremendously. He tried to break free, but he realized that it was a dragon claw grabbing onto his arm, preventing him from doing so. Meanwhile, a demonic figure appeared among the clouds. Upon taking a closer look, It was a monster that resembled both a dragon and a human. The appearance of such a monster in the magnificent cloud world was as if a demonic god had appeared among the peaceful heavens and earth. Your talent is still lacking in strength. It's fine if you can influence your opponent, but if you can't, that's all you've got. Kid, don't rely too much on your talent. Your foundation is important too. Lin Ling's hoarse voice could be heard, causing Lin Jingyu to clench his teeth in anger. Even now, this guy still did not forget to scold him? You mentioned that you have your pride, but in my opinion, that's all you've got. What pride do you have? You've lost. Bang. Lin Ling clenched his other claw into a fist and threw a powerful punch at Lin Jingyu's chest. With the strength of his flesh and the 5 dantians, even a second-layer martial progenitor would not be able to resist the punch. Rumble. The magnificent world instantly shattered like glass. A figure flew out and smashed into the wall of the main hall, causing cracks to appear on the wall. Following which, the figure slid down powerlessly. Lin Jingyu spat out a mouthful of blood and struggled to stand up. He was unwilling to give up, but in the next moment, a powerful force engulfed his entire body. With a plop, he finally collapsed and fainted. He believed that he was a genius nurtured by Fu Hang Manor and that it would not be difficult for him to defeat Lin Ling. However, if he knew what had happened in the Starry Sky Forest, he would not have such confidence. In the Starry Sky Forest, their Fu Hang Manor was completely annihilated. However, because of this, only 2 people knew what had happened in the Starry Sky Forest. They were Duan Wuhan and Ningbo Tao. They would not reveal what had happened in the Starry Sky Forest. At this moment, Lin Ling returned to his original form and a smile appeared on his face. It seemed that this challenge had not only stimulated one's talent, it had also allowed him to witness an even more powerful ultimate desolate body. Senior brother Jingyu? After a short moment of silence in the main hall, horrified voices could be heard. Even their soaring feather martial house's senior brother had been defeated? Furthermore, the person who had defeated him was only at the Sage Realm. A sense of horror spread through everyone's hearts. Even Taoist Heavenly Feather's body trembled at this moment. He did not find it strange that the son of the demon had defeated an ordinary martial ancestor. However, he had defeated Lin Jingyu, who had an ultimate 3rd-grade desolate body. If that was the case, no one in the soaring feather martial house could stop the son of the demon. He was defeated just like that? At this moment, Lin Ling's calm voice could be heard. What a disappointment. Could he be faking it? I knew it. A guy who is obsessed with women has no dignity. When he encounters a small setback, all he can do is pretend to be dead and escape. Sigh, how can such a person talk about martial arts? His voice was still filled with disdain and frivolity. Everyone was shocked by Lin Ling's strength, but when they heard his arrogant words, they were so angry that their bodies trembled. They had lost and it was already embarrassing. However, the son of the demon was adding insult to injury. Damn it. What nonsense are you talking about? Senior brother Jingyu was not faking it. Didn't you see him vomit blood? He vomited 3 meters away. Furthermore, with senior brother Jingyu's character, as long as he could not beat him, he would immediately beg for mercy. It was impossible for him to pretend to be dead. Someone said angrily. Clearly he was so angry at Lin Ling that he was about to cry. Shut up. However, the person next to him immediately slapped him. Can your mouth talk? How can senior brother Jingyu be someone who would easily beg for mercy? Aren't you mocking senior brother Jingyu for bullying the weak and fearing the strong? But I can't watch him humiliate senior brother Jingyu. The person who was slapped said innocently. He did not know that his words were the greatest humiliation. As for Xiaoyu and company, they were watching and could not help but laugh. Chapter 3464. What a great humiliation. Enough. Is this the feathery dojo? You're all a bunch of trash with weak strength. You'd better go home and farm. At this time, Lin Ling stopped these people from talking too much. Then Lin Ling smiled faintly. If you're not as strong as others, then you should obediently kneel down and call me big brother. I hate people like you the most. You're weak but stubborn. You won't accept it even if I talk to you. Submit? Submit my ass. Everyone almost roared in anger. Lin Ling had defeated them. If he had a bit of grace, they would be wholeheartedly convinced. But what about Lin Ling? After defeating them, he was arrogant and trampling on them. How could they be convinced? They were all martial artists with dignity. How about this? I don't like to bully people, so I'll give you a chance. Lin Ling spoke again. None of you are my match in a one-on-one battle. I will also end up being labeled as someone who bullies the weak. So why don't you join forces? Perhaps you will still have a chance. Of course, it's also very slim. Seeing that it was about time, Lin Ling finally revealed his purpose. However, as soon as he said that, the Flying Feather Martial Dojo went into an uproar. Don't like to bully others? Do you think you haven't bullied me enough? Furthermore, there was still a chance if they worked together, but it was very slim. This was looking down on him too much. The senior, called Taoist Heavenly Feather, was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The Flying Feather Martial House had a history of 10,000 years in Intentionless City. It was not that they had never met arrogant people, but it was the first time they had met someone as arrogant as Lin Ling. Come on, use your full strength. I'll just stand here and let you attack me. If you can force me to take a step back, I'll immediately apologize and never step into this place again. Therefore, you must use your full strength. Moreover, this will also allow you to experience the gap between the strong and the weak. It will also be helpful for your martial arts journey. Lin Ling said slowly, ignoring everyone's anger. Take a step back? There are so many of us. Even if you're a true martial god, you won't be able to stop us. You've gone too far, you've gone too far. An evil fire erupted in everyone's heart. They had the urge to chop the devil's son into pieces because he was too much of a bully. Seeing this, Lin Ling waved at the crowd. Actually, it's very simple. I just looked down on you. Come on. Go. Taoist Heavenly Feather was the first to roar. Blood was flowing out of the corner of his mouth. He was so angered by the son of devil that he almost went mad. Kill him. Everyone worked together. Everyone's anger had reached its peak. This made Xiaoyu and the others a little worried. They were afraid that Lin Ling had gone too far. However, Lin Ling's eyes shone brightly. He had prepared so much just to let this group of people's anger reach its peak. Only then would they be able to display extraordinary strength. After all, it wouldn't be difficult to defeat this group of people. The difficult part was to let them erupt with 120% of their strength. Lin Ling had also evaluated this strength. It wouldn't be good if it was weaker, and it would be beyond Lin Ling's limit if it was stronger. Therefore, the current situation was just right. Rumble. In the main hall, all kinds of great power and talent power bombarded Lin Ling's body. Lin Ling immediately activated the Dark North Godly Art and used his body to resist the power. He stood straight like a pine tree. His body was strong and his defense was terrifying. All kinds of power rushed into his body, but most of it was blocked by his strong defense. The remaining power poured into the Dark North Godly Art. In Lin Ling's body, a thin eggshell-like power appeared. It absorbed the external power and formed another kind of mysterious power that poured into the spacetime divine steel. This power was very similar to the one that Emperor God Zhang had given to Lin Ling. Rumble. In just a moment, Lin Ling's spacetime divine steel had reached the 4th grade. The power of time, space, and fire had also reached the limit. The spacetime divine eye had finally recovered to its peak state. Fire and lightning appeared in his eyes. Lin Ling's hair danced wildly. Colorful flames appeared in his eyes. He only needed to look and the spacetime divine steel would immediately suppress him. However, he didn't attack. He wanted to fully activate the spacetime divine steel's potential. Who told you to be arrogant? At this moment, the eyes of the experts of the Flying Feather Martial Sect were red. They worked together to attack Lin Ling, but what surprised them was that Lin Ling was like a stone pillar, not moving at all. Their ferocious boundary energies hit Lin Ling's body as if they hit the sea, disappearing without a trace. This made everyone so depressed that they wanted to vomit blood. Too weak, too weak. Did you guys not eat? Or are you all like that senior brother Jianghu? Are you all pussies? On the contrary, Lin Ling's body was dripping with pleasure. He couldn't help but roar. Fuck. A warrior can be killed but not humiliated. Everyone was already depressed. When they saw Lin Ling pushing his luck, they were so angry that their hair stood on end. Not to mention that they were men. Even if they were women, they would have lost their minds at this moment. Disciples, use all your skills and talents. You must smash this kid to the ground. If you succeed today, all your tuition fees will be waived. Moreover, the martial arts school will have other rewards. Taoist Heavenly Feather roared. His eyes were filled with anger as if he was about to devour someone. Today, the son of demon had humiliated their Flying Feather Martial Sect to the extreme. Now, if all the disciples couldn't suppress the son of demon, then would there still be a place for the Flying Feather Martial Sect to stay in Intentionless City? If this matter were to spread, people would laugh their heads off. Everyone's spirits were lifted, and their morale was like a flame. However, their strongest disciple had been defeated by Lin Ling. Even if they joined forces, their strength was limited. They couldn't be compared to those experts from the Snow Wind Academy. After fighting for a full 2 hours, Lin Ling was getting more and more energetic. The potential of the spacetime divine steel was constantly stimulated, and it was moving towards the 5th grade. Looking at the experts from the Flying Feather Martial Sect, they were all sweating profusely. Their faces were pale, and their boundary essence was almost exhausted. Some even sat down cross-legged to recover. Could this guy be made of King Kong? If we join forces, we can destroy 10,000 worlds and sweep through the 9 states. But he didn't even take a step back. Is he still human? The people from the Flying Feather Martial Sect said weakly. At this moment they didn't look angry at all. They even had difficulty speaking as they panted heavily. They stared at Lin Ling with eyes full of fear. They were the ones who attacked, but the one who was being beaten wasn't afraid. Instead, they were the ones who attacked. What kind of situation was this? You guys use more strength. Didn't you eat? Trash, you disappoint me. I beg you, use more strength. You only need to hold on for an hour. Help me. When Lin Ling saw that the energy entering his body was getting weaker and weaker, he couldn't help but feel anxious. However, no one dared to look at him. They fell to the ground in a mess, turning a deaf ear to Lin Ling's arrogant provocation. Chapter 3465. Translator. Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio. His name shook intentionless city. Heavens. Taoist Heavenly Feather's face was as red as an eggplant. He had practiced martial arts for tens of thousands of years, and this was the first time he had encountered such humiliation. In his opinion, Lin Ling's request for help was actually a disguised form of humiliation. However, he had wronged Lin Ling because Lin Ling was really asking for their help. His spacetime divine steel was only a thin film away from the 5th grade. However, the disciples of Feather Martial Arts Dojo were out of energy again. Sigh, forget it. Let's leave it at that for today. I'll come again tomorrow to ask for more advice. Lin Ling knew that there was no point in continuing, so he sighed and left. Again? Everyone was celebrating the departure of the son of the demon, but when they heard the last sentence they all panicked. The humiliation was not over yet? Another round tomorrow? However, no matter how unwilling they were, Lin Ling appeared again the next day and made a ruckus. The strong fighters were so angry that their hair stood on end, and they bombarded Lin Ling again. However, it was to no avail. This went on for 3 days. In the end, no matter how much Lin Ling mocked them, they ignored him. You want to see the gods with your looks? Even the gods don't want you if you stand guard for them. Bring out some fighting spirit. Martial artists, the more you fight, the braver you get. Take life and death lightly and fight if you're not convinced. That's what a martial artist is like. If you're not convinced, come and fight me. You're so ugly and you're so weak. You're the ultimate humiliation of the world. Seeing that everyone was like mud, Lin Ling's words became more and more cunning. Fuck, what a venomous mouth. Although I'm angry, no matter what you say, I won't fight anymore. However, all the strong fighters had lost their will to resist. They were indeed like mud, and even their martial arts hearts were traumatized. As for Lin Ling, he was extremely regretful because other than the first round of attacks, the second and third times were weak. This caused the spacetime divine steel to always be a hair's breadth away from the final limit. Forget it, I'll come again tomorrow. I hope you'll think about it tonight. Lin Ling had no choice but to leave. Big brother, please don't come. Even if you come, we won't do anything. Please spare us. That's right. I've been practicing martial arts for so long, and I've never been afraid of anything. But now I finally know what fear is. Why don't you go to another martial arts club? Look at Taoist Heavenly Feather. He hasn't appeared in 3 days. I heard that he's hiding in his home and doesn't dare to come out. Our dojo underestimated you once, but you trampled on our dojo for 3 days and 3 nights. Everyone cried and said, that won't do. On the path of martial arts, there is no such thing as giving up halfway. Moreover, our cooperation is quite comfortable. Lin Ling immediately shook his head. Comfortable? Everyone's eyes became even more moist. The son of the devil was comfortable, but they were having a hard time. Because of this, many people were planning to leave the dojo. Little ancestor, grandpa, if you really want a sparring partner, you can go to other dojos. If you continue to challenge them, they won't dare to do anything. This won't achieve the effect you want. Look at them. At this time, a sullen voice was heard. It was Taoist Heavenly Feather. He was too ashamed to face Lin Ling, but in the end, he couldn't hold it in anymore. He pointed at the disciples of the dojo and said. Lin Ling's gaze swept across them, and only then did he realize that all the experts of the Soaring Feather Dojo looked dispirited. Some of them were lying straight on their beds as if they had seen through life and death. If you want me to fight, I won't fight. You can kill me. Lin Ling couldn't help but ponder because the truth was the same as what Taoist Heavenly Feather had said. He couldn't stay in Intentionless City for long. Moreover, after fighting with these people for 3 days, he was a little tired. If that's the case, then forget it. I'll go to another dojo. Lin Ling finally made up his mind and turned to leave. Seeing Lin Ling's slender figure disappear, everyone was stunned. After a while, they finally wiped away their tears and let out a hearty laugh. The son of the devil is finally gone. That's great, that's great. He's simply the great devil king. I hope he goes to other dojos. Senior Heavenly Feather, he's gone. He's finally gone. Some excited people even pounced on Taoist Heavenly Feather and hugged him. Taoist Heavenly Feather's tears flowed down his face as he nodded and said with relief, He's gone. He's gone. These ancestors have shown themselves. The Soaring Feather Dojo had been here for tens of thousands of years and had seen all kinds of storms. However, at this moment, Taoist Heavenly Feather had a feeling that the Soaring Feather Dojo had just survived a great calamity. The next day, Lin Ling brought Xiaoyu and the rest to another dojo. This dojo was called the Demon Slayer Dojo. Just like the Soaring Feather Dojo, when they found out that Lin Ling was not here to learn martial arts, their attitude was extremely bad. Lin Ling did not give them any face and directly shouted, Trash, I'm here to challenge your dojo. When it comes to martial arts, I'm sorry, but everyone here is trash. What? No one expected Lin Ling to be so arrogant. Don't be surprised. After seeing me, you'll suddenly realize that strength can be so concrete. Lin Ling was indifferent and continued to provoke them. Bastard. Fight him. However, the dojo's experts took turns to fight, but they were all defeated by Lin Ling. With your strength, I have 100 ways to defeat you, but you can't do anything. So you should join forces. This is your only chance. After Lin Ling defeated all the disciples of the dojo, his momentum became even more arrogant. Without any suspense, the disciples of the dojo were furious and joined forces to fight Lin Ling. Xiaoyu and the rest were watching and could not help but chuckle. They did not expect Lin Ling to have the potential to be a villain. As for the result of joining forces, it was just as Lin Ling had guessed. No one could shake Lin Ling. Instead, Lin Ling's space-time divine steel was constantly activated. However, this final threshold was actually more difficult than Lin Ling had imagined. This also meant that any talent had its limits. If one wanted to surpass the limits, they would have to put in a lot of effort. However, Lin Ling was not in a hurry. There were many dojos in Intentionless City. Sooner or later, he would be able to break through his talent. However, what made Lin Ling depressed was that the Demon Slayer Dojo surrendered the next day. They had even less fighting spirit than the Soaring Feather Dojo. Moreover, when Lin Ling went over early in the morning, he saw countless disciples kneeling down. Trash. Moreover, no matter how Lin Ling provoked them, these people were like mud. They did not even have the courage to raise their heads to look at Lin Ling, let alone fight. We're trash, we're trash. Ancestor Grandpa, we've heard about the Soaring Feather Dojo. Please go and destroy the other dojos. The dojo master cried. With his strength, he was naturally not afraid of Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling was here to challenge the disciples, and none of them were a match for Lin Ling. Therefore, he was extremely helpless. Trash. Chapter 3466. Translator. Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio, a breakthrough in talent. That's right, we are trash. The Slay Demon Martial Arts Dojo was indeed thick-skinned. They laughed bitterly as they endured Lin Ling's sarcasm. However, after Lin Ling left, they all felt as if they had just survived a calamity. The son of the devil, that's the son of the devil, the great demon king of the God Slayer Alliance. How terrifying. Such a devil has entered the gods' world. Why didn't the gods punish him? No matter what, he's finally gone. We're much luckier than Feiyu Martial Arts Dojo. I heard that they were tortured for 3 days and 3 nights. Luckily, we surrendered quickly. I'm looking forward to seeing him wreak havoc on the other martial arts dojos. Ah. The disciples of the Slay Demon Martial Arts Dojo, who had a bitter face a moment ago, were gloating in the next moment. That was because the martial arts dojos in Intentionless City were all enemies. They were naturally happy to see Lin Ling wreak havoc on the other martial arts dojos. The Son of the Devil's name had spread throughout the entire Intentionless City. As more and more martial arts dojos were being challenged, the various martial arts dojos were in a state of panic. Of course, there were some who did not believe that the Son of the Devil was so powerful. The Son of the Devil is here? A martial arts practitioner from Jianghu dares to be so arrogant? So what? None of our martial arts dojos are his match. I suspect that he's already a student of the 36th college. You guys are really trash. If you can't win individually, why don't you guys gang up on him? Don't your disciples have any self-respect? Your Excellency, it's easy for you to say that. After the Son of the Devil arrogantly defeated all of our disciples, he was besieged by them. But what's the use? He just stood there and didn't move. Our disciples couldn't defeat him. So powerful. The news continued to spread through the streets and alleys, shocking Intentionless City. For a moment, some of the old monsters in Intentionless City could not sit still. Although Intentionless City was a secondary city, they were still an ancient city under the gods. How could they allow someone to behave so arrogantly here? The city lord especially was furious. The Son of the Devil dared to behave so atrociously in his territory? Lord City Lord, the Son definitely can't be allowed to leave. However, after the City Lord's mansion received the news, someone also came to pay a visit. This group of people wasn't weak at all, and they were led by a handsome young man. Moreover, they'd even produced the Duan clan's identity token, and this caused the city governor to personally receive them. Several figures were already waiting in front of the gate of the City Lord mansion. When the City Lord came out, an indifferent voice was heard. City Lord, I'm Duan Yun and I happened to pass by here. After I heard the news, I came to help you on behalf of the Duan family. The young man in the lead had his hands behind his back as he spoke indifferently. Although he was young, he had the aura of a superior. Duan Yun. If Lin Ling was here, he would definitely recognize him. These were not the youths of the Duan clan who had been with Long Yang and wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson in Snow-Blowing City. It was just that at that time, they were all thrown out of Snow-Blowing City by the City Lord's guards, which made the Duan clan lose face. As for this matter, Duan Yun still couldn't understand. However, if Lin Ling was hiding in Snow-Blowing City, Duan Yun wouldn't be able to do anything. However, if he was in Intentionless City, Lin Ling would definitely die. For this matter, City Lord, please dispatch the guards to stop Lin Ling, don't let him escape and I'll kill him. Duan Yun sneered. The City Lord was originally curious about Lin Ling's identity, so he had been watching from the sidelines. But now he no longer had any scruples. After all, even the Duan clan had been mobilized. If the Devil's Son really had a big background, the Duan clan would be able to handle everything. However, the City Lord still asked cautiously, the Devil's Son seems to be very famous in the 9 states. Does he have any background? What background? It's just that he's new to the final world, so not many people know about him. Our Duan clan wouldn't pay attention to this little cockroach. Otherwise, if the Duan clan were to act, how could the Devil's Son still be alive? However, I know that the Devil's Son seems to have some connections in Snow-Blowing City. Of course, that's all. Duan Yun said indifferently. Snow-Blowing City? The City Lord immediately frowned. Snow-Blowing City was the main city, and the City Lord Sangchiri's background was not small at all. Don't worry. Do you think the City Lord of Snow-Blowing City would come here for the Devil's Son? Duan Yun glanced at the City Lord and said with a faint smile. The City Lord was stunned for a moment, then he laughed. That's right. Although the Devil's Son was famous, it was only in the 9 states. The people of the final world would not give him face. The City Lord of Snow-Blowing City and the Devil's Son were just ordinary friends. Young Master Duan, don't worry. Our Intentionless City will support you in this matter. The City Lord immediately said to Duan Yun. Duan Yun laughed loudly, nodded, and left with the few people beside him. These young people were all thrown out of Snow-Blowing City by Lin Ling. Now that they met Lin Ling, they were naturally very happy. They would return the humiliation of the past 100 times. Devil's Son, last time in Snow-Blowing City, you had the protection of the guards. Otherwise, do you think you are my opponent? Brother Yun, the Devil's Son is only arrogant in the 9 states. Against us, the God Son of the final world, he is just trash. I can defeat him with one hand, no, with one finger. That's right. If the Devil's Son was really powerful, he would have been famous in the final world's 36 colleges. But now, who has heard of him? Maybe he doesn't even have the qualifications to enter the 36 colleges. Haha, if we kill the Devil's Son, we will be famous in the Duan family. Duan Yun and the others were extremely excited. In the end, they even laughed loudly. They did not know that their Duan family's 4-talisman god paladin, Duan Wuhan, had suffered at the hands of Lin Ling. If not for the appearance of their old ancestor, he would have been dead. If he wanted to fight with Lin Ling, it was obvious that he was still lacking. During this period of time, Lin Ling had defeated all the dojos in Intentionless City, causing a lot of resentment. Hero, I kneel before you. I beg you to stop tormenting our dojos. Fuck, if it weren't for the rules between dojos, we elders would have attacked him. Go, I will give you 100 million royal crystals. I only beg you to leave our heaven-shocking dojo. The dojo masters, whether they were old monsters who had founded sects in the 9 states or experts who had cultivated for tens of thousands of years, were all begging Lin Ling. Some were even giving him money directly. This was because the most important thing for them to open dojos was reputation. Therefore, the dojo masters and other experts could not attack Lin Ling. If they did, others would laugh at the dojo, saying that the dojo's disciples were inferior and could only rely on the help of their elders. After Lin Ling had defeated all the dojos, he stopped his crazy actions. This was because he sensed that the time and space divine steel had finally broken through the eggshell membrane. In the inn, Lin Ling sat cross-legged. His body was suffused with colorful flames that were sacred and ancient. These flames seemed to be able to sweep through time and space. Crackle. An ear-piercing sound came from the void. Chapter 3467. The entire city was celebrating. If a fire elemental warrior was here to witness such a strange scene, he would definitely be shocked. This was because Lin Ling's flames could burn through 10,000 worlds, but they could not burn everything around him. In this world, when there was a type of flame that could not burn everything, it was the power of the ancestral flame. At the same time, Lin Ling opened his eyes. His pupils turned colorful. Flames appeared in his palm as he gently waved it forward. The entire room immediately burned. It was colorful and extremely dazzling. However, upon closer inspection, the flames were burning. They wrapped around the things in the room, but they did not burn anything. The power of the ancestral flame. I never expected the spacetime divine steel to give birth to the power of the ancestral flame after reaching the 5th grade. This is the ancestral flame. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with shock. In his previous life, Li Xiaoyao had not cultivated the spacetime divine steel to such a level. And the ultimate desolate body after the 5th grade seemed to be a new domain. Returning to the origin, everything returned to the ancestral flame. The ancestral flame represented the most ancient existence of all things. It was the first existence to be born, the first drop of water, the first flame. These were the ancestral flame. All the flames, water droplets, and even plants came from the ancestor. This was just like the bloodline of God. The 100 great bloodlines also extended from the bloodline of God. They were offshoots and not the orthodox bloodline. Only with the qualifications of the ancestral flame could one have the orthodox bloodline. Although my spacetime divine eye has reached the 5th grade, it is ultimately not the true 5th grade. This is because of the limits of its potential. Lin Ling constantly checked as he muttered to himself. The spacetime divine eye was still incomparable to the true 5th grade ultimate desolate body. It lacked the taste of the great Taoan God. This was because of the limits of its potential. However, Lin Ling's heavenly dragon bone, great nether wind dragon, and realm-devouring beast had unlimited potential. If they reached the 5th grade, they would definitely be stronger than an ordinary person's 5th grade ultimate desolate body. This was because the realm-devouring beast was one of the 4 most ferocious creatures in the universe. Its limit was the entire universe. As for the heavenly dragon bone and great nether wind dragon, these were the ultimate secrets of the dragon race. Their limit was the entire universe. When these talents reached the final stage, they could compete with Huan Yu. God Emperor Zhang once said that I have a mysterious power in my body. I think he was talking about the primal chaos divine formula. Actually, this cultivation technique doesn't just give birth to 9 dantians. More importantly, it gives birth to a kind of talent. The process of the 9 dantians increasing is the process of the talent increasing. If all 9 dantians are born, what is its limit? Lin Ling's eyes burned with anticipation. However, as the realm increased, the birth of the Dantian became more and more difficult. The road that he had to walk next was one that even Li Xiaoyao had never walked before. Let's not think about that. Let's look at the space-time god eye. Lin Ling closed his eyes and sensed the time-space divine steel in his Dantian. The ancient time-space divine steel was lying quietly in his Dantian, but it was emitting an oppressive aura. A wisp of ancestral power spread out. Although it was only 10%, it was much more frightening than the power of one's cultivation. Space-time god eye. Then Lin Ling shouted and opened his eyes. A terrifying thing happened. As long as he saw something with his eyes, he could make the space-time flame appear. Moreover, the time-space divine steel could follow his eyes and break through space and time to suppress everything. This method was extremely terrifying, much more powerful than the assassination methods of Dou Kening and the others. That was because this attack was similar to soul power. It was born out of thin air, and the distance could be changed according to Lin Ling's eyesight. If Lin Ling could see the myriad worlds here, then a space-time divine steel would appear in the myriad worlds and suppress them. This was the method of a god. Lin Ling's lips curled into an excited smile. His cultivation in intentionless city had not been in vain. The night passed quietly. Lin Ling left the inn. Xiaoyu and the others left the inn early in the morning and walked around with Dou Kening and the others. However, because of Lin Ling's reputation as the son of the devil, everyone was afraid of him. As a result, no one dared to provoke Xiaoyu and the others. In the eyes of many, the innocent and cute Xiaoyu was as fierce as the daughter of the great demon king. This undoubtedly made Xiaoyu very unhappy. Young Master's cultivation has ended. Young Master said to return to Snow City today. Dou Kening had also received Lin Ling's message. He immediately smiled and held Xiaoyu's hand as they walked towards the inn. Along the way he saw the surrounding ancient martial art practitioners staring at them as if they were monsters. When Dou Kening and the others looked over, those people all lowered their heads and did not even dare to look directly at them. This strange behavior made Cruel Sword, who had always been cold, laugh uncontrollably. Ah, the shadow of a tree, the name of a man. Dou Kening also smiled helplessly. In terms of strength, there were many people in Intentionless City who were stronger than Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling's fierce reputation was even more terrifying. He had destroyed all the martial arts centers. This caused Lin Ling to be like the great demon king, stronger than anyone in Intentionless City. As they left, the originally quiet streets were once again bustling with noise. Did you hear? They're leaving. That's great, that's great. These great demon kings are finally leaving. Let the whole city know about this. Set off firecrackers. No matter what, we have to set off firecrackers. The people were in high spirits and were extremely happy. Many people did not know Lin Ling's strength, but according to the rumors, Lin Ling was too fierce. He did not even let people beg for mercy. He ate people up without spitting out their bones. Therefore they thought that Lin Ling was very scary. Crackle. Someone in Intentionless City really set off firecrackers. Lin Ling walked along the main street. When he heard the sound of firecrackers, he could not help but frown in confusion. It seems that even in the world of God, ancient martial art practitioners evolved from mortals. When there's a festive occasion, they will still set off firecrackers. In the direction of his gaze, Dou Kening led Xiaoyu and the others over. Dou Kening smiled and said, I wonder what great news the Intentionless City's Ji family is having today that is worth setting off firecrackers. We've been here for some time and have never seen them set off firecrackers. Today they set off firecrackers and the whole city is celebrating. It should be a joyous occasion. However, every city has its own customs and customs. This has nothing to do with us. Let's go back to Snow City. I think the old woman should be waiting for us. Lin Ling said with a smile. He carried Xiaoyu and strode toward the city gate. However, as they walked, they finally realized that something was wrong. This was because people from the various martial arts centers had appeared on the main street. They were extremely excited. They even held long firecrackers in their hands. Young Master, this joyous occasion seems to have something to do with us. Dou Kening was stunned and began to guess. Brother Ling, could it be that they set off firecrackers because we're leaving? Xiaoyu opened her eyes wide and asked innocently. Lin Ling was suddenly speechless. Was he that fierce? Then he could not help but turn his head to look at the people beside him. Those people were stunned and then lowered their heads. Don't look at him. If you make him unhappy and he comes to our martial arts center to challenge us again, we won't be able to continue operating. Everyone give me a smile. Smile politely. Chapter 3468. Translator. Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio, the 10 great ferocious beasts of the universe. Lin Ling was even more speechless. Under the expectant gazes of countless people, Lin Ling and the rest walked towards the city gate. As they got closer to the city gate, many people became excited. Stop right there. However, at that moment, a cold voice was heard, blocking Lin Ling and the rest's path. A large number of guards appeared. They were all martial ancestors, and each of them had a cold expression on their faces. At that moment, the warriors of Intentionless City were furious. They had finally managed to get the Devil's Son to leave. What was the City Lord trying to do? Devil's Son, you have disrupted the order of Intentionless City. Therefore you must stay. Amidst the guards, an expert dressed in a brown robe slowly walked out. He was the City Lord of Intentionless City. This made the surrounding cultivators even more anxious. Wasn't the City Lord looking for trouble when he had nothing better to do? After all, although the Devil's Son was ferocious and arrogant, he had not broken the rules. He had openly challenged them. Who are you? Why are you stopping me? Lin Ling frowned as he looked at the City Lord. He knew that the other party's strength was very, very strong. You don't need to know who I am. What I am curious about is who gave you the courage to behave so atrociously in my territory. However, no matter what, no matter how powerful the person behind you is, you can't leave Intentionless City today. The City Lord said indifferently. Then he laughed. Of course, this is the final world, right under the eyes of the gods. Therefore I won't bully you. You can ask the person behind you to come and see if he can save you. However, I think that even if he comes, he will be locked up in Intentionless City's prison like you. After saying that, his laughter became louder and louder. It was as if he had done a great thing for Intentionless City and won the love and respect of the millions of warriors in Intentionless City. Unfortunately, he did not know this. The surrounding warriors hated him. In their opinion, if the Devil's Son continued to stay in the city, the Devil's Son would continue to challenge them. After all, they were deputy cities and could not be compared to the main cities. Furthermore, the Devil's Son continued to challenge them. How could their martial arts schools continue to operate? They might even have to return to the 9 prefectures. At this moment, Lin Ling shook his head. The people behind him? Lei Gong? Or an old woman? Or Tsang Chiri? It seemed like none of them were people that the City Lord could afford to provoke. Locking Lei Gong and the others in the city's prison, only the City Lord could think of such a thing. There's no need to waste your breath on him. The Duan clan will support you today. At this moment, a sinister sneer was suddenly heard. Then the crowd was split apart. A few young men walked out, drinking wine and walking out in a carefree manner. It was none other than Duan Yun and the others. Lin Ling immediately frowned. He recognized these people. They were the trash that used to follow Long Yang. So it's you guys who are playing tricks. Could it be that you guys are addicted to being thrown and want to be thrown on the street? Lin Ling immediately laughed. Shut up. The faces of Duan Yun and the others darkened at the mention of this. This was a great humiliation to them. They were members of the Duan clan, but they were humiliated by an ant from the 9 prefectures. They were thrown on the street in front of Long Yang. How could they swallow this anger? Are all members of the Duan clan so rash? I really don't know how you guys cultivate. You guys should calm down. Now tell me, was it Long Yang's idea to bewitch the City Lord to find trouble with me? Lin Ling ignored their anger and said indifferently, however, Long Yang is really disappointing me more and more. If she wants to take revenge on me, she can find a more powerful opponent. Finding trash like her, isn't she embarrassing herself? Calm down. Duan Yun and the others were stunned. Lin Ling had hit their sore spot. How could they remain calm? Moreover, Lin Ling actually spoke in such a disdainful tone. Duan Yun and the others were so angry that their bodies trembled. The surrounding martial artists felt that this scene was very familiar. Lin Ling's casual tone and that disdainful tone, wasn't this the same tone they had encountered when they were challenging martial artists? It was indeed very infuriating. However, this time, it happened to someone else. Not only were they not angry, they felt very carefree. Perhaps they had suffered too much, so they hoped that others would also experience this feeling. I will kill you. Duan Yun roared and walked out. With your strength, I'm afraid it will be difficult to do so. Lin Ling shook his head and suddenly looked at the City Lord. In the final world, killing is not allowed. Now that he wants to kill me as the City Lord, shouldn't you say something? The final world was different from the 9 prefectures. It was under the jurisdiction of the gods, so the order was very strict. As the city lord, I have the right to agree to his request. If he kills you, it will not violate the rules of the city. Of course, if you can kill him, it will be the same. The city lord said with a faint smile. He had absolute confidence in Duan Yun. The genius of the Duan clan was naturally not comparable to an ordinary person. Son of the demon, do you think you are more powerful than me? Last time, you only relied on the city lord's guards. If we really fight, you will definitely die. Duan Yun was also very confident in himself. This was because he saw that Lin Ling was only a sixth heaven sage. Although he was slightly more powerful than the last time, it was only by a little. Compared to Duan Wuhan from the Duan clan, you are still much weaker. However, Lin Ling still spoke in a casual tone. He put Xiao Yu down and walked out. I have never killed anyone since I came to Intentionless City. I also don't want to kill anyone. It's a pity that you have to force my hand. Lin Ling's laughter was heard, but it was cold. It was as if he had returned to the days of killing in the 9 prefectures. A wave of coldness quietly spread out. Only then did the people from the various martial arts centers realize that Lin Ling had shown mercy when he came to challenge them. Otherwise, with his current aura, most of the disciples from their martial arts centers would have died. He was indeed the great demon king. And for this battle they had absolute confidence in Lin Ling. However, at this moment, a violent aura erupted, causing the entire city to tremble. A ferocious aura surged. Duan Yun had unleashed his talent. His entire body suddenly became tall and sturdy, like a true ferocious person. Behind him, the phantom of a giant appeared. It held 2 axes in its hands and had the strength to uproot mountains and rivers. The most terrifying thing was that on the giant's stomach, there was a human face with 2 eyes, a nose and a huge mouth. Xingtian. An expert's expression changed drastically. Xingtian, one of the 10 great ferocious beasts of the universe. This was also the bloodline left behind by the gods. It was extremely ferocious and invincible. Furthermore, he actually has a 4th grade ultimate desolate body. Even more experts exclaimed in shock. A 4th grade ultimate desolate body was very rare. Furthermore, Duan Yun's talent was an ancient existence. His potential was much greater than many people's. Many experts from the martial arts centers immediately looked at Lin Ling. They had battled with Lin Ling many times, so they had some understanding of Lin Ling's strength. This fellow also seemed to have a 4th grade ultimate desolate body. However, in terms of potential, it could not compare to the 10 great ferocious beasts of the universe. Chapter 3469. The Power of One Eye. The son of the devil might lose. What? What do you mean he's definitely going to lose? What? Many people whispered. Lin Ling was also looking at the giant in shock. One of the 10 great ferocious beasts of the universe was a talent even higher than the 100 great bloodlines. It was also slightly higher than the 6 great god eyes of the universe. Of course, if the 9th god eye was present, it would still be able to suppress Duan Yun with its talent as the number 1 god eye. However, the space-time god eye could not compare to the 4 great ferocious beasts of Huan Yu. Lin Ling, are you afraid? What? Seeing Lin Ling's silence, Duan Yun roared and took control of the innate talent into his body. His body suddenly grew taller and taller like a giant. Especially the sinister face on his stomach, it made people shudder. Afraid? What? Hearing this, Lin Ling could not help but laugh. Although the 10 great ferocious beasts of Huan Yu were more noble than the space-time god Ai, Lin Ling also had the world-devouring beast. One was a beast, the other was an object. Their levels were not the same. Although the world-devouring beast had not yet matured in terms of ferocity, Duan Yun's heaven punishment beast could not affect it. Moreover, facing a mere Duan Yun, Lin Ling did not even need to use the innate talent of the world-devouring beast. Duan Yun, it's not that I'm looking down on you, but with your current strength, I have many ways to defeat you. It's just that I'm thinking of what method to use. I have to say you've disappointed me. No wonder Long Yang doesn't like you. What? Lin Ling laughed, but he had already decided what method to use. Shameless boasting. What? Hearing this, Duan Yun was immediately enraged. He erupted with a ferocious aura that could sweep through the 8 wastelands as he charged at Lin Ling. What an arrogant son of the devil. Your cultivation is lower than Duan Yun's, and your innate talent is also lower, yet you still dare to say such words. What? The city lord kept shaking his head, his eyes filled with disdain. The guards behind him were the same. With their strength they could naturally see that Lin Ling had no chance of winning. Even the experts from the various dojos were the same, because they were all too familiar with Lin Ling. That's not right. When the son of devil challenged the dojo, he rarely used his innate talent. Most of the time he used his physical body to resist. Could it be that he's hiding some powerful innate talent? If that's the case, then the devil's son might not necessarily lose. Perhaps they might even end in a draw. It should be a draw. However, the seniors of the dojo also spoke up one after another. At this moment, the giant was holding a giant axe in his hand, charging towards Lin Ling as if he was splitting mountains and breaking rivers. He looked tall and big, but his speed wasn't slow at all. Furthermore, the giant mouth on his stomach opened wide, and he was actually able to continuously absorb spiritual energy from the universe, turning it into ominous energy. This also caused many people to be affected by the ominous aura. But to Lin Ling it had no effect at all. His hands were still clasped behind his back. As Duan Yun drew closer and closer to him, a dazzling light finally appeared in his eyes. That was a multicolored light, extremely demonic. Space-time divine steel. He let out a low roar as if he was silently chanting an incantation. At this moment a sudden change occurred. In the sky, a giant black object suddenly appeared. Flames surged as if it was burning the entire city. A fifth-grade ultimate desolate body had descended. With a speed faster than anyone could react, it suppressed Duan Yun. Although the space-time divine steel wasn't as noble as Xing Tian, its grade was higher. Most importantly, although Lin Ling seemed to be at the 6th stage of the Sage Realm, the density of his realm essence had long surpassed the Sage Realm. Looking at Duan Yun, he was only at the peak of the Sage Realm. Rumble. Therefore, when the giant steel smashed down, the giant with the ominous aura was directly smashed to the ground. From afar, the scene was extremely terrifying, as if two great demonic gods from the era of gods were fighting. A gray giant was smashed to the ground. Above him, the divine steel sealed everything. Multicolored flames burned the entire city, but what was terrifying was that although the flames were fierce, they couldn't burn anything. This was a flame that couldn't burn anything. At this moment, the entire city was silent. Everyone looked at Lin Ling and swallowed their saliva with difficulty. There was no tie at all. With one move, the 4th-grade ultimate desolate body Duan Yun had been defeated. Clearly, when he was challenging the sect, Lin Ling had definitely concealed his strength. Furthermore, he had concealed at least 60% of his strength. In shock, everyone looked at Lin Ling. Then they realized that Lin Ling was still holding his hands behind his back like a god. Throughout the entire process he hadn't moved at all. Just a glance. What kind of technique was this? 6 great god eyes of the universe. After a moment of silence, an expert said solemnly, "The strongest eye attribute talent of the 6 great god eyes of the universe was indeed terrifying. Think about it, a powerful attack could be released with just a glance. Unless one was stronger than the opponent, there was no way to dodge it. This was because this attack had exceeded 500 world speed." At this moment, Duan Yun was being suppressed by the gigantic ancient monument. He couldn't move at all. His mind was buzzing and he couldn't understand why this was happening. His talent was more noble than Lin Ling's. Although Lin Ling's grade was higher, his innate talent could still affect Lin Ling. Why wasn't Lin Ling afraid of his ferocious aura? Bang! Just as he was thinking, the stone monument on his body suddenly became heavy, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Looking up, he saw Lin Ling standing by the side of the stone monument. He held the stone monument with one hand and looked at him mockingly. "Do you know why Long Yang doesn't like you? Do you know why I didn't make a move the last time? To be honest, an idiot like you, no matter how strong you become, is no threat to me." This person was from the Duan family. And because of Duan Yi, Lin Ling didn't have a good impression of the Duan family. "Lin Ling, let me go if you dare." Duan Yun was so humiliated that he wanted to vomit blood. He was a member of the Duan family, yet he was being crushed on the street. This wasn't just a humiliation to him, it was a humiliation to the Duan family. Moreover, this was the second time this had happened. "Let you go?" Lin Ling shook his head and poured his energy into the stone monument. Duan Yun immediately felt his body become as heavy as 1,000 caddies. At this moment, he realized that Lin Ling had been merciful to him. Other than Lin Ling's abundant realm essence, his fleshly body's strength was also terrifying. "How dare you?" Duan Yun roared angrily. "I'm from the Duan family. How dare you touch me?" That's what you said last time in Snowy City. Don't you have anything else to say aside from using your family name? Lin Ling continued to shake his head as energy continued to pour into Duan Yun. Crack crack crack. Duan Yun's bones began to shatter. His enormous giant body also began to shrink. His eyes began to show signs of begging for mercy. This was because he gradually understood that Lin Ling didn't seem to fear the Duan family at all. The last time in Snowy City was a good example. Although he found it hard to believe this was the truth. If he knew that Lin Ling didn't fear Duan Wuhan or even their old ancestor after killing Duan Yi in the Starry Sky Forest, he would definitely regret it to death. Chapter 3470. Young Master. Lin Ling was clearly disdainful of explaining this. He continued to exert his power to suppress Duan Yun. In the end, he said indifferently, with your intelligence, any further explanation would be a waste of saliva. If you had a chance to live, you should go home and ask your ancestors what kind of person I, the son of the devil, am. Unfortunately, you won't have that chance. As soon as he finished speaking, the space-time divine steel trembled. Under countless gazes, Duan Yun was crushed into meat paste. The entire city fell silent. The youths from the Duan family fell to the ground with a thud. They were so scared that their faces turned pale. Today they were the ones who wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson. They thought that they could bring home Lin Ling's head, but in the end, Duan Yun died in front of everyone. The city lord was also shocked. Killing a member of the Duan family in his territory? How dare you? The city lord immediately roared. He was so angry that his hair stood on end. Lin Ling had killed him too cleanly without any hesitation. This was why he hadn't been able to save anyone. Killing someone in my territory is tantamount to violating the rules of the gods. Kill him. He roared at the guards. Seeing this, Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. Previously, when Duan Yun wanted to kill him, he had asked the city lord about it. However, the city lord had said that it was fine. Now that Duan Yun had been killed by him, the city lord was saying that he, Lin Ling, had violated the rules. Since that was the case, Lin Ling didn't need to give him any face. His hand slowly reached for the tyrannical song sword. He was prepared for a great battle. This was because he hadn't used the tyrannical song sword even once since it had been activated by the Steel Slayer Emperor. I don't know what qualifications you have to kill me, but I'm sure that you won't be able to. With the tyrannical song sword in his hand, Lin Ling's aura became even colder. He was like a sword demon, like a god. Qualifications? Haha, seeing how confident you are, you should have someone behind you. Let me tell you, no matter who is behind you, you will die today. You killed a member of the Duan clan, so not only will you suffer, the person behind you will also suffer a calamity. The city lord laughed disdainfully. Compared to the Duan family, the son of the demon was clearly more terrifying. Calamity? Lin Ling could not help but shake his head mockingly. The city lord of Intentionless City wanted to kill Lei Gong? What a joke. Just Sangchiri alone was enough to make him suffer a great deal. Old Do, broken sword, protect little you and follow me out of Intentionless City. Lin Ling shouted into the distance. With his sword in hand, he wanted to carve out a bloody path. Ha ha ha. Seeing that Lin Ling was alone and was only at the Saint Realm, the city lord laughed even louder. The royal guards were also laughing so hard that they almost fell off their horses. One person wanted to kill everyone in the city? This was the final world, not Jojo. The son of the demon must be dreaming. Compared to their mockery, the people from the various martial arts clubs shuddered. They were already afraid of the son of the demon. Seeing that the son of the demon wanted to carve out a bloody path, he was really ferocious. Sir, there is an army outside the city. At this time, someone rushed in from the city gate and knelt down on one knee. The city lord frowned and was a little surprised. But he still asked, who are they? Are they from the Duan clan? No, those people are wearing the armor of the royal guards. They seem to be from the main city, but I can't tell which main city they are from. The man quickly said. The city lord was stunned and felt that something was wrong. But after thinking about it, he could not guess the purpose of those people. In my opinion, those royal guards are here to help you. After all, the people of Intentionless City have been in a state of panic. The other main cities must have thought that Intentionless City was under attack, so they came to help. The man immediately guessed. Hearing that, the city lord rubbed his chin and nodded slightly. That was very likely. Then he glanced at Lin Ling and immediately shook his head. It was even more impossible that they were here for the son of the demon. The son of the demon had just arrived in the final world not long ago. How could he have such a background? Rumble. The army outside the city moved very quickly and surrounded Intentionless City. Moreover, the royal guards were very strong, causing the people of Intentionless City to feel a lot of pressure. Bang! The huge city gate was destroyed by the army. Then countless strong people rushed in. Whether in terms of numbers or strength, they were much stronger than Intentionless City. All of this proved that this group of people were the main city's royal guards. Oh my God, such a big show. He's just the son of the demon. There's no need to mobilize so many people to capture him. The city lord suddenly felt a heartache because the city gate had been destroyed and the city walls had almost been torn down. However, he also stopped his subordinates from doing anything else and quietly watched all of this happen. After the army rushed into Intentionless City, they immediately walked forward in an orderly manner. The man in the lead was like a divine general, majestic and awe-inspiring. He rode on a divine wolf and slowly walked forward. The entire Intentionless City suddenly fell silent. Everyone swallowed hard. The aura of this army was really too terrifying. Moreover, many people saw that this group of people was actually walking towards the son of the demon. Even the city lord was extremely surprised. For a moment he did not see who the man in the lead was. However, he guessed that these people were here to capture the son of the demon and help Intentionless City. After all, although the major cities in the final world did not have a very close relationship, because they were all ancient cities belonging to the gods, they would usually help each other. He could not help but laugh bitterly. The people who had come were too excited. They could deal with a mere son of the demon. There was no need to use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. My lord, you're the one with the most influence. Even the main city has come to help. If word of this gets out, our Intentionless City will also be proud. Moreover, my lord's name will spread far and wide. Someone immediately flattered him. The city lord immediately waved his hand modestly. You're too kind. However, in the final world, strength is very important. However, sometimes relationships are even more important. You have to know how to conduct yourself. Perhaps I know how to conduct myself better than the other city lords. My lord is wise. The crowd laughed loudly and flattered the city lord. The city lord received the flattery from the crowd. He walked forward and wanted to greet the man. Of course, in the process he also puffed out his chest. He knew that the ancient martial art practitioners of Intentionless City admired him at this moment. After all, he could easily summon the strong practitioners of other main cities to help. This was not something that anyone could do. Who knew after tomorrow the entire city would be setting off firecrackers and he, the city lord, would become a legend. Thinking of this, the city lord became more and more proud. He said politely, "My lord, you are too grand. Your personal visit has brought light to our humble Intentionless City." He was speaking to the man in the lead. However, the man did not pay any attention to him. Instead, he came in front of Lin Ling and sized up Lin Ling. After seeing that Lin Ling was safe and sound, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Young lord, I came too late to save you. Please punish me." Then the man knelt down. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.